Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was Dark Mage Lord in Supernatural's verse? Part 2. Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. I'm sorry too, they went quiet for a bit, the only sounds the ragged breathing as they tried to catch their breath after the shouting match. I'm keeping this map. I'm sorry, but it's dangerous. And it would be against my duty as a teacher to allow you to keep it. You're free to go. Harry slid out of the room, frowning and muttering to her shoes as she made her way from Lupin's office to the common room. She was sulking in an armchair when Ron and Hermione found her. Did you get in trouble? No. Lupin came to the rescue. Professor Lupin, Harry. Harry rolled her eyes and sunk lower in the armchair, ready to be done with the mass murderer stuff. Are you sure I can't just go find Black and get answers? I'd be really careful. No, Harry, Hermione sounded about as exasperated as Harry was tired. Harry only just considered that Professor Lupin knew how the map worked, which was another mystery altogether. It was too late to think about anything anymore. She nodded to the bookworm, moving to escape to the girls' dorm, falling into bed. She was prepared to sleep like a rock the entire night, but she woke up to something pulling at her hair. Crookshanks, I swear, if you're messing with me again I'm going to skin you and wear you as a scarf. A distinctly caw-like noise sounded off from her left, and she shot up, wand in hand and pointed at a crow. What the? She noticed a tiny scroll tied to the bird's ankle, and she hesitantly undid the message, scooching away from the bird that was now staring at her bedpost with a tilted head. I've got some more news. Meet in the forest in 10. It's Loki, by the way. Harry looked back to the bird that was still examining her bedpost. Of course he sent you. Doesn't do anything normally, does he? Harry was startled once more when a flash of orange appeared out of nowhere, pouncing on the bird. Crookshanks, no, she screamed, but it was too late, the bird's neck had been snapped. Did you have to get blood on my sheets? 10 minutes later, Harry was waiting in the clearing where she'd yelled at him the last time they'd talked face to face. She shuffled around, cold and till slightly stiff from her sudden wakening. Hey kid. Harry was proud that she only jumped a little bit when he appeared behind her. Loki, what's up? First off, I want to say that time travel is finicky. It lets off a specific energy signal into the wrong group. That's a red flag, so I have to be careful about it. She nodded. Having said that, I was able to go back a few more times for more context. I found out that there was a larger reason than you know who deciding to come after you on a whim, and that the Longbottom family went into hiding as well. Neville. The kid's name is Neville Longbottom. That's harsh. Loki. Yeah, focus. I wasn't able to listen in on some of the more important meetings. There was some sort of spell to keep me out, which either takes a lot of power or a lot of creativity. Then I went back to the teenage years. The best years of anyone's life, of course, and there was some interesting drama going on, let me tell you. Loki. Sheesh. I thought you wanted info. I'm spilling the deets. She gave him an unimpressed look. Just kidding. So your dad was friends with Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black, as well as another nerdy kid, but I didn't see him much in later years. So, your dad and Black were like the ringleaders of a prank group. Kudos to him, by the way, and Pettigrew sort of followed along. He wasn't powerful or persuasive like Black or your dad. But there were some weird times around 7th year where he seemingly disappeared. I don't know much else, I was only able to get quick glimpses. That's alright, any bit helps. Well, if you need some comfort food like chocolate, or ice cream, or chocolate, you know how to find me, he offered. She gave him a wry smile. Thanks. He started to turn, and she suddenly remembered something. Oh, Loki. Yeah, you sent me the crow, right? Well yeah, dum-dum, who else would have? Well, see I was making sure because the bird is dead so I didn't want to confess accessory to murder of a bird if it wasn't your bird. The crow is dead? He asked slowly. Yes. What did you do? It wasn't part of some weird ritual, right? The things you kids are doing these days, really? Why? Oh, you realize I do rituals to summon you pretty often. That's different. I'm not a bad omen. Says you. Ouch. So you aren't upset. It's not even a real bird. I conjured it. Well, what would happen if a cat ate that conjured bird? My bird got eaten by a cat. Yeah, he sighed. Don't worry about it. Okay. Sorry again. Bye. See ya. He blinked away, and Harry trudged back up to her room, content to spend the time thinking about her conspiracies. Once she reached her room, Harry's mind was alight, and she couldn't possibly go back to sleep. She decided to pull out the journal she'd stashed in her trunk. Flipping it open to the first page. The 31st of October 1954. The apprentices had their first real assignment today. Well, I suppose the assignment was yesterday and I've dated this wrong, but that is all semantics. We were assigned to the monitoring of the Samhain activities undertaken by the smaller wizarding village outside the compound. It was a shock to me when I was introduced to the knowledge that magic was real, and more widespread and dangerous than I could ever have imagined, and it has only been about 3 months since the beginning of my apprenticeship so I shouldn't have expected differently. But last night was cause for more surprise. The lessons they teach us painted the festival as dark and almost sinister, but I only saw enjoyment last night. It's not the furs. Tea time. My mentor has mentioned the barbarian nature of monsters, and he's included some magicals in that by proxy. I probably would have agreed, but fortunately my study of world history has allowed me a more rounded view. And I was taught to take into account every point of view. After starting to do that, I feel less certain about the stronger convictions of my mentor. Perhaps last night was a fluke, but I shall be vigilant. Apprentice R.O. Evans. Harry read the excerpt quickly, then again slowly, trying to take in the meaning of the words as well as try and comprehend that her grandmother's hand had traced these same pages once. It was a nice feeling to have something that offered a stronger connection to her family for once. Harry spent the next few hours reading about the adventures of her grandmother and the politics inside of the men of letters. Her concentration was only broken by the rising of the sun, and Hermione's subsequent stirrings from sleep. She reluctantly put away the journal and got up to get ready for the day ahead. A few weeks after being given the journal, and Harry still wasn't done reading it. It wasn't as if she didn't have the ability, she was just Annalie. Sing it more emotionally than a textbook she might speedread. And, when she was about a quarter of the way through the book, she'd had to decrease her efforts in order to attend all of the extra Quidditch practices set by Oliver and keep up with her increasing amount of schoolwork. Divination in particular was giving her a headache, not to mention the actual twinges of her scar she got sometimes when in the overperfumed room. She put all this aside on the morning of the Gryffindor vs. Slytherin match. She tried to eat breakfast, but it really wasn't agreeing with her, so she settled on drinking half a glass of pumpkin juice while trying not to drip it on herself on account of her nervously bouncing knee. The moment she left the arena to walk onto the pitch might have been one of the most restful of her life only because she was absorbing Oliver's worry by osmosis. She needn't have worried, though, as they touched down at the end of the match with the Quidditch Cup in hand. After that, the school year was more relaxed. Apart from the increase in schoolwork as exams approached, and the analyzing of the journal along with her feelings towards the men of letters. Oh, and the supposed mass murderer that was still after her. Harry was glad when she had an afternoon to relax with Ron and Hermione in Hagrid's hut, even if they did have to politely decline his rock cakes in increasingly creative ways so as to not hurt his feelings. He was already a mess, glancing out the windows every few minutes as they waited for the examination committee. When Hagrid almost burned them by pouring the tea with his shaky hands. Hermione took over, telling him to sit down. Harry was trying to figure out how to comfort the man when Hermione let out a surprised half-shriek. Ron, it's Scabbers. The redhead jumped as Harry's head snapped up in disbelief. In the pot Hermione had been extracting sugar from was a graying rat missing a toe. Scabbers. I guess Crookshanks didn't kill him after all. Ron looked up from where he was cradling his recovered pet. Right. He rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry. Ouch. Harry looked around, certain that something had just nailed her in the back of the neck. Hagrid's window was open, but nothing else seemed amiss. Until Hermione let out another gasp and she turned to see the committee they were waiting for heading down the grounds towards them. A committee that included Dumbledore, if the louder robes were seen correctly, and, judging by the portly figure and hat, the minister, as well as a figure holding a very distinctive axe. Hagrid ushered them out through the back door. They slipped on the cloak, heading away from the group of officials. They turned back at the top of the hill, and Hermione shut her eyes, holding tightly on the both of them as they heard a thunk. Harry felt a combination of pity, sadness, and anger. Rightfully distracted, Harry was surprised when Ron shouted suddenly, chasing after a now loose Scabbers. Of course, that didn't explain the distraction that led to Ron getting attacked by a very familiar large black dog. She couldn't explain how the animal had grabbed him and dragged the redhead into a gap at the base of the Whomping Willow. Scabbers still held tightly in the ginger's grasp. Ron, she screamed along with a distraught Hermione. A loud snap sounded out, and Harry winced in sympathy at Ron's obviously broken leg. She watched as the last bit of his foot disappeared into the darkness of the tunnel under the tree. She'd been distracted, and now one of her best friends was missing down a secret passageway. These were the thoughts that went through her mind, clouded by a sudden burst of pain, and then she was on the ground. Right, Whomping Willow. Harry scrambled up, hand pressing Auguy. NST the throbbing pain above her right eye, before steeling herself to perform some great bout of magic to freeze the tree. Before she could do that, the tree froze in the motion of swatting at Hermione. And Harry looked over to see a smug-looking Crookshanks with his paw pressed to a knot at the tree's base. What the hell? He can do that now. Crookshanks, Hermione whispered. Harry just stared into the cat's eyes, before turning back to the feline's owner. Ready, she nodded, and they stepped forward, wands held aloft for the trouble they would no doubt encounter. It was time for their yearly brush with death. Once more unto the breach, then. Cheers. The two witches disappeared into the tunnel as the tree unfroze, erasing any evidence of their having been there at all. Harry SWO. Again when she tripped over another tree root, one of the several that sprawled across the bottom of the already difficult-to-navigate tunnel. Hermione shushed her, pushing the green-eyed witch further, almost tripping her completely. Hermione, I swear to God if you don't stop it with the pushing I'm going to fall backwards into you. You wouldn't. Just hurry up, Ron's in trouble. I know that, but he won't be helped if I fall down because you shoved me over another one of these creepers. They fell into silence again, wands drawn as they approached a lighter part of the tunnel. Harry peered in through the tarnished door, her first glance of the room being that of the cracked floorboards ridden with deep gashes. Then she caught sight of the bed that housed her resident ginger. Harry stepped into the room, swiveling to the left and right with her wand to clear the way. She didn't see the dog, which was clearly something other than the lonely mutt she'd met in Little Whinging, and thought it safe to move forwards. Hermione pushed past her with a cry of Ron's name. Ron groaned when she jostled his leg, but seemed to push past it, locking eyes with Harry. Harry, it's Sirius Black, he's an animagus. Harry whipped around when Ron's eyes flicked behind her shoulder, moving so that her wand was trained on the ragged-looking man that had just stepped out from behind the door. He smiled insanely at her, and Harry had a ridiculous passing thought that Hermione wouldn't appreciate the state of his teeth. Harry moved to disarm him, but he was half a second faster, using her shock. Harry dove out of the way of the jet of red light, rolling on the dirty floor, coming up and shooting a stunner at him. Black cast a shield, but it was weak, and he was obviously feeling the drain on his magic after not using it for 12 years. 2 bolts of light shot out of Harry's fingers as she held her wand, a bombardment and slicing curse breaking the shield. Another flick and he was disarmed, and Harry cast a binding charm. But he'd shifted into a dog again, and her spell flew a foot too high over the dog that was now scrambling towards her. Black jumped at her, and she whirled to the side, but he managed to hit her wrist, causing her to drop her wand. He shifted back to human form, grabbing Ron's wand from the floor just as Harry held out a hand and summoned her wand back. They pointed the wands at each other. At stalemate, breathing heavily. I thought you'd come to help your friend. Your father would have done the same for me, he croaked out, eyes still wild. Didn't expect that much of a fight though. James would have been proud. I'm not entirely sure you should be allowed to speak his name. After all, you're accused as their murderer. Voldemort murdered your parents. With help. Not from me, although I might as well be their killer. You're sending very mixed messages here. He shot a red light at her, and she batted it away. Nope, not gonna work. He shrugged. It was at this point that Hermione spoke up. If you're going to kill Harry, you'll have to go through us first. She squeaked. Hermione, do you really think he can get the drop on Harry? Ron asked, propping himself up and immediately groaning. Lie down. You've got a broken leg, Black interrupted. Yeah, thanks to you. He tried to sit up a little farther and winced. Bloody hell. He got the drop on all of us. So hush, Ronald. She turned back to Black. You'll have to murder all three of us, she said primly. There will only be one murder tonight. The man's eyes increased in intensity, while also seeming to be emptier, as if he was caught in some deranged fantasy none of them could see. Geez, way to seem suspicious. Harry, Hermione said exasperatedly. Just sayin', he shifted to a slightly more serious manner. Why only one murder? Haven't got the mojo to kill us all. It's time to right a wrong. There doesn't need to be any more bloodshed. Says the man who blew up a street full of muggles and one of his best friends. I didn't do that. It was that traitorous bastard, and he's not even dead. Harry smirked towards Ron and Hermione. Who had a good theory? Hermione rolled her eyes. There can't possibly be enough drama in your life, can there? You love it. She huffed and crossed her arms. What theory? Black cut back in, thrown off somewhat. Well, I know it was Peter Pettigrew that blew up the street, and I know you didn't get a trial, and I know that everyone who talks about you pairs you with James Potter. They say you were best friends, brothers. Even McGonagall got teary-eyed. His expression shifted slightly. Oh, I haven't thought about Minnie in a while. Harry snorted, ignoring Hermione's scandalized, Minnie. So, I have a few theories. You're going to tell me your story, and I'm going to decide if you're telling the truth. That seemed to set something off in the man. No, his expression clouded. I've waited too long, I won't wait a second longer. He surged forward, casting with fervor. Harry deflected the slew of spells, but had to direct part of her attention to her friends, who were trying to avoid the rebounding curses. Her eyes flicked over to Hermione when she narrowly avoided an off-color stunner, before dodging a stunner of her own. Harry responded in kind, layering disarming charms on top of each other, casting them until he was holding up a shield. Then she waved her hand behind her back and summoned his wand, Ron's wand, into her hand. She pointed hers back at him, binding him in some conjured ropes and tying those to a chair. He glared at her sullenly from where he'd been defeated. She turned as new footsteps were heard running up the stairs, only to find Professor Lupin burst into the room. She relaxed her position the slightest bit. That was a mistake. Expelliarmus. Emotions flooded Harry when Lupin caught the two wands, chiefly betrayal and anger. Where is he, Sirius? Another flick of his wand untied Black, who stood up rubbing his wrists. You switched, didn't you? Without telling me. Harry shifted, but was distracted by Hermione. No, she screamed. I don't believe it. Harry raised an eyebrow as Hermione yelled. Hermione, you and him. Hermione, calm down. I've kept your secret all year. I trusted you, and you're a werewolf. Harry felt a modicum of pride at her discovery, but it was overtaken by the current situation. What? Yelped Ron. Yep, there's been a werewolf at the school all year. Oh, Professor Lupin's been taking potions to curb the risks. One of the reasons why I thought I could trust him. And that's not easy for a hunter. She flicked her wrist, summoning her silver knife, forgetting any sort of facade she'd previously projected to the teacher. Lupin stepped backwards, his face getting paler. But no, I was wrong. Good job, Professor, you got one over on me. It won't last long though. She lunged forward, punching Black in the face when he tried to tackle her, moving towards Lupin while dodging the single spell he managed to shoot at her in his shock. She dropped as another stunner was sent her way, rolling between his GS and coming up so that her arm was around his neck with the blade pressed up against his heart. Everyone in the room had frozen. Black was staring at her with wide eyes, something other than madness filling them for the first time. He was scared. Now, shall we try this again? Harry nodded to the chair, and the fugitive sat down slowly. What's your story? And talk fast, I've already had enough of tonight. Remus hasn't been helping me. I have no idea how he managed to. The map, it showed you here, and a dead man. Harry's face momentarily broke from the cold mask she'd been wearing since Lupin barged in. You know how to work it. I was one of the creators. Me, Sirius, James, and Peter Pettigrew. Talk about that last name. What happened to him? We were all friends at school. And then the war got worse, and we all joined the Order of the Phoenix to fight back. Soon enough we got word that the Potters were being targeted, so you all went into hiding. There was a charm, the Fidelius charm, that can hide a secret in the soul of another person. Black hurried. I know. Get to the point. Well, I was supposed to be their secret keeper, supposed to be. We switched. Me and Peter. I'm sorry, Remus. We didn't tell anyone, not even you. Harry nodded, seeing why the man would want to appear dead. And then I got the news that James and Lily were dead. That little rat bastard sold them out. And then when I tried to track him down, he shouted for the whole street that I was the secret keeper, then blew them all up. She had to admit, the story was plausible. But there was just one thing. What does that have to do with us here now? Why do you attack my friend, and then attack me? I need to commit the crime I went to jail for. But, when we were at school, there wasn't a wolfsbane potion. I just had to transform here every night, Lupin cut in. And I would scratch and bite myself because I had nothing else to do cooped up here. So, you father and my oath. Friends decided to keep my company by becoming animagi. Suddenly it all clicked. Oh shit. Sirius. Lupin nodded carefully, the knife still pressed against his heart. She relaxed her hold, stepping to the side to look at Ron. What? Asked Ron. Hermione was frowning, trying to connect the dots. Harry knew she had when she looked up in horror and turned to stare at Ron. What? The whole street had been obliterated. Bodies turned to pink dust. But they found Pettigrew's finger. Pettigrew, the animagus missing a finger. Harry directed her gaze to the rat squirming in Ron's clutch, and the redhead followed her gaze. No, no bloody way, Ron. No bloody way. Scabbers is not this Peter guy. He's my rat. Ron, he's been in your family for 12 years. 12 years, missing a finger. Harry turned to Black and Lupin. Pettigrew was a rat animagus, wasn't he? They both nodded. Harry looked back at Ron. Sorry, lots of rats are missing fingers. They get in fights with monster cats and live rough and, Harry raised her hand. Palm up, asking for the rat. Harry, let's just test it. He reluctantly placed the still scrambling Scabbers into her hands. She cringed at the thought that this was the man that betrayed her parents. Squirming as a rat in her hands. She squeezed tight, stopping his efforts to bite her. She summoned her wand back from Lupin, ignoring his surprised look, and waving it at the rat she'd frozen and silenced after placing it on the ground. Scabbers expanded in size, his gray fur shrinking into the skull of the man that was kneeling on the floor. His teeth, nose, and watery eyes all gave the appearance of a rat, and she was unsure whether the transformation had influenced it, or if he'd just always held the rat-like features. Ron was gawking, along with Hermione, while Harry still held her cold mask in place, hiding the thoughts going through her mind. This was the man who had betrayed her parents, effectively killing them. This was the man that caused her to be sent to the Dursleys to endure their abuse for 5 long years. A bubbling anger sat deep in her gut, and she clenched her jaw. Black looked ecstatic, like a child about to destroy a piñata. You slept in my bed. Ron's remark brought her out of her murderous ponderings. Oh my God, Ron, you're right. Harry was stuck on that detail at the moment. Wait, Fred and George had the map years before me. Shouldn't they have seen that? Ron paled again. Bloody hell. In first year they went up to me randomly and told me that they supported me no matter what. Then they said that love comes in many shapes and forms. Clapped me on the shoulder, and walked away. Huh, I'm not sure whether to be proud of their support or confused that they were okay with you sleeping with someone else in first year." "That's incredibly irresponsible," Hermione cut in. "Regardless of the decisions of your brothers, I think we need to get back to the main issue." Lupin looked pointedly at the still restrained and silenced Pettigrew, whose wide eyes were flitting back and forth. Indeed, everyone jumped and looked around to find Snape standing in the doorway. He looked around the room with distaste, settling on Black. Harry saw a murderous rage enter his eyes, and wondered what the man had done. "I told the headmaster that someone in the castle was in league with Black. It seems that I was not mistaken." "Snape," Black yelled, "what the hell are you doing here? He works here, Sirius." Black did another double take. "Snivelous. This place must really be going to the dogs." "Hey," Harry protested, "that's my favorite teacher." "What?" Snape and Black said at the same time. They traded an uncomfortable glance, before looking back at her. "I'll win you over one day, Professor." "Harry, is this really the time?" "Sorry, Hermione." At that moment Ron groaned again, and the attention was drawn back to the issue. Snape stared at Black like he was something unpleasant stuck to the bottom of his shoe. "How is this possible?" he spat. His murderous glare was being traded between Black and Pettigrew, with it occasionally flicking to Lupin. "They switched secret keepers, Pettigrew?" Snape asked, almost in disbelief. If that much emotion could be taken from his voice. "Yep." Harry glanced at him. "I'm not sure what to do now." "I am." Black pushed forwards, but was thrown backwards by Lupin, and oddly, Snape. "No, Sirius, justice must be served." "Whoever wants justice?" he asked, struggling against their holds, magical in the case of the potions professor. "Revenge makes for such a better story." He broke free of Lupin, grabbing his wand and casting an orange curse at Snape, who flicked it away lazily, before reshielding. "Look, if anyone's got a claim to his life, it's me. So, with all due respect Black, back off." He must have heard something in Harry's voice, because he reluctantly moved away. Harry stepped forward with the knife she'd used against Lupin, raising it so that the tip was resting against the point in between his eyes. The point broke skin, a drop of blood rolling down the side of his nose. Pettigrew's eyes were fully open now, terror coursing through them. "You got my parents killed. And not only did you cause their death, you betrayed them to do it." She twisted the knife, and it dug into his skin a little bit more. "See, I can understand murderers. They have an objective. They get it done, usually to aid some sort of overarching cause they believe is the morally correct choice. But traitors, they don't have a cause. They flip-flop between sides, making friends and then killing them for their own personal gain. The only kind of person that backstabs and betrays to survive is a loser and a coward. Which is what you are. And I think the world might be better without another traitorous coward in it." "Harry," Hermione yelled. Harry looked up, seeing the unsettled gaze of Lupin, Snape, and Black. Ron and Hermione were looking at her cautiously. "Remember what we talked about. Justice, not revenge." Harry held her gaze for a long moment, teetering on the edge of a cliff. Then she looked down, blowing out a long breath of air, Raleigh. In her eyes and pulling the blade away from his forehead. "Fine." She stood back up, shoving her hands in her pockets while hearing sighs of relief from Ron and Hermione. "But," she drew her hand back out, brass knuckles gleaming. Before slugging Pettigrew, a chorus of Harry S. and Potter S. filled the room. Okay, I'm done." She turned back to Black. "If I don't get revenge, neither do you. Let's take him to the castle and then maybe you can actually be a free man instead of whatever this is." She waved her hand at his gaunt figure. "Sound decision, Potter." "Was that a compliment, Professor?" "Merely an observation that your usually insufferable nature seems to be overshadowed by the criminals in the room." Harry knew it was a compliment. Eventually, they got Ron's leg splinted, with Lupin helping him out of the room. Black followed after them, tailed by Snape, who was also levitating the still frozen Pettigrew. Harry and Hermione brought up the rear. They crawled back through the unkempt passageway, exiting under the willow tree, which was frozen by a conspicuous Crookshanks who received a greeting from Black. Because of course they knew each other. Naturally, that's when everything went to hell. Ron fell as Lupin stopped, staring at the full moon. Snape dropped Pettigrew, running with Sirius towards Ron, while Hermione froze, staring at the transforming werewolf. Harry only had eyes for the man who'd somehow escaped the freezing charm, and was reaching for Ron's fallen wand. All the times that Harry had compromised her identity in front of Scabbers, all the times she'd revealed her special skill set. And all the secrets she'd revealed flashed through her mind, and she knew she had to stop him or it was her destruction as well as Black's. She shot off an obliviate through her finger, willing the spell to erase everything about her, leaving behind stock memories of a seemingly normal girl. She cast another spell to stop him in his slight daze, but he'd already started transforming into a rat. Harry started running to where Pettigrew had shrunk, but was stopped by someone screaming her name. Harry looked back and saw Hermione and Ron hiding behind Snap. While the werewolf Lupin fought Black in his animagus form. She turned away from the escaping animagus, moving to help defend her friends. She reached the huddle as Black dealt a blow to Lupin's side, only to get tossed down the hill as the werewolf bludgeoned the animagus. Harry drew her silver knife, nodding to Hermione as she pulled the knife off of her charm bracelet, the weapon enlarging into a foot and a half long dagger. Just as Lupin advanced closer, a howl sounded from somewhere in the forest. Lupin paused, head tilting up as he howled back automatically. The werewolf turned and ran off towards the source of the noise, leaving Harry and Hermione standing there, with Ron leaning heavily on one leg behind them. Snape whirled around, barking out a quick, "Follow me." They ran down the slope of the hill where Black had disappeared. Harry caught a glance of the man collapsed, in human form, at the edge of the lake. They reached him, Harry kneeling to check his pulse while Snape examined the surroundings. Hermione fretting in the background with Ron, who was now grimacing and leaning heavily on the bookworm. Then of course the bloody Dementors had to show up. Harry looked up, seeing the swarm circling like vultures. She pulled out her wand, knowing that she had to get the Patronus right. Even if Snape could do one, it would take more than one Patronus to drive them off. Hermione, Ron, the words are, expecto patronum. Think happy thoughts. We're going to need them. Her two friends pulled out their wands, staring up as the black swarm got closer. Snape sent out a silver animal to her right, with Ron and Hermione producing flickering shields occasionally, but Harry pulled away to focus on her own attempt. She thought of the happiest memories that she had, tossing water balloons at Sam and Dean, laughing under the tree by the lake with Ron and Hermione, Bobby smiling proudly when she fixed her first engine, rectangular glasses as she was thrown high into the air. And caught again, a blurry memory of a bright smile and long red hair. The need to cast the charm to protect those memories. Expecto patronum. A silver form burst from her wand, flying up with whatever Snape had conjured. Repelling Dementors. There were hundreds of them, and Harry increased the power behind her spell. It was like now that she'd actually done it, it was much easier. Her Patronus split into three, circling and forming a glowing sphere of energy around the group, Snape's creature loping around the ground and catching any stragglers while Ron and Hermione's vapor-like attempts added to the shield. It was easy to see what her Patronus was now, and the silvery crow was actually defending them. The Dementors were actually being fought back. When the last of the monsters swept away, apparently back to their posts, Harry let go of her spells, slumping in exhaustion. Hermione caught her, now under the weight of both her friends. The last thing she remembered before she blacked out was Ron's voice. "Bloody hell, known fugitive on the property. He has to be taken, Castle. I'll do as I see is best for the kiss. There's no proof that he's innocent as you say, but there's plenty of." Harry's head was killing her. She opened her eyes, a bright light encouraging her to shut them tight again. There was someone yelling nearby. She forced herself to open her eyes again, sitting up as much as she could in the hospital bed, wincing from muscle aches and exhaustion. Just as she was getting her equilibrium back, the doors to the hospital burst open, Fudge and Dumbledore striding through, followed by Snape. "I will not have Sirius Black pardoned. It's absolutely preposterous. He's a criminal, a war criminal, who caused the deaths of 3 popular members of the community. And there is no proof otherwise." Fudge was spitting out his words, angry and defensive. "There are witnesses," Dumbledore answered calmly. "Children, probably confounded, too. There were also 2 professors. A werewolf. You had a werewolf teaching. Not a very reliable witness. And Professor Snape, I'm sure you understand why I wouldn't take his word for it. Harry saw Snape's jaw tighten imperceptibly. That's sort of rude, isn't it, Minister? I mean, I generally don't trust men who wear bowler hats. Would that stop me from acknowledging one of them as someone who might be right sometimes? No, but then again. There are generally other traits involved in that decision anyway. Fudge squinted, trying to unwrap her insult, before he shook his head. Miss Potter, how are you feeling? Tired? In pain? Oh, she snapped her fingers, pointing at him. Not confounded. Well, whatever you may think, Sirius Black is a criminal and justice needs to be served. Oh, you mean a trial? What? Justice? A trial for Sirius Black? Where the truths could come out, so to say. Like why he didn't get a trial in the first place. You were the undersecretary when the war ended, weren't you? Was Black the only one who was spared a trial, or was it a more widespread? Justice. Fudge started stumbling on his words. Anyway, I'm glad it's happening now. Harry lied back in bed, catching a glance at Black, who was in a magically shielded pen across the hospital wing, still out cold. What are you doing in here? These children are hurt. They need rest. Madame Pomfrey came bustling out of her office, scolding the three adults standing in front of Harry's bed. Fudge ordered Snape to levitate Black out with him, so that he could be more heavily secured, and the professor obliged after a nod from Dumbledore. She ushered them out, Dumbledore lingering in the doorway, talking lowly with the matron. She nodded unhappily after a minute, shutting the doors with him inside. Miss Potter, Headmaster, I believe this would best be a conversation for your two friends to hear as well. He waved his hand, and Ron and Hermione stirred. A wandless, wordless renervate. Hermione rubbed her eyes, immediately straightening up when she saw Dumbledore. Ron took it slower. 10 minutes later, Harry was shaking her head at Dumbledore and Hermione. He'd given her a time turner. And actual time turner, too. Travel in time. Harry shoved down the jealousy and excitement, focusing on the headmaster's words. God, she still hated him, but this touch of rule-breaking was both making her hate him more for being a hypocrite, and instilling a slight touch of respect for him in her psyche. Then, Hermione was spinning the necklace, and Ron was fading away. The day seemed to decelerate around them. Luckily, the hospital wing was empty when they arrived, and the witches were able to find a nice broom closet to hide out in for 20 minutes until it was about the time they'd gone to Hagrid's. Of course, trying to get Buckbeak to cooperate was more difficult than she'd imagined. Even threats of murder weren't enough to warrant more than a snort from the creature. She rolled her eyes, trying Aga. In as Hermione whisper yelled at her to hurry. Do you want to try? I can be lookout for a few minutes. I'm not good with animals. Hermione said, backing away slightly. What? You've got the most monstrous cat there ever was wrapped around your finger. You spent hours every week researching past cases for Buckbeak's trial. And you don't want to get involved now. You're just so much better with him, coward. Just get him to move. Oh no. Harry looked up, seeing the group of ministry officials heading towards the house, their counterparts not noticing. Why aren't we leaving? 10 minutes later, and it turned out that Hermione could move Buckbeak with the right amount of ferrets to feed him, and Harry was already tired of the rules of time travel. She rubbed her head where she still had a slight bruise. They waited on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest for a few hours, just watching the Whomping Willow. Harry offered to play cards with Hermione, but she said it was more important to pay attention. She folded after the first hour of silence, interrupting Harry's game of solitaire to join in on a round of Go Fish. What's Egyptian rat slap? Hermione asked. Oh, with that penchant for hitting people. You'll love it. The sky slowly darkened, and finally, it was around the time they would exit the shack. The cards had been put away, and they were staring determinedly at the entrance to the shack. Soon enough, a group of people exited. Harry watched in morbid fascination as Lupin transformed, before struck by the thought that she could catch Pettigrew. She hadn't actually seen him escape, so she could feasibly capture him without breaking the laws of time. But then, Hermione ruined her mood. Harry, why did Lupin run away again? Hermione asked in concern. There was a howl. Well shit. She sighed, bringing her hands up to her mouth and howling loudly, a sonorous charm enhancing the sound. The werewolf froze, turning towards them and howling back. Then, the enormity of the situation hit her. There was a magical werewolf heading towards them, and Harry was pretty sure the same methods worked, but she'd had tea with the man and didn't really want to have to wash out his blood from her jumper. Having said that, she grabbed Hermione, who grabbed Buckbeak, and they ran further into the forest. Once she'd made it deep enough into the copse of trees, Harry turned and began waving her hands in a pattern, carving some runes that she'd learned during self-study into the packed earth. The howling was getting closer, so she hurried while shoving off Hermione's frantic, Harry. She cast a second spell while working on the carvings, one that had a rudimentary shield around Hermione and Buckbeak, so that the werewolf wouldn't be able to see, hear, or smell them, and it would focus on Harry if the warding failed. The last rune was in place, and she was casting the spell just as Lupin leapt into view. Harry had just finished when the werewolf slammed into an invisible barrier in front of her. They were nose to nose, the spell holding as the werewolf paced inside the column of energy, unable to leave the prison. Harry sighed, probably in unison with Hermione, only to be caught off guard by another voice. Avada Kedavra! A beam of green light shot past her, hitting the wall of the shield in front of Lupin and bouncing off to hit a tree. Harry turned with her wand held aloft, aiming into the darkness at the perceived threat. Miss Potter! A shrouded figure appeared from the crowded trees, pulling down its hood to reveal Professor Corbin. She asked, surprised and hesitant. What are you doing? I could ask you the same thing. He walked closer, stopping 6 feet from her. You're out of bed, in the forest, next to a werewolf. Yes, but I'm not shooting any killing curses. So I think your explanation takes priority. All right, you got me. You know Arthur Ketch. Harry's eyes widened imperceptibly. I work with him, above him. That's why I got the cushy job and he got assigned as a shop boy. He was smiling at her, joking, and Harry found that his attitude didn't fit with the situation. You're in the Men of Letters. Yes, and I know that you consider yourself a hunter. I am a hunter, she growled. No, I meant no offense, I only meant that you could be doing great work with us. I mean, you've captured a werewolf. I was tasked with killing it, but this is genius. We can bring it in for experiments. There are slight differences between the magical monster and the muggle ones, as I'm sure you've noticed. The floor beneath Harry's feet was moving. She was sure. The top brass said you had an impressive level of power, and I saw some of it in my classes, but this is something else. Good job. Thank you. She got out. Her mouth was dry, and her instincts were screaming at her that this was wrong. Oh, you're welcome. He paused again, taking the time to walk around the perceived barrier, running his hand along it while Lupin followed from the inside. You know, I'm glad that we could talk. The top brass thought that, given your family's history, you might not hold the right views. My family history? She asked, her mouth on autopilot as she tried to piece together what he was getting at, and how she would get out of this situation with Lupin. Luckily, Corbin hadn't noticed Hermione and Buckbeak, and she hoped her friend would know to stay quiet. Rose Evans. Word is, she was a great agent, but she got too attached. She started letting some of her assignments go, kept the reins too loose, if you know what I mean. One time, she even let a vampire go. There was nothing to do about punishment, as the older clauses say that magical monsters are off limits unless they've violated their paroles. But still, it was good and bad when she left to raise her family. He stopped for a moment, turning his head to look at her. But you, well, you might be one of the best agents we've had. Already trapping monsters. You've done more than Ketch has, at this point. So, what happens now? She was fishing, but he was too caught up in the moment to notice. Well, if you can hold it still I can inject it with a serum. Then we can take him back to the Men of Letters Hogsmeade outpost, and the testing can start, to better understand how we can stop them in the future. I'm a magical member, but it's difficult for me a lot of the time as well as my muggle counterparts. So you're going to do experiments on Professor Lupin? Corbin looked at her funny. Well, not me specifically, they have a whole other department for that. But yes, he violated his parole, he didn't take his potion, and he transformed around people, so he either needs to be put down or reassigned to something useful. All registered magical monsters are watched, you know, and when they violate, they get punished. It's why there aren't monster deaths in the UK. Excluding wartime, we haven't had a dead muggle since the 50s. It's a good system. No, Harry thought, it was an easy system. Just killing anyone that steps out of line, that wasn't a good system, it was a corrupt one. Harry understood so much more of the subtext of her grandmother's journal with what Corbin had revealed. And oh, he thought she agreed with him, because she'd trapped Lupin. He was going to try and take the professor. Harry was getting really tired of Dumbledore's hiring abilities. Hogwarts needed an HR department. Harry hadn't known him that long, but Lupin was a good man. That much she can tell, even if she'd threatened him earlier. He didn't deserve what was happening. Corbin was staring at her, and she realized he was waiting for an answer, or an agreement. You don't think that's a little unethical? Harry asked offhandedly. They're just monsters. They're people. Corbin's face shadowed, and Harry knew she had to make a move soon. Stupefy, she cast, just as Corbin whipped his wand around for a shield. And then they were off, casting as quickly as possible, sometimes missing but usually forcing the other to jump or roll out of the way. She had to admit, he was a good duelist. But she had some tricks. Corbin shot a chain of stunning and slicing spells at her, and she jumped out of the way, pushing away the pain as one of them nicked the side of her neck shallowly. I wish you'd reconsider your position, he called. DGING, a blue spell from Harry that looked suspiciously like a chain of bluebell flames. What position? The not murdering innocent people position. They aren't people, they're monsters. They're only good for death, destruction, and research. I know you were a Ravenclaw, but this obsession with research doesn't seem healthy. Especially for the guy you're cutting open. She sent a wave of oxygen at him, followed by the bluebell spell. The air ignited around him, but when the smoke cleared he was there with a wall of water circling around him, thrown back at Harry like a whip. She countered with another wall of fire, shoving it at him and transforming it into sand. He sputtered when the sand passed through his water, throwing wet sand into his face. Still, Corbin deflected the stunners that followed. Harry shoved him backwards with a wave of air, charming the roots of the tree to creep forward and bind around his legs, climbing his body until he was immobilized, wrapped in the tree. She disarmed him then, squeezing the roots tighter, before she remembered her promise to Ron and Hermione. Unlike you, I'm not a murderer, so I'm offering you mercy. You'll leave Hogwarts and the men of letters, and mend your ways. Or however the saying goes. How do you know I won't just say that I'll do what I'm told then turn around and continue to torture people? Because I'm going to obliviate you. Harry pointed her wand at his forehead as his eyes widened. Obliviate. Harry willed all knowledge of the men of letters to leave his head, setting him up instead as a traveling scholar. She pulled her wand away, releasing the roots so that his cloudy-eyed form could sink to the ground. Harry turned back to check that Lupin was still in the invisible cage. You should look up occlumency, Potter. She twisted around to find Corbin clear-headed and drawing a spare wand from his boot. Defendo Maxima. He aimed and fired in less than half a second, a white light shooting towards her. Harry apparated on instinct, landing a few feet to her right, grasping for her wand, only to watch the spell rebound and strike him in the neck as she removed her wand. Blood spurted outwards, spraying her across the face and chest. She froze. As his body fell to the ground, an expression of surprise still on his face as the gash sputtered like a leaky faucet. He was dead. Harry stared in shock for several moments. It was only after Lupin howled once more that she snapped back to reality, averting her eyes from the dead body. The corpse that she'd made. Yes, technically, it hadn't been her, but he'd been firing at her. She should have just stunned him, but she decided to trust in her ability, and now a man was dead because of her, by proxy. Then, her mind flashed back to earlier that day. It seemed like weeks ago. But the memory of her divination final sped through her head. Trelawney had gone weird, and seizing up and gasping out words in a guttural voice. The Dark Lord lies alone and friendless, abandoned by his followers. His servant has been chained these 12 years. Tonight, before midnight, the servant will break free and set out to rejoin his master. The Dark Lord will rise again with his servant's aid, greater and more terrible than ever before, opposed by the girl who will upset the balance. Tonight, Before midnight, a life will be returned to death, the servant will set out, the battle will begin. She'd had a bad feeling when the message had been given in the first place, but now that she could connect the life being returned to death to Corbin and the servant to Pettigrew, she was more worried about the rest of the prophecy. And she thought that Trelawney was a blithering idiot. Harry jumped when she felt something lick her neck. Buckbeak had sidled up next to her, and was licking the blood off of her neck and face. Her stomach turned a little, but she forced down any nausea, looking for Hermione. The bookworm was standing behind Buckbeak, staring at the body of their history professor. I didn't. Harry swallowed, attempting to compose herself. His spell rebounded, and, I know. Hermione cut her off. I saw. Oh, I'm sorry. Me too. They stood there for several moments. Hermione watching Buckbeak lick the blood off of Harry, while the dark-haired witch transfigured Corbin's body into a rock, pocketing it. As much as it upset her more. He at least deserved a proper burial, and they had a schedule to keep to. I think we're being taken to the hospital now, Harry muttered. Hermione nodded, but didn't move. Why didn't the obliviation work? She asked suddenly. He said look up occlumency. It guards the mind, and on occasion can guard against obliviation. Harry swallowed again. I could obliviate you, if you didn't want to remember. Hermione stared at Harry for a long second, before shaking her head. Remember in first year, how I said I was going to stick with you? That doesn't include leaving friends to deal with the rough experiences while you remember all the more pleasant ones. So, no, thank you. Harry nodded, and Hermione put a hand on her shoulder. She withdrew it quickly, some blood soaked into the fabric. They traded glances, and moved towards the hospital wing so they could follow Fudge to see where Black would be transferred. 20 minutes later, they were flying Buckbeak to an empty classroom on the 3rd floor. Hermione blasted the bars off the window, opening it while Harry controlled the height of Buckbeak. Black climbed on his escape beast after wasting a few moments gawking at the teenagers, one of which still had some blood on her. When they sent him off, they were left with thank yous and the insistence that they call him Sirius. I am your godfather, after all. Harry and Hermione barely made it back to the hospital wing, a quick tergeo to get rid of the leftover blood. Dumbledore swept in after the raging minister, his eyes twinkling obnoxiously as Fudge yelled. Harry didn't remember much more, as Madame Pomfrey shooed them out and administered heavy doses of dreamless sleep. The last few weeks of term were relatively uneventful, apart from Lupin's resignation and subsequent regifting of the Marauder's map. There was also the matter of Harry summoning Crowley again, and he helped cover up Corbin's death in exchange for some interrogation of one of the demons on the list he gave her. She gave him a hunter's funeral, with Ron and Hermione in attendance. He probably would have hated it, but it gave Harry some closure. She'd checked in Hogsmeade for Arthur Ketch, but he was nowhere to be found. Harry had a bad feeling about that. She spent a lot of time just going through the motions, and she knew that Hermione had nightmares almost as much as she did now. For all the talk of murder and revenge, Harry hadn't really been ready for the fallout and what happened afterwards. For the first time, she was ready to leave Hogwarts and head back to Bobby's. He would understand. The night before the end of term, Hermione found Harry sitting on her bed hugging a pillow in their otherwise empty dorm room. She looked up at the bookworm with red-tinged eyes. You were right, Hermione. I didn't want to become a killer. Swing. The sword cut through the air, just missing the vampire crouched in front of the very bloody witch. Harry almost rolled her eyes when the vampire rolled out of her reach again. She'd already killed the other 3 vampires in the nest that had been kidnapping children from a nearby town. The last one danced away from her blade, doing unatu raw flips and twirls that were almost comical if they weren't so annoying. The man growled at her as he turned into her swing, swiping a hand at her, almost catching her throat with long, grimy nails that were filed into sharp points. Harry crouched instinctively, rolling through his legs and coming up with her sword. Drawn, spinning immediately, she felt the impact before she heard the squish and thud that told her she'd successfully decapitated the last monster. Taking a moment to catch her breath, Harry looked around the abandoned and now thoroughly bloodied barn. 10 minutes later, our bodies were burned and Harry was repairing the door that she'd burst through. The hinges realigned and the levitating door sank into place, leaving Harry free to apparate away from the scene. The change from humid night to breezy afternoon shocked her senses for a moment, before she shook it off as she headed inside the house, nodding to Bobby in the kitchen. "How was the salt and burn?" he asked, looking unimpressed. Harry directed her attention to just where his stare was, and saw her shirt. Her blood-spattered shirt. Oh, did I say salt and burn? I meant nest of vamps." The look didn't budge. "All right, Bobby, I'm sorry. But you never let me go out on actual hunts." "You mean I don't let you go running off half-cocked into hunts where at least 2 mature hunters are required? I have magic, and I've been training for years. A nest of vamps is nothing compared to fighting a basilisk or a magical werewolf or just because your nuthouse of a school has mortal peril on the side. Labus doesn't mean you should be going after the same kind of danger outside it. And vampires. Bobby, idiot, look, I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but I'm not sorry I did it. I can handle these hunts. You just have to give me the chance." He was silent for a long moment, arms crossed with an unhappy look on his face. "Fine, yes, but you have to tell me what kind of hunts they are, and when you're leaving. There's a backup system for a reason. I know this year has been tough, but that doesn't mean you get to running off and get yourself killed." "All right, kid." Harry rolled her eyes. "All right, thanks, Bobby." Harry nodded again, then moved to walk up the stairs to her room. "And don't get any of that blood on my floor," he called after her. She smiled to herself, waving her hand as the blood disappeared. Harry pushed open the door to her bedroom, collapsing on top of the bed in the corner of the room. Some of the blankets and silks from her treehouse were lining the bed, and she took a moment to breathe and relax into the feeling of the soft fabrics before she sat up, crossing her legs and centering herself. Then, she began to meditate. The end of her 3rd year at Hogwarts reminded her of some goals she'd put into place when she was younger. With the appearance of her godfather and the subsequent revelation that he and her father were animagi seemed to kickstart her desire to be one as well. She'd compiled research on the process years ago, but had put it aside for some other project. She'd also put away the process of learning occlumency after some rudimentary work on the subject. Her experiences with Corbin last year reminded her of her goals on that front as well, so now she was spending more time on accomplishing those objectives. Meditation was an important part of calming the mind and strengthening the weak walls she already had in place, so the practice now occupied a chunk of her time every day. It's really too bad that she's terrible at it. Harry did the mediation, and clearing her mind wasn't exactly the problem, it was keeping it clear and steady. On a hunt she could focus and devote herself to performing perfectly without distractions, but as soon as she sat down and tried to be still for too long with her only goal being still, it became difficult to keep her mind attentive to that aim. She was relatively successful at clearing her mind that evening, though, and managed an hour of mediation before her subconsciousness took it a step further and sent her to sleep. Her boots sank into the soft ground with every step, leaves flattening and twigs snapping as her feet darted here and there on the forest floor. A flash of light to her left and deep, disjointed growls to her back. Then there was the feeling of dew droplets on her skin, only they were hot. And instead of the smell of fresh earth, the air was filled with the coppery tint of fresh blood. And there was blood seeping into the soft forest floor, covering her shoes that still sank slightly into the dirt. Her vision was red and black, and there was the sound of gurgling, and Harry shot up, slamming the back of her head into the wall when she came out of the slumped position she'd fallen asleep in while meditating. Ow, shit, she grabbed the back of her head, swearing under her breath at the injury and the contents of the dream. Occlumency was supposed to help with excessive dreams, but for some reason it wasn't really working for her, and she was forced to relive some sort of terror every night. It just happened that the death of Corbin was a particularly persistent nightmare. "This is stupid," she muttered to herself, rubbing the back of her aching head. She'd been upset about the dreams for the first few weeks after the incident, but a month later it had become more irritating than depressing. She knew, logically, that Corbin's death was technically his own fault, as it was his rebounded spell, a spell that had the intent to kill her, that killed him. Logically, she shouldn't feel guilty about it, at least not to this extent. Harry knew that she'd actually killed monsters, actually slit their throats or cut off their heads or stabbed them in the heart. But it felt different with Corbin. A full-blooded human, apart from the magical part, but she overlooked that on account of her powers. Harry knew that she'd technically murdered Quirrell, making him her first kill. But the circumstances with Voldemort already draining his life gave that a different perspective too. So, she knew that she shouldn't be as affected by Corbin as she was, but it didn't stop the nightmares. So, she did what she usually did when she had to blow off some steam. Harry grabbed her coat, leaving a note for Bobby in the kitchen as she apparated away to another potential case she'd researched. A simple salt and burn this time. She'd be back by morning anyway, and she needed to get rid of the image of a bloodied corpse imprinted on her eyelids. Lost in the cycle of hunt after hunt, Harry was surprised when she opened the door to leave on another hunt. Bobby said it was rude to appear and disappear in the house, and was met with the Winchesters, Dean's fist ready to knock as the door swung open. "Did that Devi what's it class tell you when we were coming?" Dean asked. Harry slapped his shoulder, then pulled him into a hug, repeating the latter with Sam. When she was done greeting them, she straightened up and raised an eyebrow. "You know, you could have told me you were coming." Sam and Dean traded a look. "Harry, we always come over on your birthday." "Oh, right." Harry hid the fact that she had completely forgotten her birthday in the passing of time by hunts rather than any formal calendar. Still, calling ahead and all, Dean rolled his eyes at her. She stepped aside to let them into the house, watching as they went through the regular checks with Bobby. He'd become slightly more paranoid after a hunt in Fort Wayne where a shapeshifter ed the identity of a person for weeks while slowly torturing their family and friends, who assumed it was that person committing the crimes. He'd instilled a mandatory holy water shot and passing of He silver rosary after killing the shifter. Once they'd passed the tests, the three of them headed to the living room, Dean sprawling across the couch before Sam could find a spot. Harry waved her hand and rolled her eyes. An invisible force grabbing Dean's legs and swinging them around and off the cushions, inciting a yelp of surprise from the boy in question and a small chuckle from his brother. "So, what have you guys been doing?" "Same old," Dean answered, taking a handful of cereal from a box that Harry had left on the coffee table earlier. "Your owl freaked out a maid. It just swooped in, eh?" ND Sammy here jumped up and went to get the scroll because he's obsessed. Meanwhile, I'm standing there with this lady, about to ask for extra shampoo, and she just screams and bolts. She left her cart, though. So I got the shampoo and some more towels. That's strange. Hedwig usually knows not to drop things off in front of other people. Okay, we might have set it up so that the maid would catch a glimpse of the mail drop. But hey, it worked. Harry just shook her head in amusement. How's your life been going? Have you killed another legendary monster? The werewolf letter was surprising, but Dad runs into werewolves a lot. Well, I did leave out some other events of the year. Even with the spells I put on the letters, there's always the chance of interception. You're starting to sound as paranoid as Bobby. Can you blame me? Did you kill another basilisk? Sam cut in, his eyes huge and excited. Ever heard of Dementors? The rest of the afternoon passed relatively easily, with Harry talking about the different monsters she'd encountered that year. The boys were especially interested by the men of letters, at least until she shared their views on hunters. Dickheads. Harry nodded at Dean. After dinner and some cake, they went back to the couch for movie night, a tradition at that point. About halfway through the Rocky Horror Picture Show, Dean turned to Harry on the couch. So where did your godfather go? Harry answered without taking her eyes off the screen. I'm not really sure. He said he was moving around a lot, something about trying to find himself, and I think he went somewhere tropical because this toucan delivered a letter once. I mentioned that he could try hiding out in the US. They didn't have the same panic when he escaped. You told him you lived here. No, I don't really trust him yet, I guess. She turned her head so that only he could hear. He spent over a decade in a prison without happiness, or any normal feelings, supposedly surviving on obsession alone. So I don't think he's psychologically stable at the moment, which isn't the best state for a person you want to entrust secrets to. I think he needs some time to process what happened. And he wouldn't touch the subject of therapy. Not that I can blame him. She took a moment to eat a handful of popcorn. I offered the US logically, but he doesn't know I live here. As far as he's concerned, I'm still with the Dursleys. Huh, yeah, and he can turn into a dog. Yeah, cool. Sam and Dean only stayed for about a week after her birthday. In that week, another prank. War had almost begun, but Dean was caught by Bobby before he could fully plastic wrap Harry's doorway. Unfortunately for him, Harry found out about the attempt, so when they were leaving, she charmed Ian's shirt to get progressively more uncomfortable, a spell that would last for a few days. She almost regretted it when his face fell while getting picked up by a dour-looking John Winchester. Harry thought he looked like a hunter more and more lately. Unfortunately, it appeared he was becoming less of a father. A day or so after the Winchesters rode off in their Impala, Rufus came to visit Bobby. He still acted as though Harry was devil spawn, but she thought that might be an act because he came with a birthday gift for her. A file folder was plopped down in the middle of a kitchen table, holding the research for a shoujo case. Okay, maybe he did still think she was untrustworthy. She was working on it. Are you out of your mind? Bobby shouted. She's 14, I'm sure she can handle a drink or two. No, you idiot. I'm against the alcohol, sure. Hypocrite. Harry coughed into her hand. But I was thinking more about the razor-sharp claws that they disembowel people with. He glared at Rufus. Come on, Bobby. Shoujos are Japanese monsters. Who knows when I'm going to get the chance to kill one again? No. He crossed his arms. Please. You want me to say it again in Japanese? EA. Harry rolled her eyes. Deep down, though, she knew it was probably a bad idea to see how her powers would work while drunk. Fine. Rufus grabbed the folder off the table and stalked to the door. Bobby followed. You aren't going after that by yourself, you hard-headed imbecile. This is at least a two-man job. Well, Harriet, sorry, I'm going with him, Bobby stated, glaring at Rufus when he tried to interject. I'll be back soon. Don't destroy the house. And no hunts. Bobby. Fine. No special hunts. Harry frowned but nodded, giving him a quick hug before darting upstairs. Weird kid. Just get in the car. Idiots. Everywhere. Harry continued her pattern of going on a hunt, collapsing in bed to meditate, struggling to ignore the mandrake leaf under her tongue. She'd AC. Sidentally swallowed the first one a day before the month was up and researching new hunts before the cycle repeated itself. And, slowly but surely, the guilt over Corbin's death receded from a strong presence to a lingering thought. Subsequently, Harry was in a good mood when Ron's letter arrived, and she easily convinced Bobby to let her go to the Quidditch Cup when he got back from the shoujo hunt, muttering about bad decisions and useless, drunken hunters. She considered his question about picking her up. The only method she could imagine would work was by flow, and she wasn't sure Bobby's house could handle that. Harry took a moment to think about how that might go. The fire pit roared green, startling Bobby out of his seat. He raised his shotgun at the man stepping out of his fire, cocking it while kicking a placemat with a devil's trap painted on it across the floor. The man's eyes widened, and his wand moved to point at Bobby, placing them in a standoff. Then the fire flashed 2 more times, spitting out identical redheads, who also raised their wands. Put them down or I'll blow you full of so much rock salt that you'll crap margaritas for a week. Hearing the yelling, Harry ran downstairs with her knife out, watching as Ron fell out of her fireplace and into the twins, who in turn jumped around and pointed their wands at their brother, who was busy rubbing ash out of his eyes while Bobby and Mr. Weasley were in a tense standoff. It would be a disaster. Plus, she didn't really want to reveal her summer home to more people than necessary. She was better off approaching and explaining it away with something. She'd figure it out. Of course, now that Harry felt better and her Corbin dreams were lessening, something else had to go wrong. She woke up with a jolt, almost falling out of bed as she tried to catch her breath, the flash of green light still invading her sight. Of course her nightmares had to verge into Voldemort territory, because he couldn't take a fucking break when it came to her life. She rubbed her eyes before reaching for her hunter's journal on her bedside table. Recording the dream, Harry fell back against the covers, satisfied that he wouldn't forget anything while she got herself under control. She considered writing Sirius, but really, what could he do? Harry sat up, feeling considerably better after taking a breath, but still anxious about her dream and irritated that her occlumency wasn't helping her with the nightmares. And she thought it was a nightmare, but everything was so clear and sharp that she had a strange feeling that something more was going on. The same feeling that urged her to write down the dream before it left her mind. It was 3 in the morning, according to Harry's alarm clock, and she knew she wasn't going to get back to sleep anytime soon. So, she returned to something that she'd neglected too much in the wake of her stress last year. She summoned some of the supplemental reading books she'd purchased when looking for occlumency instruction tomes. Harry crossed her legs, propping her back against the wall, before she opened the first book and turned to the chapter about dreams. She nodded. That the information bore a resemblance to a case her grandmother had worked while she was a part of the Men of Letters. Harry had been going through Rose Evans' journal since it was given to her, but the amount of detail and the number of cases she'd worked made it a long read. Harry appreciated that, though, because of the extra data it gave her. And now she had an idea about how to figure out her dream problem. Thanks, Grandma. The day came that she was to leave for the Quidditch Cup, and Harry got up at the more comfortable hour of 7 a.m., rather than 5 a.m. like she might on September 1st. The Weasleys would be housing her until then, so she could say goodbye to Bobby with him more alert than he might have been usually. Stay out of trouble. She raised an eyebrow at him. You know what I mean. Harry disappeared as she stepped out the front door, reappearing in an alley outside the leaky cauldron. After walking in and paying to use the flow, she arrived in the Weasleys' fireplace. With 5 minutes to spare, she was immediately swamped by bushy brown hair, which traded with a mop of ginger after a second. Harry, after the enthusiastic hugs from her friends, was free to see a group of redheads sitting around what she assumed was the kitchen table. Introductions were made to those she didn't already know, namely Bill and Charlie. Bill turned out to not be an older Percy, which she appreciated. Soon enough, they were going off to play Quidditch, Harry wisely declining a suite from her teammate Fred. When they went back inside, Harry got her first look at the outside of their home. The Weasleys' house looked like several different houses mushed together and stacked on top of each other, and she loved it. The company was great, too, and she barely noticed the time slipping by until they were sent to bed. The next morning was a blur, and Harry was only properly conscious once they were halfway through their walk to the portkey. Granted, someone dropping out of a tree would make anyone jump, and Harry almost jumped into fight mode. The figure straightened up into the form of Cedric Diggory, and Harry relaxed. She traded glances with Hermione and Ginny, both of which had pink cheeks that could be explained by the exertion of the hike. Harry hoped she didn't look the same. Finally reaching the top of the hill, Harry stopped and spun in a circle. Enjoying the view of the roving hills covered in green grass and patches of wildflowers in every direction. She was disappointed to look away to grab a manky old boot. The tug in her gut a few moments later intensified this disappointment. She much preferred apparition to portkey travel. 5:07 from Stoatshead Hill. The campgrounds were amazing. Not that they were particularly fancy or easily navigable, but the sheer number and variety of tents made the place feel more magical. Even having to walk across the grounds to get a pail of water the Muggle way didn't damper her mood. Especially with the amusement that the trio enjoyed from people watching along the way. With the sunset came the mass exodus of witches and wizards from the campgrounds to the stadium concealed somewhere in the woods. Harry knew there must have been hundreds of anti-Muggle spells on the contraption, because the size alone would attract attention, not to mention the light show and the noise of the crowd as they all took their seats. She sat between Ron and Hermione, staring at the pitch through the omnioculars she'd purchased for the group. Harry's mood was only slightly ruined by the appearance of Fudge and the Malfoys. "Minister Fudge," Malfoy the elder began, "how are you? I don't think you've met my wife Narcissa. Or my son Draco. Oh, how do you do? This is Minister Ablansk, my Bulgarian counterpart. Don't mind him. Our translator's up and disappeared, he doesn't understand a word I'm saying. And of course you know the Weasleys, if I'm correct. Good Lord Arthur." Malfoy looked down his nose at their entire row. "Did you have to sell your house for these seats? Not that it would be a pity." Harry raised an eyebrow, making eye contact with Draco before looking back to Malfoy. "Read any good books lately, Mr. Malfoy?" There was a biographical journal written by I think his name was Riddle. It was fascinating. Oh, Miss Potter. Fudge seemed to finally realize she was there. It's good to see you again. Oh, he turned to the Bulgarian minister. This is Harriet Potter, Potter. Fudge waved his hands around helplessly, stopping when the minister and his associates gasped and started pointing at her forehead, babbling in Bulgarian. Knew they'd get there eventually. The small talk trailed off as Ludo Bagman entered the room and started the commentating. The mascots walked onto the field, creating a comedic scene with the men in the box. Harry made no effort to control her laughter when Draco started moving towards the balcony edge but was restrained by an unimpressed Lucius. And then the match had begun. Harry was entranced by the flow of the Irish team, but Crumb was the player to watch, and as a seeker she was taking plenty of mental notes. She might have criticized Lynch for falling for the Wronski feints and injuring himself because of it. She might have wondered over Lynch's qualifications as a professional player, but Crumb was just that good. The match ended with Crumb catching the snitch, and the Weasley twins several galleons wealthier. Then the players were coming up into the box, and Harry was as close to bouncing in excitement as she'd ever been. And then the Bulgarian minister had started a conversation in English, making her night even better with the decline of Fudges. Everything was going amazingly, so of course it couldn't last. She was shoved out of the tent with the younger Weasleys, while the older generation ran off to fight the hordes of masked witches and wizards, being careful of the floating muggles. Harry's face darkened as she saw the crowd of what she knew to be Death Eaters, and she was moving to follow the other Weasleys and attack them, when Ron and Hermione pulled her back by her shirt, their eyes scared. She turned and led them to the safety of the woods. Ron tripped as they were hurrying through the woods, swearing as he brushed off his dirtied palms. Language, Weasley. Draco Malfoy appeared out of the gloom, leaning against a tree trunk. Harry saw panic in his eyes behind the crumbling cool facade. Wouldn't want them to spot her, would you? He nodded towards Hermione, who recoiled somewhat. What do you mean? Ron demanded. Draco glanced around quickly, looking back and attempting his signature smirk. Are you really too stupid to realize who they're after? Harry knew, but she really said that Ron and Hermione might not know that these were Death Eaters. Harry nodded at Malfoy when he looked at her, then grabbed Ron and Hermione's arms and pulled them further into the forest. Bloody hell! Ron yelled. What? Harry whipped around with her wand out, sweeping it across the darkened woods. I've lost my wand. Well, that wasn't good. You've got your charm bracelet. Ron nodded. Pull off the knife. It's got a core of unicorn hair, so it might work to cast some simpler spells. It was something I was experimenting on. Ron nodded, pulling off the charm, his knuckles white around the handle as it enlarged. Okay. Harry stopped after walking a while more. They were alone, having passed the groups of people seeking refuge in the forest. Back to back, wands out, stay alert. They're probably not coming this far in, but it doesn't hurt to be ready. Plus, we're in a pretty dense forest that's in prime condition to house a few monsters. They were silent for a few minutes, eyes darting through the trees as their sights accustomed to the darkness stretching beyond the light of Harry's lumos. It had just occurred to her that she should darken the light so no one saw. LDC their exact position when a deep voice shouted from her left. Mors Mordra. Harry shot off a stunner while projecting a shield around them, spinning quickly as Ron and Hermione turned shoulder to shoulder with their wand and knife aimed in the direction of the spell. Harry was distracted by a cloud of green light in the sky that was slowly forming into a skull. A spectral snake slithered through the mouth of the skull, leaving a ghastly signal floating in the sky over the woods. Harry, Hermione whispered, that's you know whose sign. That's the dark mark. She was breathing quickly now. But Harry ordered Ron to look after Hermione while she went to check the spot that she'd sent a stunner to. Before she could leave the group, the hairs on her arms and the back of her neck stood up. And she grabbed Ron and Hermione and yanked them down as a chorus of stupefy sent dozens of red beams towards them. She moved her hands to send a wave of magic back at the casters, but was stopped by the voice of Arthur Weasley as he pushed through the ring of apparent officials. Stop. That's my son. 10 minutes later and a large buildup of frustration for the government, Harry was sitting in the living room of the Weasleys' tent, nursing a cup of tea with Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, and Ginny in a similar fashion. Poor Winky. Everyone ignored Hermione. But if they were Death Eaters, why would they disapparate when they saw the dark mark? Ron wondered. They were Death Eaters. That's the point. They've spent 13 years living outside of prison, probably because they either gave up their allies or lied their way out of their prison charges. If I were Voldemort, Harry ignored the expected shudder that passed through the room. I would want to make them pay. What'd you got, Bennett? A young police officer whipped his head up to meet the eyes of the constable. He swallowed, looking back around to stare at the body lying on the floor of the relatively downtrodden house. Bennett was stuck. There were no obvious signs of an intruder, and no signs that would suggest the man on the floor had been murdered. But the victim's face was stuck in a terrible expression of fright. Something almost gruesome to look at. Not sure. He walked around the body to check the rest of the scene, noting the burnt scuffs on the kettle and the keyholder missing a key in the spot labeled, main house. I'd say he had a heart attack, or a stroke maybe. Except, well, the young Bobby gestured to the man lying on the floor. Blimey. The constable looked at the frozen face of the corpse, his own face scrunching up in displeasure. I've never seen a stiff lookin' like that. Poor sod. Do you have any theories, sir? The older man circled the body, glancing up and around the scene for clues, not coming up with much. He shook his head regrettably. Afraid not. He shrugged. Best to just leave it to the Sockos. Despite following procedure, both men walked away from the house, with unsettling feelings in their stomachs, avoiding the looming Riddle house and missing the flicker of motion from one of the upper windows. Watching from a shadowed window of the mansion, Peter P. Pettigrew ducked away as the Muggles turned towards him. This left him facing a large wingback chair, one that housed a small bundle. Despite its size, the creature covered by the cloth was the most tenning thing that Wormtail had ever seen. Small and sharp, the fetal version of Voldemort was more disturbing to Peter than anything his master had done during the height of his reign. Of course, he had to be careful about thoughts like that. The Dark Lord liked to invade his mind every so often, regaining the strength he had lost 14 years ago. Wormtail. The bundle shifted, and Peter froze at the high voice. Still tremor invoking with a hint of sleep. Come closer. Peter edged closer to the seat, stifling a whimper. Why yes, my lord. Face me. Peter looked into his master's eyes, regretting it almost immediately when Voldemort tore through his mind. Then, the buffering presence seemed to stop, slowing in its destruction. It is as I thought last time. There is a block on your memories. If I could, just, Peter screamed, falling to his knees, unable to look away from the red orbs that held his own watery eyes. And then the pain was gone. It appears your mind is as fragile as that ministry worker. Without my body, I cannot access the memories without leaving you useless. It seems you are lucky indeed, Wormtail. Peter shook, sinking further to the floor in relief. I am hungry. Nagini, come. Peter flinched again at the strange hissing noises coming from the bundle. Thin, pale limbs reach out for the gargantuan snake, which slithered across the carpet, around Wormtail and up to its master. Peter gulped, standing shakily before reaching for Nagini, jumping back twice when her head snapped forward in warning. It was only the stare of his master that forced him to finally take her head. Moving the exposed fangs towards a bottle taken from the store on the table across from the chair. He milked Nagini, collecting the strong venom into what amounted to a sippy cup. Scuttling away from the animal when he was finally finished, Peter picked up the bundle, beginning to bottle feed Voldemort, both disgusted and terrified out of his mind. He glanced out the window again, watching as the Muggles crowding around the old Muggles' house started to disperse, leaving behind only yellow tape and an empty home. Harry yanked down her newspaper, frowning at the contents. A sensationalized piece by Rita Skeeter, and a whole collection of anxious articles and write-ins about the events at the Quidditch Cup. There hadn't been a dead body in the woods, just a scared house. Elf and a bunch of idiotic ministry officials. She tossed the paper onto the seat next to her, instead pulling a copy of Spellman's syllabary out of her bag, drilling herself on some of the definita. While half listening to the conversation between Ron and Hermione. Harry had gone to Professor McGonagall at the end of the year, asking to test into ancient runes. Her self-studying had gone well, and Harry was placed into the fourth-year runes class for her next year. She'd finally dropped divination, despite the events of last year providing some evidence that Trelawney was in fact a seer. Come on, Hermione, everyone knows you got the top grades. Ron protested. Hermione's face was wrinkled in concern as she flipped through her defense book. No, Ron, I failed the defense exam. You got an E. I completely ruined my grade. All because of that boggart. What was your boggart, anyway? Hermione stopped, looking away from the redhead. Harry looked over the top of her book in interest. Never you mind. Well, you've done it now, Hermione. Come on, what was it? Harry leaned forward, a teasing grin on her face. Hermione harumphed. Well, if you must know, it was Professor McGonagall. McGonagall. Well, I can sorta see how she'd be scary, but, Hermione interrupted Ron. She was telling me how I'd failed all of my classes and, Ron exploded into laughter, and Hermione frowned. It's not funny. Sorry, it's just, that's so stupid. It would never happen. Ron continued to chuckle, leaving Hermione glaring at him while Harry held a small smile on her face. She knew many of her peers' boggarts had been juvenile, if not representative of some deeper fear. She could see how Hermione's greatest fear could be truly scary. Failing all of the classes might not seem so terrible to Ron. But failing all of them and having to redo a year or be expelled, that must have been daunting to the resident bookworm. Well, at least it wasn't a spider. That's a stupid fear. You're so much bigger, you can just move them. Or squish them. Well, you know what, Hermione? I didn't see you there in the Forbidden Forest getting carried off by giant monsters, in the pitch dark. You're right, I was probably in the hospital wing. You remember, don't you? Ron grumbled. Whatever. That's what happens when you make fun of someone's greatest fear, Ron. And I thought you'd learned your lesson about messing with Hermione after she punched Pansy last year. What was your boggart, Harry? It was like it switched in the middle of forming, which I didn't think was possible because it's not listed in any of the books. We have to work on that dependence on books, Hermione. Don't avoid the question, you know ours. Ron said. You really can't think of a reason why my boggart would be worse than yours. You're right. Sorry, Harry, I forgot. Harry took a deep breath, looking at the remorseful expressions on her friends' faces. No, I guess it's only fair. She sighed, hesitating for a second more. My boggart was a Dementor, but I don't think I'm scared of Dementors, but more what they represent. I couldn't fight them in the train carriage, and it took a year for me to actually figure out the spell. And that's never really happened to me either. It made me feel helpless again, like when I was with that stupid Wendigo in the woods. I don't like that feeling. The mood in the compartment had dipped severely, something quickly remedied when Ron cleared his throat. Right, well, like that American motto, what stays in Vegas, happens. Ron, what? Harry once again looked away from their conversation, her eyes going back to the book in front of her but not taking in the words. She felt that familiar prickling of guilt, but she justified it because she wasn't ready to tell anyone what had happened in the Chamber of Secrets, and her explanation had been mostly true. The boggart had shifted form, starting as that black mass she'd seen rising up out of the floor when she'd been incapacitated after the basilisk attacked her. She didn't really want to explain how she'd seen that figure, but she did know part of why she was so scared of it. When she'd been, for lack of a better understanding, dead. She'd felt so helpless. The darkness was so cold and empty, and she'd felt as if there were simultaneously no one there and everyone there, watching her from the shadows, just out of reach. That feeling of helplessness was probably Harry's greatest fear, and everything she'd done since the Wendigo all those years ago had been to keep from feeling that ever again. After successfully avoiding Peeves' one-sided water balloon fight, Harry happily sat down at the Gryffindor table, drying herself and her friends off with a flick of her wand. The sorting was fairly ordinary, apart from the tiny blonde boy that was effectively drowning in Hagrid's coat. He waved to Colin, and Harry had a bad feeling her fan club was about to expand. The usual announcements were run-of-the-mill, apart from the thundering crash that shook the usually stable Great Hall, preceding the entrance of a grizzled man with one eye and one leg. The doors to the Great Hall slammed into the walls, bouncing off as the man set off, limping down the aisle. May I introduce this year's defense against the dark arts professor, Alistair Moody. You're joking. Dumbledore was not joking. Of course. Then he had to go and upstage himself, announcing that the Triwizard Tournament would be held at Hogwarts that year. Harry almost sighed in relief when he continued with the age restrictions. At least she wouldn't have to deal with it this year. She'd love to compete and show off her skills, but with her plan to generally stay out of Dumbledore's attention, at least, to draw the least amount of attention as she could from him. She wouldn't want to enter a tournament that practically screamed, "Look at me." What's the chance that Harry gets in trouble because of the tournament? Ron asked, leaning towards Hermione. Hey, Harry whispered, I take offense to that. 10 galleons. Hermione. The laws of statistical probability do not lie, Harry. The green-eyed witch was silent. I'll bet 20 galleons that this has to do with the danger I get into at the end of every year. No bet. I'm not stupid enough for those odds. Harry rolled her eyes at Ron, returning her attention to the headmaster. She had a feeling about the whole affair. She didn't know if it was good or bad, just that something big was going to happen. And soon. What the hell are blast-ended scroots? RRY yanked her hand away from the box at her station, avoiding a particularly explosive blast shooting out the front of the creature. I don't know, but Hagrid will get in so much trouble if they're illegal crossbreeds. Well, they might be useful, right? Ron asked, snatching away his hand after dropping some woodlice in the box. Well, having fun, Potter? Malfoy asked, smirking from his station across from them. Crabbe and Goyle were dropping piles of food into the box, heads turned dumbly as they watched the scroots skitter around. Aren't you enjoying yourself? I for one this is an amazing learning opportunity. Think of how much practice we'll get with dodging. Ron muttered. Learning what? How to avoid getting stung. Harry smirked at Ron, whose ears turned red, at the similarities of his and Malfoy's comments. Malfoy struck once again, later in the day, with an article about Ron's father and their new defense professor. Such an undignified and potentially embarrassing scene. Malfoy, I don't know if it's escaped your notice, but there is not in fact a section of the friendship booklet on insulting each other's families. As if I'd ever be friends with you, Potter. And are you suddenly part of the Weasleys? It's a shame, I thought the Potters were supposed to be rich. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. But that's all right, any day now you'll get it. Malfoy sneered. Harry turned to leave, when a loud bang sent her spinning back around with her wand out. Malfoy was gone, in his place was a sleek white ferret. Despite the act that Moody definitely didn't have permission to inflict transfiguration as a punishment, and it technically breached all sorts of student-teacher contracts, Harry found that she didn't care about the illegality. And could be caught laughing about it for weeks afterwards. Harry was rethinking her opinion on Moody by the time his first class rolled around. Fred and George had seemed disturbingly enthusiastic, so she went in with high expectations. Hermione snagged 3 seats in the front row, and for once, Ron wasn't complaining about his proximity to the teacher. The ministry doesn't seem to think you should know about such dark material, but I believe, and Dumbledore agrees, that you need to know what's out there. He flicked his wand towards the blackboard. The Unforgivables. Name them. Ron shakily held up his hand. My dad told me about one. The Imperious. Ron half muttered, his eyes darting back and forth. Ronald Weasley. That would be Arthur Weasley's son. Ron nodded. Well, he would have had a lot of trouble with that one. The ministry had a lot of trouble with that a while back. He glanced meaningfully towards the back of the class, where all the Slytherins sat, huddled together and looking forward mistrustfully. Moody pulled a spider out of the jar on his desk, setting it down in front of Ron's green face. Right then, Imperio. Harry's mouth almost dropped when he cast the spell. The spider leapt around the desk, standing up and performing a disturbing tap dance. Next, surprisingly, Neville raised a hand. The Sea Cruciatus. Moody passed an inscrutable eye over Neville. You Longbottom. Why yes sir. The grizzled man hummed, turned his magical eye back to the spider. The Cruciatus is the torture curse. You'll never have use for knives if you can cast it. His wand dipped almost artfully, aimed at the enlarged spider. Crucio. Logically, Harry knew that spiders couldn't scream, but the writhing arachnoid on Moody's desk had to have been. She knew all about torture. She didn't love it, but she'd tortured a few demons trying to develop her knife. But this was so much worse. It was like Moody was disconnected from the pain he was causing. When she used her knife, Harry knew how much pain she was inflicting, and she had to do it her. The Cruciatus seemed too detached, dangerously so. If the caster couldn't understand how much pain they were imposing, they couldn't truly control the act. She wasn't the only one disturbed by the spider, still flailing about on the wooden surface. Harry looked around, watching the distressed expressions on her classmates' faces. But none was so strong as Neville's. He stared in horror at the spider, his knuckles white where he was clenching the desk. "Stop it! Stop it! Can't you see it's bothering him?" Hermione yelled, breaking the tense silence in the classroom. Moody pulled back, the spider stilling on the desk as if dead, apart from the occasional twitches of its legs. Ron looked greener than ever. But that was nothing compared to the gray of Neville's face. Moody's eyes glanced around, seeming to realize the feeling of the room. He moved on. "Does anyone know the last curse?" His gruff voice interrupted the rigid stillness of the room. Harry set her jaw, raising her hand along with her eyes, staring straight at Moody. "Potter, Avada Kedavra." As she said it, a wave seemed to come over the room as everyone shifted in their chairs, catching their breaths. The killing curse. She'd seen it coming since he casted the Imperius, and wasn't surprised when a muttered, "Avada Kedavra," sent a flash of green light towards the spider, striking it and causing it to stop its twitching. Ron and Hermione were staring in open disbelief. Malfoy's jaw was tight, and the rest of the Slytherins were similarly offset. No defense, no escaping it. Only one person has ever survived it, and she's sitting right in front of me. Harry felt everyone's eyes on her, but she leveled her gaze on Moody. "Avada Kedavra is a curse that needs quite a bit of power behind it. I doubt any of you could give me more than a nosebleed if you tried." Ron and Hermione glanced at each other and then Harry before looking back at Moody. "You've got to know what you're up against. Constant vigilance." The whole class jumped. These curses are the unforgivable curses, and the use of any one of them will earn you a one-way ticket to Azkaban. That's what you're up against. I'll be here for 1 year only, as a favor to Dumbledore. Let's hope I can prepare you for what's out there. Class dismissed. There were a few seconds of stunned silence before everyone began to gather their bags, shuffling out of the door into the hall. Harry watched Neville draw away from the crowd of people muttering about the lesson. Hermione walked up to him. "Are you all right, Neville?" He nodded distractedly, staring at the wall in front of him. They all jumped around when the odd clunking noise that followed Moody neared them. And the wizard himself rounded the corner. "It's all right, Sonny, why don't you have a cup of tea?" Harry was about to leap in to suggest that Neville come with them to dinner. "When tea?" Boy nodded and moved quietly towards Moody. He looked much better later that night, sitting in the common room with a herbology look. Still, Harry's opinion of Moody was damaged considerably. All tea. Thoughts of the scarred professor were driven from her mind, however, when Hermione presented her with badges adorned with spew. "Hermione, they're being enslaved, Harry. Look, I'd love to protest the government with you. But maybe you should gather some actual evidence." I've been in the library all week researching elf rights. Did you know they aren't allowed to own wands? I did know that, I remember Winky and. But it's worse than that because apparently a house elf having possession of a wand was grounds for beheading. It's absolutely barbaric. Well, yes, but I meant you have any accounts from house elves or other people interested in your cause? Well, no, but I'm starting the Society for the Protection of Elfish Welfare for just that reason, and I need you to be treasurer. Hermione stared at Harry, her hand stretched towards her with a patterned badge with SPEW carefully printed on it. Harry rolled her eyes and grabbed the badge, pinning it to her robes. "Now that that's settled, Ronald, what are the main points for today's meeting?" I was thinking we'd come up with a plan for new members. How much should we charge for dues?" "Thankful. LLY." They were interrupted by the arrival of Hedwig. Harry pulled off a scroll, recognizing Sirius writing. 5 minutes later, and Harry was sighing into a couch cushion, muffling some of the expletives she was letting slip. Dumbledore's reading. "What signs? Harry, is Sirius coming back?" Harry sat up, dragging her hands down her face. He is so stupid. Just because Dumbledore hired Moody doesn't mean a war is coming. And Moody's off his rocker anyway. Even if some sort of battle was coming, There's nothing he can do by coming back here and getting his ass arrested. Well, I don't see how you can stop him now. Not helping Ron. Hermione shoved his arm. Harry let out a whispery scream of frustration, shoving her face back into the cushion. Harry's temper was reignited a few weeks later. Moody started testing the Imperious Curse on them all. Ron and Hermione resisted slightly when he flicked his wand towards them, Ron's knees buckling when Moody wanted him to jump, and Hermione aggressively punching the desk in front of her when she was supposed to slap herself. Harry had been teaching them some basics of occlumency, mainly the meditation. If her friends were going to know her secrets, they had to be able to protect them. Hermione was doing surprisingly well, but Harry figured that her organized mind was taking to occlumency like a fish in water. Ron, meanwhile, was a little more temperamental, having more trouble grasping the concept. When it was Harry's turn, she walked up to Moody, waiting for him to cast the curse. A flick of the wand later, and she was still waiting. His already gnarled face furrowed further. "Imperio," he said aloud, jabbing his wand at her. Still, Harry felt nothing, which she now realized was not supposed to happen. "Well, look at that. Potter's done it." Moody smiled. "Well," he bared his teeth at her, clapping her on the shoulder. "It seems you're immune to more than one unforgivable, Potter. Everyone, watch." He cast the spell again, but Harry felt nothing. She knew it couldn't be her occlumency experience, because she wasn't nearly good enough for it to have such an effect, and everything she'd read about the subject had said occlumency would help increase her resistance to the spell, not override it completely. Her mind flashed back to the chamber, waking up to the stunned face of Tom Riddle. Harry made sure to keep her features blank while Moody used her as a prop for the class, betraying none of the storm inside her mind as she tried to figure out just why another thing was different about her. A week later, Y was huddled outside with the rest of the students, waiting in the cold for the arrival of the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang contingents. McGonagall was circling her house, nitpicking at their presentation. "Miss Pottle, take that ridiculous thing out of your hair." Parvati removed her ornamental butterfly with a frown. Fred and George sidled up to Ron, trying to get him to join in on the betting coup. "Elf or how the other schools would arrive. Have you figured out how you're going to enter the tournament yet?" Harry asked conversationally. "We tried to ask McGonagall how the contestants would be picked. She just told us to get back to transfiguring our raccoons. What a pity. We considered calling for a bit of help." Harry raised her eyebrow at that. "Really? You think he would go for it? We were wondering if you could tell us that." Harry thought about it for a moment. It did seem like the kind of thing Loki would be up for. "I think it would be worth the chance. If you argue your case correctly, I'll put in a good word for you." They grinned almost evilly. "Thanks, Harry. We'll be sure to mention you when we're famous. 'Cause that's why I'm doing it." Harry rolled her eyes, turning back as a student yelled that he saw them. Harry let her other eyebrow rise as a giant blue house pulled by giant white horses came into view, plummeting towards the grounds before landing somewhat smoothly. The doors opened, and a boy in light blue robes hurried out with a footstool, placing it as a step as the largest woman Harry had ever seen stepped out gracefully. "Why, Dorothy, you've grown," she muttered, watching as the woman kissed Dumbledore on both cheeks. The crowd of Hogwarts students stirred once more, their attention going to the lake as it bubbled, revealing a large ship rising out of the water. Harry had a sudden image of wizard pirates, and was somewhat disappointed when the people walking down the gangplank were wearing heavy winter robes and not outfits indicative of unlawful sailors. Then Ron almost fainted at the sight of Victor Crumb. "I've forgotten my quill." "Hermione, surely you have a quill." "We all left our bags upstairs, Ronald." "But it's Victor Crumb. This is a great time to get an autograph, and I've forgotten my quill." Ron groaned, watching the Durmstrang eat across from Malfoy, who looked inordinately pleased by the situation. Hermione was staring at the Beauxbaton students in disdain. "Oh, come on, it's not even that cold," she muttered as the blue-clad students shivered. "Calm down, Hermione, your nationality is showing." "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, ghosts and, most particularly, guests." Dumbledore was standing now, his arms spread wide with that genial smile plastered on his face. And then there was food on the table. including strange dishes that Harry had never seen except on the cooking channel that Bobby claimed not to like, but Harry constantly caught him watching. The feast finished, with Harry still laughing over Ron's ineptness when it came to foreigners, female foreigners in particular. "I'm telling you, she was a Vila." Hermione smacked him over the head without looking up from her food. The plates were wiped clean, and Dumbledore was speaking again, standing next to a large crate that had appeared before dinner. "As you know, 3 champions will compete in the tournament. They will be chosen by an impartial selector, the Goblet of Fire." The crate opened, and standing in it was a large, burnished goblet. Dumbledore waved his hand over it, and it jumped to life, filled with dancing flames. "To ensure that no underage participants enter the drawing, I will be placing an age line around the goblet. Tomorrow night, on Halloween, the goblet will deliver the names it has chosen to compete in the tournament." Harry noticed Fred and George with their heads together, whispering furiously. "The placing of your name constitutes a binding magical contract. There will be no withdrawing or changing of heart once you have been chosen. You must be completely sure, should you choose to enter." He paused, looking around seriously. "Good night to you all." There was a great screeching as the benches were pushed back, and everyone began to make their way out of the hall. "Where do you think Durmstrang is going to sleep? Because I'd be up to offering Crumb my bed." "Ronnie, come on now. Don't be so eager. It makes you look desperate. And really, you should be looking for a more fulfilling relationship. Trust us, we're your brothers." Fred and George appeared out of nowhere on either side of Ron, half teasing and half serious. Ron's ears were turning a shade of red that Harry had never seen before. "I am not attracted to men," he shouted, drawing a few stares from the crowd that just made him blush harder. "I hate you too." Quote, "Ronnie, why would you say such a thing? You're breaking my heart, Ron." They groaned dramatically. Harry smirked. Harry was enjoying her Saturday in the Great Hall. She had some ancient runes homework in front of her that was steadily being done in between people watching and chatting with Ron and Hermione. She'd only seen a few people enter their names into the goblet so far, but she could guess that some had done it last night. She was, however, still waiting for Fred and George to try their hands. Harry had summoned Loki last night and told him their plan. "They want to what?" Loki asked. "They're trying to enter the Triwizard Tournament, but they're underage. I think it would be fun if a Weasley were in the tournament, don't you?" All that chaos. Loki seemed to think about it, his finger tapping his cheek. "It would be funny to see all their faces." "Exactly. Okay, I'll see what I can do. Now, where's my chocolate?" Harry tossed him a few bars of Honeydukes chocolate, which he caught eagerly. "I'll see you later. Try not to get yourself killed. That's your thing." "Hey." The redheads in question suddenly burst into the hall, a crowd of older Gryffindors following them. Hermione rolled her eyes as they circled the goblet. "Ready, Fred. Ready, George." The two of them stepped into the circle, stopping to turn and smile at each other when they weren't immediately ejected. That, of course, changed when they were blown backwards into the middle of the hall. The two of them sat up groggily, rubbing the back of their heads. They froze, staring at each other. Fred pulled on George's snow-white beard. You said. Harry laughed along with the rest of the hall as they started tussling, until Dumbledore broke them up, sending them to the hospital wing chuckling. Harry hoped that was Loki's intention, because she'd given him some quality chocolate. Later that night, Harry was sitting in the same spot, but this time she was accompanied by the entirety of Hogwarts. There was a tenseness in the room as everyone stared at the goblet, the fire seemingly angry as Dumbledore moved closer to it. It suddenly flared red, spitting out a piece of parchment that Dumbledore caught with long, thin fingers. "The champion for Durmstrang is Victor Krum." The hall burst into claps as Krum got up and lumbered into the antechamber. The fire turned red again, and Dumbledore named Fleur Delacour the Beauxbatons champion. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, focused on the goblet and waiting for it to spit out that last piece of paper. So when it did, Harry had a good look at what appeared to be 3 scraps of parchment stapled together. Dumbledore caught it, frowning at the names. The Hogwarts champions are Cedric Diggory, Fred Weasley, and George Weasley. Harry laughed at that, watching as Fred and George turned to stare at each other in shock. "Did you know?" "What? I don't." "Go on, boys. Ha. RRY nodded toward the door to the side room, watching as they bounded up to it excitedly as the rest of the room was split between muttering angrily or rolling their eyes at another of the Weasley twins' antics. Cedric gave a good-natured smile and patted them both on the shoulders as they entered the room. Well, now we have our 5 champions. I'm sure I can count on every one of you to give all the champions support, despite the extraordinary circumstances. Dumbledore trailed off as the flames in the goblet roared red again. Another slip of paper shot out of the artifact, floating down T. Towards Dumbledore's outstretched fingers like it was deliberately taking its time. Harry immediately had a terrible feeling. He finally snatched the parchment out of the air, staring at the contents with an impassive face. Before looking up and calling the last name, Harriet Potter, Ron and Hermione jerked around to ogle her in shock. Harry herself was staring dejectedly at the slip of paper. Well fuck. Harry could feel the eyes on her, even as she rolled her own skywards, as if to ask, why me? She took a deep breath, ignoring Hermione's scandalized, Harry, at her swearing, and pushed back from the table. Climbing over the bench, she walked quickly down the aisle between the tables, trying to ignore the whispers that were breaking out across the hall. She glanced up at the head table, catching a variety of reactions. From Hagrid's blatant shock and horror, to McGonagall's thin-lipped expression, to Snape's singular unsurprised eyebrow raised in exasperation. She sent a sarcastic smile and a small wave at them before walking through the door that led to the antechamber. She stepped through the doorway into the darkened room, taking another moment to calm herself before moving forward near the silhouettes around the fire. They turned, almost in unison towards her. Do they want us back? That was Delacour. She flipped her silvery hair in what was probably supposed to be a disarming way. But Harry could see the cool calculation in her eyes. No, Harry. Fred and George pushed forwards. Don't tell us, you're in this too. Before Harry had a chance to answer, the door to the room opened once more, letting in a crowd of people. They quickly rushed over to the teenagers, and Harry enforced the occlumency shields in her mind at the sight of a certain set of eccentric robes. Dumbledore moved in front of the group, standing right in front of her as he shushed the commotion of the officials behind him. Z's little girl has cheated her way into Z tournament. Madame Maxime accused, somehow accomplishing the perfect dramatic and scandalized head turn. Karkaroff sneered at her, not unlike Snape usually did, but his weak chin and his wispy goatee took away from the effect. Dumbledore held up a wizened hand to quiet them, turning to look directly at Harry. Harriet, did you put your name in the goblet? He asked calmly. She felt that was a very important distinction to make. Somewhere in her subconscious, everyone stilled, staring at her, waiting for her to answer. No sir, and the shitstorm started up again. She is lying, of course. Hogwarts cannot have 4 champions. This is outrageous. Beauxbatons will not compete. Z's year, or any Ozer. Harry rolled her eyes at the ground. She was going to kill Loki. But you must. Your champions' names came out of the goblet. They are entered in a binding magical contract. They must compete. Harry looked at Mr. Crouch as he cleaned his glasses, seemingly nonchalant in the face of law. T could be a minor bureaucratic inconvenience, not a serious breach in the rules of a major wizarding event. Then we will draw 3 more names for each school. I'm afraid the goblet has already gone out, and it will not relight until the next tournament. One in which Durmstrang will not be competing, if Hogwarts is going to cheat at such a preposterous level. So you're saying it would be okay if we cheated at a level that you might not pick up on? Fred asked. Harry smacked him upside the head as the adults turned to look at him. Never mind, go on with your pissing match. 10 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Weasley. I didn't cheat. I didn't even put my name in. Harry interrupted. And what about Fred and George? Why isn't anyone yelling at them? Harry. Sorry boys, every man for himself. Yes, how come they are here as well? Hogwarts cannot have 4 champions, it is most unjust. We were under the impression that your age line would keep out younger contestants, grumbled Karkaroff. Otherwise we would have brought along a wider selection of contestants. Don't go blaming Dumbledore for Potter's mistakes. Professor Snape, really, it is of course possible that this is a case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Snape turned a sardonic stare onto Harry. But Potter's been crossing lines ever since she stepped through these doors. Ah, Professor, I didn't know you cared. Idiotic girl. Quote, Severus. Dumbledore stopped him, turning back to Harry as he tried to wave away the noise of the others. Harry, did you ask someone else to put your name in for you? Her mind flashed back to Loki, and a wave of annoyance flushed through her. No, sir. Dumbledore nodded, as if that was it, and Harry's anger at his informality was momentarily bombed by the support. She is lying. She could not have crossed the age line. Well, obviously Dumbledore must. Avenue made a mistake, it is entirely possible. Albus, you know perfectly well that you did not make a mistake. Harry almost wished she had popcorn for the tennis match going on in front of her. Dumbledore making a mistake, what nonsense. Nonsense. Of course. Professor Dumbledore believes Harriet, and that ought to be enough for everyone here. Mr. Crouch, Mr. Bagman, started Karkaroff. You are our objective judges. Surely you must agree this is most preposterous. Bagman wrung his hands, looking nervously to Crouch. We must adhere to the rule, and the rules clearly state that if a name is chosen by the goblet, that witch or wizard must compete. But she's too young. 4 of them. Well, as you know, the age limit was only imposed this year as an extra precaution. Well then Durmstrang shall submit more slips. God, we've been over this, the goblet has already gone out you daft Dumbo. Miss Potter. Sorry Professor, I'm just, stressed. About the tournament, in which Durmstrang most certainly will not be competing. Keep telling yourself that Karkaroff. Everyone jumped at Moody's voice. Excuse me, your champion's already magically bound by the contract. You can't leave him now. Convenient. Convenient. What is that supposed to mean, Moody? Quote, well, obviously someone put Potter's name in there, knowing she'd have to compete if it came out. Someone who wanted to give Hogwarts 4 bites at the apple. Yeah, what's up with Fred and George? Who's trying to kill them? Kill Miss Potter? Really, I don't even want to compete. This is so obviously another attempt to murder me. Don't be ridiculous, Potter. Professor Snape, all due respect, look at my track record. Someone tries to kill me every year at this school, usually as part of some huge conspiracy that's conveniently hidden from the rest of the staff, so I'm sorry if this feels like I'm going to have to avoid literal murder. Again, who tried to kill you last year? Cedric wondered. At least 3 people, but my lawyer advises against discussing it. The kid's got the right idea. Someone wanted her to compete in a dangerous tournament that countless people have died in. Thanks Professor. Now I feel all warm and fuzzy inside, Harry mumbled. What do you think, Fred? Someone out to get us? I don't know George, how many people did you cheat out of the last Quidditch pool? The what Mr. Weasley? Nothing Professor McGonagall. This is all ridiculous. Yes. Let us listen to a man who considers the morning wasted if he hastened discovered at least 6 assassination plots by lunch. Think I'm imagining things, Karkaroff. Seeing things, It was a skilled witch or wizard who planted those 3 names in the cup. Only someone with great magical power could fool the goblet on such a scale. I'm guessing they submitted Potter's name under a 4th school to ensure that no one else beat her out in the choosing. As for the Weasleys, maybe someone high up with a grudge has some contacts at Hogwarts. Moody looked intentionally towards Snape, who sneered back with just as much venom. Harry supposed it might be convenient if people assumed Malfoy put in Fred and George's names as revenge in his everlasting feud between himself and Mr. Weasley. But she knew that Loki had been on the case. You seem to have given this a great deal of thought, Moody, muttered Karkaroff. Do you think this much when deciding whether to smash the clock or the sweater when presented with birthday gifts? There are always those who will take innocent situations and turn them to their needs. You ought to remember that quite well, Karkaroff. Alistair. Oh, Harry saw a story in that. One she might uncover after dealing with the tournament issue. How this situation came to be, we do not know. We can speculate, but it is getting later and the children should really be getting to bed. Harry was not ready for this discussion to be shut down. But, I'm sorry, Miss Potter, but you'll have to compete. It's a legally binding magical contract. Crouch was still there, looking unpleasant. I'll have my attorney look at this so-called contract, then we'll see if I can't get out of it. That's all very well and good, but I have to read the instructions. Just in case your attorney cannot miraculously deliver you from this situation. Now, seeing as your names all came out together, we've decided that you'll be competing as a team. Cedric, Fred, and George traded looks. Miss Potter, you'll be on your own under the banner of a fourth unnamed school, as that's the only way you could have been entered at all. Harry sighed once again. The first challenge will take place on November the 24th in front of the other students and a panel of judges. It is a test of daring, so you will be going in blind. You are not permitted to ask for help from anyone outside of your group. Should you have won, you will receive the information about the second task once you have completed the first. Good luck. He shut his dusty book and turned to exit the chamber that was still full of mutinous officials and confused students. Harry left the room some 10 minutes later, walking with Cedric and the twins. How did you guys do it? Cedric asked, Santo, peeing and turning to the 3 Gryffindors once they had cleared the doors of the Great Hall. I didn't put my name in. I get in enough trouble as it is. He nodded at her, but for some reason she felt as if he didn't quite believe her. Well, we tried to put our names in. Got blown back by the age line and everything. But after that we just prayed really hard. And then it happened. Cedric's expression was skeptical, an odd look for the usually smiling Hufflepuff. You prayed? Yep. To who? The twins traded glances, then looked at Harry. She shrugged. Loki had been steadily gaining followers the past couple years with her, the twins, and Lee Jordan. It was up to them to bring Cedric in, if they wanted to. Well, Diggory, allow us some time to tell you about our Lord and Savior. Fred slung an arm around Cedric's shoulders. What? The trio walked away, heading for an empty classroom down the halls. That was fine by Harry, and she spent the rest of the walk back to Gryffindor Tower in silent contemplation. Well, at least until she got to the portrait hole and met the fat lady's gossipy friend. Balderdash. Young lady. No, it's just the password. Oh, well, go on then. Harry stepped through the entranceway, hoping for some peace and quiet. She was met with a huge roar as numerous arms reached out to pull her through into the common room. Harry, hey, where's Fred and George? Hey, if it wasn't me, at least it's a Gryffindor. Or 3. Her housemates were overwhelming in their celebration, and Harry had to fight her way to the staircase. Dean, let me go. I swear on my dead mother's grave that I will dropkick you across the room if you do not let me go to sleep. Surprisingly enough, she didn't have much trouble getting upstairs after that. Once she got to her dormitory, she was met with Hermione, sitting on the edge of her bed with her arms crossed and a worried expression on her face. I didn't put my name in the goblet. I know. It was so immediate that Harry felt an overwhelming sense of relief that at least her friends had her back. Where's Ron? Hermione's expression crumpled a little bit. Well, he's in his dormitory. Listen, Harry, I don't think he took the announcement well. What? Well, I think he feels a little betrayed. I mean, not only did you get into the tournament, but his brothers did too. I don't know how he'll feel if you went and talked to him right now. Harry stared at Hermione with an impassive expression for a good 10 seconds. Tough. She turned on her heels, storming out of the girls' dormitory. Harry. Hermione's voice followed her as she stomped down the girls' stairs and up to the 4th-year boys' dormitory. The door burst inwards, thankfully not onto an undressing student, supplied Harry's subconscious. Ronald Weasley, Harry, Seamus and Neville sat up on their beds, confused. Out. They hurried to comply, something in her tone of voice hinting that they shouldn't argue. She'd feel bad later. Harry ripped Ron's hangings away from his 4-poster. There he was, sitting in the middle of the mattress with a sulky expression on his face. His eyes rose to meet Harry's, and a sardonic chuckle burst out of her in disbelief. Harry, Ron. There was a moment of stillness, a tension in the air as the two of them held each other's gaze, Hermione in the doorway clutching her hands anxiously. Had a good celebration then? He said. Really? How did you do it? He asked suddenly. The invisibility cloak. Ron, don't be like that. Because if it was the cloak, I thought maybe I could have gone too. But apparently my brothers took up the space. Ron, I thought we were friends. We're friends, although you aren't doing a great job of it right now. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You're the one who snuck around behind my back and entered the tournament. Just some more fame and fortune for Harry Potter. You didn't even try to pretend to like me this time, you just drug my brothers along for the ride instead. Fame and fortune. You don't think I have enough of that? Yes, I'm the famous Harry Potter. My parents are dead, my insane godfather is wanted for their murder. My supposed family dumped me in the woods to die as a kid, and every fucking year someone's out to get me, but hey. I'm Harry fucking Potter. Everyone knows my name. What a great trade. She paused to take a deep breath, now towering over Ron despite the fact that he was 2 inches taller than her. I've had to fight to survive for years, and watch my every move so that something doesn't get back to Dumbledore and I'm shoved right back with the Dursleys, and you think that I entered my name in a tournament that would shine light onto every part of my life. Really, you've never been more of an idiot. She turned, brushing past Hermione as she stormed out of the room, throwing herself on her bed once she reached her dorm. She grabbed a pillow, pressing it to her face as she screamed in frustration. And this year had started out so well, too. Harry stood in the middle of the Forbidden Forest, arms crossed, and her foot tapping impatiently as she waited for a certain pagan to show up and eat her offering. It was past 1 in the morning, and she was ready to go to sleep after the night she'd had. Finally, the trickster appeared and snatched up a chocolate bar, which she immediately slapped away. Hey, did you put my name in the Goblet of Fire? What? Did you put my name in the Goblet of Fire? No, geez. Loki stared in apprehension and not a little bit of confusion at the now angrily pacing witch in front of him. He raised his hands in surrender when she burst into hysterical laughter. Are you all right? Am I all right? So no then. No, I am not all right. You know, I just wanted a normal year. I mean, I thought maybe I was just an extraordinarily unlucky person to have murder plots 3 years in a row. There was no way it could go for 4, Beck. Oz, that's just against the laws of probability, right? Right, wrong. So of course, I had to watch my name come out of the Goblet of Fire tonight. Whoa, okay, I didn't do that. I put in the Weasleys. 'Cause I thought it would be funny for Hogwarts to have 3 champions, but I never touched your name. Well, that would reassure me, only now that means that it was someone who's out to get me. Again, Harry stopped pacing, standing stiff in front of him. Do you know any way to get me out of this? No, not anything that comes to mind. I can get back to you on that. He sheepishly opened a candy bar, going slow so as not to antagonize her. Great. She ground her foot into the dirt, watching the leaves shred under her heel. Sorry I yelled at you. No worries, kid. And hey, I am sure you'll manage to find whoever's trying to kill you this time. I'll keep an ear out. Thanks, Loki. She tossed him the confiscated chocolate. Scram. I have another call to make. Well, someone's popular. Loki. Yeah, I'm going. He winked out of sight, taking all the chocolate in the clearing with him. Harry pulled out a bowl and her knife, switching it out with some other unnecessary bits for the next summoning. I can't get you out of this. Crowley. I'm sorry, but there's nothing to be done. I thought you were the king of contracts. Harry accused, crossing her arms. King of the crossroads, dear. Whatever. Look, the kind of contracts that demons deal with are different from magical contracts. Sure, I could probably get you out of a run of the mill one, but this is different. The Goblet of Fire is an ancient artifact, which makes the contract deeper and more meaningful. What? Many magical contracts are more or less solely based around intention. There's no exact wording or signing of the contract when you enter your name, just the intent to compete, which is what makes it so strong. I cannot work around intent when I want to find loopholes. But I didn't even put my name in, which is why I hate dealing with the magical side so often. In a contract like this, your name could be entered by anyone, they just have to have the desire to compete. So, if they have the purpose of competing or the objective of whoever's name is on the slip competing, then they enter the contract for that person. It's read separately, so as long as both components are there. It doesn't matter if the same person contributed both of them. You're impossible. I'm doing you a favor. No, you're not. I got rid of those demons you said were annoying you and cashed in for this. I gave you those names as a favor. The two of them stood in the middle of the clearing in the Forbidden Forest, eyes squinted in confusion. So who's doing who a favor? Harry asked. It doesn't matter. What matters is that I can't help you, not with this. I'm afraid you're stuck with the chance to win heaps of gold and fame. I'm already rich and famous. Why can't anyone understand that I don't want the money or the fame, and I don't want to compete and have to deal with something else trying to kill me for a whole school year? Couldn't I just get 1 year off? Maybe if I took a gap year. Harry slumped. Crowley tapped his foot. Yes, all right, this isn't ideal. But moping around isn't going to change anything. You only have 3 tasks to get through, so get through them. I don't associate with whiners or people who pity themselves, it's too human. So get up and be a witch that I would associate with. Crowley pulled her to her feet, smacking her shoulder once before turning around. Honestly, this generation. And then he was gone. Harry stared into the trees past where the demon had just popped away. I guess he's right. She blew air through her nose before stealing her shoulders and starting the walk that would lead her out of the woods. Don't be a whiner. She woke up the next morning with a raging headache. Well, Harry supposed 12 p.m. probably couldn't be considered the morning anymore. She sighed, turning over in bed and screaming into her pillows once more. Harry almost screamed for real when the pillow was yanked from her grasp. Traded for a stack of toast held by a no-nonsense looking Hermione. Get up. No. Harry turned over again, burying her face into the single down-filled pillow remaining on her bed. It was yanked from under her head, along with her blankets, and she was forced to face the chilliness of the day. You're a monster, so get out of bed and kill me. Harry groaned. Come on, you can't sulk forever. The green-eyed witch sat up. I do not sulk, I pout. Okay, if you aren't ready in 10 minutes I'm going to spray you with water, it works wonders with Crookshanks. The cat in question gave a hiss from beneath Harry's bed, probably destroying one of her socks. I am not a cat. I am an intimidating, powerful hunter. I kill things. A squirt of water splashed over Harry's face from a straw. Why bottle Hermione had hidden behind her back. There was a certain feeling to the liquid dripping down her face. Is this holy water? I've been practicing. Harry sighed, pulling herself out of bed and shrugging on some jeans, a t-shirt, and Hogwarts robes. She studiously avoided the Weasley sweater draped over the end of her bed. After a few laps around the lake, accompanied by a lecture by Hermione about telling Sirius, and a very one-sided conversation with Hedwig that resulted in quite a few beak marks on her fingers, Harry was ready to collapse in exhaustion. She had a task to get over with, though. So instead of breaking down on her bed again, she claimed a table at the library with Hermione. The bushy-haired witch was perusing books on house elf rights through history, while Harry was armed with records surrounding the Triwizard Tournament, trying to deduce what the first task would be based on historical trends. After about 2 hours of work, she concluded that the first task usually had to do with overcoming an obstacle, usually fighting or evading a magical creature. She started making a list of creatures they'd used in the past. She really hoped Hagrid's lessons would advance further, at least enough to give her a reasonable expectation on how to handle something she might face. Care of magical creatures did not advance in the way she'd been hoping, but it did get more dangerous. Harry jumped over a tree stump, trying not to fall over as her Scroot burst forwards a few meters. The whole class had their own Scroot, attached to them by a leash. Harry thought the exercise might be useful as a way to train agility and dexterity with the amount of stumps and roots she had to jump over while keeping up with the Scroot. The action itself of walking the Scroot, though, seemed inherently pointless. At least Hagrid believed that she didn't put in her name. The next few days pretty much sucked. She still wasn't talking to Ron, not that he didn't try, but his half-hearted apologies were really undercut when he retreated after seeing that Harry still wasn't sympathetic. Not only that, but the rest of the school seemed to have turned against her. She understood that, though, and joined in when Malfoy began sending out the badges. Like the badges, Potter. Malfoy pressed the badge pin to his robe. What had previously said, "Support Diggory and Weasleys, the real Hogwarts champions," turned into a button proclaiming, "Potter stinks." Harry gave him her best smile. Oh yeah, what a tosser. Harry found it more amusing that Malfoy was seemingly uncertain about his support of the Weasleys along with Cedric. He shook off her flippancy, turning to Hermione. "Want one, Granger? I've just made another load." He waved a few badges at them, and Harry summoned 2 towards her. "How generous, Malfoy." She flipped him 2 sickles, magically pinning the badges to her in Hermione's robes as they waited for potions to start. They almost made the systematic hate foe her across 3 of the houses a little better. "Are you all right, Harry?" Hermione muttered, pulling at the badge that was stuck on the "Potter stinks" side. Harry flashed her a winning smile. "I'm always all right." About halfway through the class, her day got worse. Colin Creevey edged into the classroom, clearing his throat twice to get Snape's attention. "Yes, Mr. Creevey. Sorry to interrupt, sir. It's just that Harry Potter has been asked to go upstairs." Harry's next slice of flobberworm was a little more forceful, accidentally cutting into the board she was using. She looked up as Snape responded. "Miss Potter is in the middle of a potions class. Sorry, I think it has to do with the tournament," he offered, and then she was walking up the stairs, exiting the dungeons with an excitable Colin by her side. She looked at him, suddenly wondering if him and Ginny ever started that fan club. "Isn't this brilliant, Harry?" Spiffing. Harry sighed. "What's this for, Colin?" "The Daily Prophet, I think." Harry smirked bitterly. Soon enough, Colin was leaving her in a classroom that had been transformed into some sort of photography studio. At least, there was a short man there with an enormous camera. As well as the other champions, Madame Maxime, Karkaroff, Bagman, Ollivander, and a witch that Harry knew to be Rita Skeeter. "Ah, Harry, there you are. Nothing to worry about, this is just the wand weighing. We're only waiting for Dumbledore now." "Wand weighing? Well, we have to make sure your wands are fully functional." He turned when Skeeter cleared her throat. "Oh, this is Rita Skeeter. She's doing a small piece on the tournament for the Prophet." "Well, maybe not that small." She turned her hungry gaze on Harry. "I was wondering if I could get word with you. The youngest contestant, you know. Something to give the readers some insight on what it's like to be a champion." Harry didn't like her very much at all, and did not want to be stuck with her in a broom closet. Which is where it seemed she was dragging Harry. Harry grabbed Skeeter's wrist with her other hand, unhooking her claws from their place on Harry's arm. "Sorry, Ms. Skeeter, might I employ a term I find quite useful?" The blonde witch nodded eagerly. No comment. Her face fell. "Now, Harriet, I'm sorry, but I'd rather not give an interview. If you really want some insight on the tournament, ask one of the actual champions." She gestured towards Fleur and Crumb, then the twins and Cedric. Skeeter grabbed her arm once again, trying to drag her back to the closet. "No need to be nervous, dear. Harry was quite fed up with her attitude, and now that she'd pulled her around a corner, away from the gaze of the room, Harry took Skeeter's arm again, this time pulling as she curved her body, flipping the reporter over so that she landed flat on her back on the stone floor. "Ms. Skeeter, maybe I wasn't clear enough. I'd really rather not have my name appear in the paper at all. But that's obviously out of the question. If, however, I see any story or account about me or supposedly from my own mouth, I will sue you for libel and you'll have to pay so many fines you'll have to give up your plastic surgery budget and then sell your sparkly glasses and everything else that you think covers up your inadequacies on the inside. Are we clear?" The blonde witch nodded quickly. "All right then." Harry walked away, back into the classroom. "Where'd Rita go?" Bagman asked. "To powder her nose, I'm sure." "Oh, all right then." Fred and George shot her knowing looks, which she responded to with a raised eyebrow. Cedric looked between the 3 of them, confused. Soon enough, the actual event started, and then it was Harry's turn to present her wand. Yes, in very nice condition. Almost too nice, in fact. Ollivander sent a wink Harry's way, and she really hoped everyone else attributed it to his eccentric way. Then there were photos, and Harry had to glare at Skeeter when she tried to get extra headshots of her. Overall, the day went wonderfully, especially when it ended with a letter from Sirius telling her they would meet face to face. The next morning went about the same, with Hermione unfurling the Daily Prophet and immediately pulling it to her chest to hide the front page. Harry just gave her a look. Hermione sighed and handed the paper over to Harry reluctantly. The headline read, the Triwizard Tournament, but the main photo was of her, with a few smaller shots of the group throughout the article. Harriet Potter, age 12, illegally entered the tournament, likely in an attempt to earn praise from parents who will never be able to give it. Harriet was too busy to comment, but she appears to be a small, emotional girl who is still grieving the loss of her parents. I caught tears in her eyes when I mentioned them, and her response was telling. Her life at Hogwarts, and on it went, painting her as a broken, vulnerable little girl who entered the tournament to fill some sort of need for attention. Skeeter had called her bluff, and she was going to pay for it. She and Crowley had already had the argument months back about whether he would represent her in court. After the Corbin incident, when she thought officials still might find out it was her, she'd asked about Crowley being her defense attorney, to which he'd simply laughed, clapped his hands, laughed again. Then answered with a flat, no. Still, she could get her revenge on the less legal side of things, which Crowley pledged he'd help with, in return for a favor from her. Despite the bad press, there was something positive to come out of Skeeter's trash fire of an article. She'd gone on to say that Harry had found love at Hogwarts in the form of Ronald Weasley. The boy had come up to her after breakfast, apologizing profusely. He didn't even run away when she glared at him, just kept apologizing, and Harry realized that this time it was actually sincere and not just the product of Hermione's pushing her uncomfortable silence from Harry. I'm sorry, Harry, I know I was an ass, it's just that, well, in my family you don't really have a lot of your own, except for what you make your own. Fred and George have the jokes, and Percy is smart and he does well in school, and I'm just me, but I'm friends with you. And when Fred and George's names were called with yours, I thought that I'd lost that one thing. He looked up at her, an expression that was almost nauseous, it was so remorseful, plastered on his face. And I did not tell Skeeter to publish that. I mean, I know I said I wanted fame, but that's just messed up. Harry stared at him for a moment, letting him suffer, then she grinned and stretched out a hand. I know. If you read further, you would have seen that it was Colin. Ron grabbed her hand hastily, surprised when the friendly handshake turned into a hug. Harry pushed his shoulders back, looking at him seriously for a moment. You know, being my friend is not your only character trait. You're a good strategist, and you're pretty good comic relief. He rolled his eyes, shoving at Harry when she grinned again. But seriously, if you veer blow up like that without thinking it through again, I'll be forced to obliviate you before I cut you loose. That was a joke, right? She smiled in a way that didn't reach her eyes. Of course. After that, it was 3 of them in the library, researching the tournament and all the animals on the list that Harry had compiled. They all seemed to be around the creature classification of 4X or XXXXX. So as well as looking up all the previously used creatures, some of which repeated after a few hundred years, Harry was making a list of any other magical creatures within the same parameters. Their library table was often overcrowded with creature books, with Ron drawing up possible plans of attack for each creature, Hermione speed reading and taking notes on several of the books, and Harry finding the books and reading the notes to assign weaknesses and strengths to each creature. It went without saying that they needed a general level of concentration, something that was broken. Each time the group of fangirls penetrated the library's walls, giggling in the stacks while watching Crumb a few tables over. He was in the library almost as often as them, which was odd, seeing as he never had a large workload. And Harry often caught his eyes glancing up from his book over to their table. She would suspect some sort of foul play, but his eyes often landed on Hermione, not the topic of the books she was reading. Upon watching this exact thing happen one day, followed by a soft smile of Crumb's face, and the subsequent embarrassed expression when his eyes darted away, Harry finally got it. Huh, she muttered, her head tilting to the side. What? Hermione asked, eyes still deep in the book. Nothing, she said, hiding a small smirk. Occasionally, the 3 of them would spot Cedric, Fred, and George walking through the shelves. Once, the twins came over to them with grins on their faces, looking suspiciously friendly. Hey Harry, Harrikins, George, Fred, what's going on? Oh, nothing. Say, what you readin' there? They craned their heads so obviously that Harry knew something was going on. She'd cast a charm over the books so that no one but her, Ron, and Hermione could read the contents. While they were at the table, something Fred and George had picked up on in the past. We're doing some homework for care of magical creatures. Hagrid wants to know what the Scroots are classified as. There's no actual record of them, so we sort of have to guess. Interesting. Tell us more. They both had fists under their chins, their eyes painfully interested. Harry spotted a flicker next to Hermione, and her hand darted out to grab what turned out to be a wrist. A quick finite revealed Cedric Diggory, his guilty eyes darting away from hers. Harry raised an eyebrow at him. Really, Diggory, I wouldn't have pegged you to be a cheater. Honestly, I never wanted to go along with the idea, but I was outvoted by these two on the Tournament Council. Tournament Council? His cheeks colored even more, throwing off his usually suave appearance. That's us three. We're a council, and we make decisions about the tournament. He looked up at Fred and George, who were making cutting motions with their hands. What? She already caught us. Oh, Diggory, you'd never make it in Slytherin. You're in Gryffindor, Fred. Well, yes, good observation. You guys have obviously gotten over that Quidditch rivalry. Listen, if you needed help, you could have just asked. We don't need help, they just wanted an easy way out. Sorry, Harry. Come on, guys. Cedric patted her on the shoulder, causing her own cheeks to color a little, something that did not go unnoticed by Hermione. Fred and George mumbled their insincere apologies as well, before turning to look at Ron. Listen, Ronnie, we wanted to talk to you about this sooner, but don't worry. We believe that you and Harry aren't a couple. We'll send some letters to Mum, she's going ballistic. Thanks. They stood there for a moment more in silence, before commenting, almost conspiratorially. So, Oliver Wood, right, Merlin, he has an ass. Out, Ron roared, standing and pointing at the door, as the twins held up their hands before retreating after Cedric out of the library. They were quickly followed by the trio, who Madame Pants ushered out on account of Ron's uncouthness. It was only later that night, when Harry was getting ready to go to bed after her occlumency exercises, that Hermione smirked at her knowingly. What, you like Cedric Diggory? Harry's face, to her chagrin, immediately flared. I do not. Hermione gasped. You do. I wasn't sure, but Merlin, look at you. I mean, not that I can blame you. Hermione. What? You're supposed to be the bookworm. You know, Harry, the fact that I read a lot might mean that I have better eyes than most, but a blind woman could see that Cedric Diggory is fit. Harry's face was flaming, and she grabbed a pillow to yell into, a common occurrence these days. Her concentration was shot to hell, so she let the pillow fall, sighing into her lap. Thank God Lavender and Parvati were still downstairs. Yeah, he is. Harry couldn't wah it until Crumb was brave enough to ask out Hermione, just so that she could repay the bookworm for that. Later that night, she was awoken by a crow. Thankfully, Crookshanks didn't eat this one, and he managed to make it outside with the bird intact to give back to Loki. He promptly waved his hand and returned it to rock form. Was the last one a rock too? Harry Whisper screamed. My friend's cat ate it. Is there a rock in that cat's stomach? Hello to you too. Harry rolled her eyes. The cat should be fine. So, you found a way to get me out of the tournament? Harry asked hopefully. No. Loki seemed to physically see her hope leave her body. But, I do know what you're doing for the first task. Really? How? He gave her a pointed look. Yeah, okay, stupid question. What's the first task? Dragons. Quote, yep, well, I wasn't expecting that, so, do I have to fight it, or? No, you have to get past it, I think, and grab an egg or something. It seemed a little weird. Like Laterra cradle robbing. Loki. Yeah, okay, not the same context. Okay, this is okay, I'll just focus on dragons in my research. A horrible thought occurred to her. Oh God, what about Fred and George? And Cedric? Quote, Cedric. He wiggled his eyebrows. My newest follower. Tall, handsome, a bit old, but it's not the largest age gap. Loki. Sorry. He sounded anything but. Look, basically my entire following is in this tournament, so if you could make sure they didn't die, that would be fantastic. Harry nodded. Okay, it's just dragons. There's that winning attitude. Now, I've got a couple of Italian models and a candy buffet waiting for me. Loki. Hey, you're old enough to know these things. A serious thought seemed to occur to him. Have you had the talk? Loki. I swear to God. All right, I'm leaving. He waved before stepping backwards and disappearing. Toodles. Harry stood still for another moment before kicking herself back into gear and heading back to the castle. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Before Harry had a chance to warn Cedric and the twins about the dragons, Hagrid was inviting her into the woods in the middle of the night to find out about the first task. Along with Madame Maxime, and, apparently, Karkaroff. So, Harry had a good feeling that by the next morning, all of the champions would know about the first task. AF. Chair escaping what appeared to be Hagrid's date, Harry found herself sitting in front of the common room's fireplace, waiting for Sirius to appear. When he finally did, she was almost asleep, and fell out of her armchair onto the floor at his hoarse yelling. Hey Sirius. She pushed herself into a sitting position against the leg of the armchair. How are you? He looked better, his gaunt face filled in a little, and his hair a little cleaner and trimmed. Never mind me, how are you? Well, I've been illegally entered into a death tournament, so, and her story spilled out. Edited, of course, B.U. She found herself more open with Sirius than last term. He seemed more stable somehow. Even as his head sat in the middle of a fire, he was calmer than the twitchy maniac of last year. Well, Somio, Nay over there obviously has it out for you. No kidding. Do you have any suspicions? Harry didn't know who put her name into the fire, but she knew she was suspicious about some people for other reasons. Not about the goblet, but Moody and Karkaroff are acting strangely. Well, Harry, those would be the two people who act strangely every day of their lives. Sirius, I'm serious. You always use puns in life or death situations. What else is going to break the tension? He grinned, and she rolled her eyes. About Karkaroff, he's a Death Eater. He paused. You know what Death Eaters are, right? Of course. Okay. Well, watch him. He was in Azkaban with me for a short time, but he got off because he sold out a bunch of other supporters. He wasn't popular in Azkaban, and from what I've heard since I got out, he's been teaching dark arts to every student of his at Durmstrang. Watch out for this Crumb kid, too. Crumb, really? I don't know if he'd. Harry, you don't know anything about these people. Just be careful. Course, I've been hearing very strange things lately. The Death Eaters are more active than usual. Someone set off the dark mark at the cup, and did you hear about the ministry official going missing? Bertha Jerkins. Exactly. She disappeared in Albania, which is the last known residence of Voldemort. I knew her at Hogwarts, and she was a nosy idiot. Very easy to trap, so Voldemort likely knows about the tournament. Of course it would be him again. At least I'll win the bet about why someone put my name in. You're making bets about the people trying to murder you. Yes. Quote, there is some James in you. He sounded very proud at the notion. Okay, so these dragons. There's a very easy fix for this, a charm. Don't try a stunning spell, they're too powerful for that. I saw. Well, look for a simple spell that could. He cut himself off at the sound of someone coming down the stairs. There's someone coming. Get out of here. But, go. Sirius' head disappeared from the fire, just in time too, as the person's striped pajama bottoms made an appearance, and then the person. Harry. It was Ron. Harry rolled her neck, frustrated that she could have had more time discussing her plan with Sirius. He's gone. But apparently there's something funky about Karkaroff. Well yeah, did you look at him? Just go back to sleep, I need to do some thinking. You should really sleep too. Yeah, I will. She didn't get to sleep. There was only a few hours left until dawn, anyway, so about half an hour before the sunrise, she crept into the sixth-year boys' dormitory. Harry dragged Fred and George out of bed, to their surprise, before shoving them out of the portrait hole and towards the Hufflepuff common room. She knocked in a pattern that the twins tried to follow despite their sleep-logged brains, before shoving them in and telling them to bring Cedric out. 10 minutes later, the four of them were sitting in an empty dungeon's classroom. Conjured tea in hand. Dragons. Dragons. Quote, I know right. But yes, dragons. And you have to get past them, and I think, retrieve an egg. Wicked. Fred reached out to wipe up the tea that had dribbled down George's front when she'd first sprung the news. Why are you telling us this? Harry kept a remarkably calm expression when she faced Cedric to answer. Well, the other champions should know by now. I saw Karkaroff and Maxime watching the dragons. Plus, I want a home field advantage. You know what I think, George. What's that, Fred? I think that Harry's become attached. And she doesn't want us to die by dragon fire. She wants to be the only one with that honor. I hate to break it to you, boys, but I think the person closest to killing you two is your mother. Probably. But, anyway, the second thing I wanted to tell you, or ask I guess, is if you wanted to work together. Work together, like on a team, is that allowed? Crouch said we couldn't go outside of ourselves. The champions, for help. We could technically interpret that as the champions being able to help each other. Besides, I've read accounts of the tournaments going back generations. Cheating is a tradition. Well, you certainly looked prepared the last time we saw you. You mean when you tried to steal the book I was reading off the table? Yeah, that. Cedric rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. The twins watching in mock disgust at the weakness of their teammate. Tourney council meeting, yelled Fred. What, right now? Asked Cedric. He got no answer, and was pulled into the circle of mumbling by George. They emerged about a minute later. Well, I'm all for it. And me. Okay. Then I guess we're working together. Harry smiled, shaking all of their hands in agreement. Before turning and heading to get breakfast, she was stopped by, curiously enough, Moody. That was a noble thing you did there, Potter. What? Telling the others about the first task. Professor, I don't know what. Don't worry, Potter, cheating's always been a part of the tournament. He paused for a minute, letting her shift in the awkward silence. You know what you're going to do. Not really, but she wanted to get out of this situation. Yes, sir. All right then, go on. They only had a day left before the tournament, but the Hogwarts champions were determined to test their agreement. All of them, plus Ron and Hermione, found an abandoned classroom to work in all day. Harry pulled her notes on dragons, and Ron went over their strengths and weaknesses. The tea part was a little difficult because of all the varied breeds, but Harry managed to narrow it down to 4 after her trip with Hagrid. They decided on a few spells that could be used, and they drilled those spells. Harry knew that those would be their fallback spells, in case their elaborate plans didn't work, because the twins were nothing if not showmans. Around 4 p.m., they split off, with Cedric and the twins going to work on their separate plans for each dragon, while Harry focused more on a simple way to challenge all of them. Or at least, a plan that would work no matter the monster. She decided to pull out her research on how to become an animagus, and started toying with a concept she'd written down a while ago. She smirked at the scene she imagined, and went to work on the idea. Delegating the gathering of the materials and basic configuration to Ron and Hermione, while she planned out the magic, specifically the runes. She checked those with Hermione, just to be safe, but it was relatively simple. The power put into them would give it life. 8 hours of work, snack breaks, and frustration. Breaks later, Harry was holding her homemade amulet in her hands, hoping that her scheme would work. She only got around 4 hours of sleep anyway, her mind too worried to rest properly, and the occlumency exercises pointless. She knew, theoretically, that she could handle the dragon. She'd taken down a basilisk, and hordes of dementors, not to mention the dozens of other monsters she'd killed while she hunted. And she didn't even need to do the job pretty. She didn't need to win. She just wanted to survive long enough to figure out who exactly put her name in the goblet and how to stop them. Still, the nerves persisted. When she finally managed to get to sleep, it wasn't for long. So she was awake at 6 a.m., pulling on some sweats to jog around the lake to get rid of her jitters. The other champions must have had the same idea, because Cedric and the twins were running around the lake, too. And Crumb was swimming in what must have been a freezing lake. Harry thought she caught a glance of Fleur jogging around the outer edges of the Forbidden Forest, a flash of silver through the trees. But it could have been a unicorn in her sleep-addled mind. A few hours later, and they all seemed to make eye contact, deciding that it was time to get ready. Harry made her way down to the tent on the edge of the Quidditch pitch with Fred and George, Cedric lagging behind with a group of his Hufflepuff friends. Time seemed to speed up, because suddenly Ron and Hermione were there. hugging her and wishing her good luck. And then a flash went off, accompanied by a puff of smoke, and Harry turned to see the unfortunate sight of Rita Skeeter and her cameraman. Oh, the boyfriend wishing you good luck. So sweet. Harry was not in the mood for her, and with a subtle wave of her hand, all the film in the camera was corrupted. I did warn you, Ms. Skeeter. I don't believe you'll enjoy what happens next. Ron and Hermione recognized the chilled tone that Harry was employing, backing away slightly, but Skeeter merely laughed it off. You're so adorable, the woman smirked, moving to a different part of the tent to badger someone else. After ignoring some dubious support from Ludo Bagman, Harry was standing in front of a bag, along with the other champions. Ladies first. I mean to say, Miss Delacour, please. He gestured to the bag, and she hesitantly lowered her hand into the sack, retrieving a tiny model of the Welsh green with a number 2 tied around its neck. Crumb pulled out the Chinese fireball, labeled number 3. Fred and George looked at each other, and then Cedric, then put their hands in their fists to play rock, paper, scissors. They both pulled scissors, and turned to Cedric, who was somehow the winner. Their dragon turned out to be the Swedish short snout, labeled number 1. Cedric seemed to relax slightly, relieved not to have the Hungarian horntail. Which went to Harry. All right then, your task is to retrieve the golden egg. When the cannons sound, you may enter the arena. Bagman exited the tents jovially, as if he were about to judge a baking competition. Not a beast battle. So, first up, she looked between the other 3 Hogwarts champions. You remember Ron's notes? Yeah. Fred seemed almost breathless. They were as nervous as her. Good luck, Harry. Good luck, echoed George and Cedric. Good luck yourselves. Don't die. She gave a weak smile as the cannons sounded, suddenly very scared for her friends. Wouldn't dream of it, George joked. Walking backwards before he turned on his heels, walking into the arena next to Fred, both of them just behind Cedric in a sort of battle formation. Harry saw a MPSE of a rocky outcropping before the tent flapped shut once more. She jumped when there was a loud roar from outside, taking a deep breath to calm herself before retreating to her station and sitting on her cot. And she waited. After a long time filled with the roars of the various dragons, the crowds, cheers and gasps, and Bagman's sparse commentary, it was Harry's turn. The cannons boomed for a 4th time. And she entered the arena. There were rocks everywhere, some scorched by the previous dragons, none of which, she was sure, compared to the horror in front of her. Harry liked dragons. She had liked Norbert, sure, he was a disastrous monster child, literally, but she'd liked him. The dragon in front of her, however, the mountain of gray scales and sharp, gleaming horns, she did not like. And it did not like her. Or so she assumed, as it whipped its tail at her and she had to duck behind an outcropping of rock. Accio golden egg, she yelled, pointing around the rock at what she thought was the nest. Nothing happened, as she expected, and she moved on to her actual plan. Accio amulet, she had to dodge halfway through her spell, as the tail was joined by fire, which hastily countered with a strong aguamenti shaped into a wall of water that quickly turned into steam, obscuring the entire plane long enough for her to make an escape. 10 seconds later, she heard he whistling of an object flying through the air towards her. Her hand shot out automatically, grabbing the amulet out of the air before it took her head off. Hastily slipping on the necklace, she grabbed the rune-covered stone. Onomato et Draco, she yelled, pouring power into the stone covered in animagus-inspired runes. She focused on transforming, not into her animagus form, but into that of a dragon larger and more dangerous than the horntail in front of her. To her private amusement, she imagined Smaug as she transformed, growing taller and taller, until she was larger than the dragon in front of her. The gasps of the crowd, as well as her sudden change in perspective, let her know that she had accomplished her task, and she was now a giant dragon. She roared at the horntail, which seemed shocked for a moment. Well, as shocked as a dragon could be. When the dragon in front of her tried to whip the tail around again, Harry swatted it away with a gigantic, heavily scaled arm. She stood up on 2 legs, effectively boxing with the dragon, before she delivered a punch to the dragon's jaw, accompanied by a short burst of fire to disorient it. The horntail's jaw was pushed back into its pain receptors, knocking out the creature. Harry caught it by what must have been the shoulders, moving it so it would fall away from the eggs. She crouched down, sniffing to see which egg was real, as her vision was all messed up in her new draconian form. She found it, scooping it up in a giant taloned hand, before turning to a stunned judging table, and setting it down in front of them, winking. The crowd burst into applause. At least those who weren't stunned into silence, and Harry blew a stream of fire into the sky, then bowed. She moved her talons to the amulet that was still dangling from the reinforced expandable chain of her necklace, grasping it and pulling it off of her neck. She immediately shrank back down, her senses and size returning to normal. Harry was then ushered to the medical tent to make sure she hadn't messed up her combination of self-transfiguration and rune work. She nodded to Cedric on the way in, who was sitting next to Fred and George. She only spotted the one burn on Cedric's leg, and a scratch on George's elbow. Madame Pomfrey announced that she had a clean bill of health, after lecturing her on the risks of self-transfiguration and, "Dear Lord, what were you thinking?" She gave Harry a cup of tea for her sore throat, likely brought on by the fire. Ron and Hermione burst into the tent just as she was taking her first sips. "Harry, it worked, it was brilliant, Harry. You turned into a dragon. Charlie's gonna go mad." She smiled in silence, not ready to trust her voice yet. Madame Pomfrey appeared, to usher them all out to see the scores, Ron narrating the whole time. Cedric transfigured a rock into a dog that danced around and distracted the dragon, while Fred and George did some weird kind of shield charm behind its back. The Dragon lost interest in the dog pretty quick, but the shield stopped it for a second or two when it tried to get at them. It would have lasted longer, but George backed into a rock and scraped his arm, and lost concentration. And Cedric caught a bit of unshielded dragon fire before he got the egg. Fleur put it into some kind of trance, but it sneezed and lit her skirt on fire. And Crumb shot a spell into its eyes. And the dragon sort of smashed a bunch of the real eggs. Charlie walked up to the group, joining them and handing Harry her golden egg. She watched the judge board as they shared their scores. Bagman gave her a 10, which she was a little suspicious about, seeing as she'd hurt her throat in the dragon. Karkaroff gave her a 4, which she could easily be petty about, but she dismissed it. Still high on the fact that she'd been a dragon. What? He gave Crumb a 10. "You dirty rotten. Ron, it's fine," she croaked out, going back to her tea for another sip. Madame Maxime gave her an 8. And Dumbledore gave her a 9 along with Crouch. "You're tied for first, Harry. You and Crumb. And Fred and George are only 2 points behind you." Charlie stopped, suddenly paling. "Oh, I've got to send Mum an owl. She made me swear I'd tell her what happened. She's going to freak. I mean, that was unbelievable. You were a dragon, which is amazing, but she's not going to see it that way." He started walking off, mumbling frantically, before turning back. "You don't have any more of those necklace things, do you?" he asked. She smiled indulgently. "No, Charlie, maybe for Christmas." He walked away beaming. After dodging Rita Skeeter, Harry made his way up to the joint Gryffindor-Hufflepuff party. They'd all snuck into the Gryffindor's common room, and the celebrations were going full swing, with Harry, Fred, George, and Cedric the center of it all. "Oi, Harry," Seamus yelled above the din. "Yeah." Her voice was still hoarse and would surely be gone completely the next day. "What's in the egg?" She turned to the other champions, looking at them questioningly. They nodded back to her, and Fred counted to 3. They all opened their eggs, only to cause everybody to fall to the ground, clutching at their ears. By the time all the eggs were closed again, Harry could hear a permanent ringing in her head. Well, what the bloody hell was that? The next few days were passed in the library, once again researching the tournament. Harry, Hermione, and Ron were at their usual posts, dividing the work to best fit their strengths, but the new setup included Fred, George, and Cedric, speeding up their work significantly. They'd pulled books on all sorts of things, including magical creatures that could make noises like the eggs had produced, curses that resulted in the screeching, and some research on the design of the egg and how it might factor into the clue. So far, they had vague lists of possibilities that would take time to narrow down, and Harry was ready to slam her head onto the library table. For all that she enjoyed research, several days of fruitless reading was getting to her. She was distracted from her frustration somewhat the next day, when Hagrid had decided to use the students as shepherds for the not-at-all sheep-like Scroots. Most of the class had rushed to hide in his house when he'd announced their task, waving at the loose Scroots, leaving Harry, Ron, Hermione, and a few unlucky students to wrangle them. Of course, Ron had to curse their luck when he shouted that, at least it couldn't get any worse. Harry managed to herd a Scroot into its box, looking up to track the other's progress, only to see a flash of curly blonde hair making its way down to the class. Hagrid agreed to an interview with the witch despite the trio's negative motions. Well, as long as he didn't import the Scroots illegally, then Hagrid should be fine, worried Hermione. They were slogging back up the hill to the castle, hoping to change out of their singed robes before their next class. Harry gave her a sardonic look, before turning back to focus on not tripping in her exhaustion. "He's gone for," stated Ron. Harry watched Ron and Hermione leave their divination and arithmancy classes, happy to have a free period to herself. She waited for class change to end before climbing out of the common room, following the path to a certain dot on the Marauder's map. Eventually, she made it to the 3rd floor, where Peeves was floating outside of the Charms classroom, staring aimlessly at the door. "Are you waiting to attack them?" The poltergeist turned to her, a strange look on his face. "I need some help with Fred and George. They tried to get me to eat a canary cream last night, and that's just unacceptable." Peeves just stared at her with that same, blank look. "Peeves, are you all right?" The ghost smiled brokenly, tilting his head before turning and going back to just floating, translucent eyes trained on the grainy wood texture of the door. "Baron said not to make a mess." Quote. Harry was a little hesitant then, watching the normally energetic ghost stare brokenly at the door. "And that stopped you?" Peeves looked at her again, as if she was something new that his mind couldn't comprehend. "I am tired." He smiled again. "I am dead." He chuckled then, a broken sound that was a remnant of the old Peeves' hysterical cackling. Harry walked away from the scene, truly disturbed by the ghost's behavior. She wandered through the halls, thinking about what could have caused such an abrupt turnaround, when she almost walked through nearly headless Nick. He drifted through a wall, and Harry hurried after him, going through the door to her left to catch him. "Nick." The ghost turned. "Have you noticed anything wrong with Peeves? Is he playing a weird prank on the school by acting all wrong?" Nick's eyes darted to her and her surroundings, his hands wringing each other out. Harry paused, taking in the specter in front of her. His shoulders were bent, his rough haphazard. "Nick, is there something wrong with you?" she asked, uncertain. No, nothing's wrong." He glanced around again. "I'm afraid I have somewhere to be, Miss Potter. I really must be going." He turned, quickly gliding away from the witch. Harry just stood there, mouth half open, wondering what the hell was going on. First a tired and seemingly sad Peeves when he was usually so energetic and, well, awful, and now nearly headless Nick acting frightened, where he was usually one to stand his ground and lecture you about his rough. Harry supposed she had some research to do. An hour and no answers later, Harry was interrupted by the sight of Ron walking into the library. "Where's Hermione?" Ron looked around. "I dunno. I thought she'd be in here." "Did anyone ever tell you that you're a bit dense?" "Oi, I suppose we should find her. She is rather prone to finding trouble." "Mate, I don't know what school you've been going to, 'cause it's definite. Lee not Hermione who's the trouble finder. Just let me have my moment." "Harry, Ron, oh look, there she is." The bookworm ran up to the both of them as they were exiting the doors of the library, grabbing onto their robes and dragging them down the corridor. "Hermione, stop it. You've got to come see this, the most amazing thing has happened." She gave a particularly harsh tug, and Harry fell in step with her so as to not risk damage to herself or her robes. After several minutes of questions aimed at Hermione, who ignored everyone in her excited frenzy, the trip stopped in front of a large painting of a bowl of fruit. Ron, at least, immediately recognized where they were. "Hermione, you're not going to drag us into that spew stuff again, are you?" "It's not spew, it's SPEW. Yeah, Ron, don't be offensive. And speak for yourself. I myself am a proud member of the Society for the Protection of Elfish Welfare." So you're both bloody insane now. Ron, I'm being perfectly reasonable. Just as any person would find the use of slaves unreasonable. Hermione. They like work. How do you know that? Have you ever actually asked them? Ron's ears pinkened. Well, no, but, Ron, maybe just hush up for a bit, Harry advised. Hermione stuck her nose up at the ginger, turning to tickle the pair in the painting. A door handle morphed from the paint, allowing Hermione to open the door and usher the two of them in. Besides, I'm not really here about SPEW right now, I just thought that Harry might like to. Harriet Potter. Something small and spindly crashed into Harry's legs, making her stumble just a bit. She looked down for the threat, and was immediately assaulted by the loud pattern of what looked like a tea cozy. The offender stepped back, and Harry recognized her attacker. She'd fought off this opponent before. Bloody hell. Dobby. The elf preened, lifting his chin in the air. Dobby is most happy to see Harriet Potter again, miss. Just Harry. Dobby. Dobby is most happy to see just Harry again. Dobby is sorry. No. Dobby has been hoping to go see Harry Potter again, but Harry Potter is coming to see him, miss. What are you doing here? She asked, still stuck on the tea cozy amidst the hats. Dobby has come to work at Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore gave Dobby and Winky jobs. Winky's here. Crouch's elf. Yes, miss. She is being dismissed, and Dobby is finding her. Why isn't Dobby and Winky finding work together? Dobby says, and, where is there enough work for two house elves? Says Winky. So Dobby and Winky came to see Professor Dumbledore together. The elf led them over to a spot by the fire, where a very sad-looking Winky sat, staring into the flames. Harry listened with half an ear to Dobby's conversation with Hermione about pay and vacation. Her eyes tracing the depressed form of the elf she'd sat near at the Quidditch Cup. And how much is Professor paying you, Winky? Hermione asked, provoking a sudden change in the elf. Her shoulders tensed, and she turned to glare at Hermione. Winky is a disgraced elf, but Winky is not yet getting paid. She stomped her foot, rumpling her already dirty skirt. Winky is not so disgraced that she wants pay. Winky is properly ashamed of being free. The elf sat back down with a hitched cry at the word free, and Hermione ushered forwards to console her, but only made things worse. Harry caught sight of the elves around the peripheral, staring at them like they were dangerous and unseemly. Soon after, they were leaving the kitchens with promises to Dobby to visit. And the strange knowledge that Mr. Crouch was suspicious of Bagman. You know, I'd still rather work for Bagman than Crouch. Really, under any circumstances. What? Ron looked up, just in time as he was about to crash into a set of armor. Well, what if he was a Death Eater? Harry asked. Harry, come on. If Bagman's a Death Eater, then I'll eat Percy's old underwear. There's no way. Why? Because he's funny. Hermione interjected. Well, sort of, but, are you saying that not a single Death Eater is funny? I don't know if that's how to weigh people's trustworthiness, Ronald, Harry stated matter-of-factly. Hold on, I didn't say. Honestly, I think you're being sort of judgmental. I mean, just because some people prefer murder to laughter doesn't mean they can't make a joke. Take Voldemort for example. I mean, he had to have some sense of humor. Otherwise, why would he make Quirrell stumble around all year stuttering and acting stupid? Active camouflage. Hermione put it. Well, yes, but think about it. There can't have been much to do on the back of a head, besides watch him wipe his butt, but for some reason I don't find much entertainment value in that. The stuttering might have been part of the camouflage, but what about the whole garlic thing? I definitely saw some of that stuck in his turban. What reason would he have to do that other than for Voldemort's enjoyment of all the funny looks he would get? Harry, oh, leave it, Hermione, she's not normal. Harry was not all right. Professor McGonagall had just announced the Ule Ball, Here she would have to find a date and dance in front of everyone. With a date, she slumped down in her library chair, unwilling in the face of this new task. Oh, cheer up, Harry. You'll be fine. I bet loads of people will ask you. Harry waved off Ron's surprising logic. That doesn't mean I want to go with them. I can't dance alone, much less in front of everyone. Then get some lessons. From who? I don't know. I'm just trying to help here. Ron turned out to be right. as over the next few weeks, a number of people did ask her, although she wasn't exactly thrilled with the turnout. An older boy named Cormac McLagan, in particular, was quite uncharming. Hermione was amused over her and Ron's fortunes. "Well, why don't you ask someone then?" she asked, sitting on Harry's bed with the curtains drawn and silenced. "There's no one that I'd want to ask." "What about? Cedric is going with Cho Chang. And he wouldn't go with me anyway. I'm too young." "Well, I'm going with someone his age, so I don't think so." Harry smirked. "Crumb finally managed to ask you out. How did you know that?" "It's obvious, Hermione. Every time we're in the library, he's pretty much staring at you." She rolled her eyes. "You know, this means that I get to tease you like you teased me about Cedric." The bookworm blushed. "You can't tell anyone. Please, Harry." "Well, all right." They sat there in comfortable silence for a few moments. "Why don't you ask Ron?" Hermione offered. They stared at each other before simultaneously declaring, "No." "What about Neville?" Harry asked. "He's going with Ginny." "Damn it." "Okay. Step slide. Step slide. Step no. Go backwards." "The other backwards." "Harry, how are you so bad at this?" Harry looked up at Loki, who was leaning against the tree with a lollipop stuck in his mouth. Most likely enjoying watching her stumble around with an invisible partner. It was funny for the first 20 minutes or so, but now it's just sort of sad. "I hate you. Ouch. I'm hurt. These stupid steps don't make any sense." Loki sighed, moving forwards to stand in front of her. "Okay, look, just pretend you're fighting one of those things that go bump in the night. Get out your knife." Harry rolled her eyes, obliging. "Okay. Step forwards like you're going to jab it, then to the left for a slice, then back to dodge, then right for another slice, and repeat. And in a circle a little as you do it for good measure." Harry blew breath out of her nose before moving forwards like he said. Surprisingly enough, she didn't fail in the first cycle, or the second or third. The fourth time, she did trip on a tree root, but she'd pretty much learned the basic steps. It worked. Don't sound so surprised, you'll hurt an old guy's feelings. That would be just terrible, wouldn't it? None of that sass, Missy. Now, I do remember a promise of chocolate in return for my help. Harry pulled out the Honeydukes bars, tossing them to the trickster. "How come you can't just get this stuff yourself?" Loki answered with his mouth half full of chocolate. "It tastes better as an offering. Plus I was banned from the store a few hundred years ago due to a slight shap when I may have gorged myself in the store." She stared at him for a long moment. "What? I was pregnant with Sleipnir and I had a craving. You know what, never mind. I don't need to unpack that. I had another favor I needed to ask." "What am I, the blue fairy?" "What? Never mind. What's up?" "Sirius Black. He's still not. Well, I think Azkaban really damaged his mental health, and now he's on the run. I just don't want anything to happen to him. He was a good kid. A good follower. Could you check up on him occasionally? It doesn't have to be in person." Loki looked at Harry with a critical eye, before nodding. "Sure thing, kid. He's one of my own. I'll make sure he gets back on his feet." "Thanks, Loki. No, I should be doing this anyway. I don't like abandoning people." His words had more meaning than Harry could decipher in the moment. "See ya. Good night. Have fun at the dance." "Oh, who are you going with?" "As of now, no one." "Well, if you needed me to cast a lust spell or, Loki." "All right, sheesh. Just trying to help. Ron, we need to borrow Pigwidgeon." Fred and George appeared out of nowhere behind Ron's chair in the common room. "What for?" "We're going to ask him to the dance." "What do you think? We need to write a letter." "Don't mind him. He's just upset because he tried to ask out Fleur Delacour, and she just gave him this look like he was dirt on her shoe. I would have defended him, only he was drooling and did look a bit gross so." "Who do you keep writing to?" Ron asked, glaring at Harry as he changed the subject. He then realized he was actually curious. His face scrunched in confusion. "So you've noticed that too?" Harry asked. "Personally, I think they're managing their drug mafia, and no one will suspect a tiny owl like that to be carrying kilos of shrunken cocaine." Everyone stared at Harry. "Can't I make jokes sometimes?" Fred rolled his eyes and turned back to his younger brother. Just keep your nose out of it. There was a moment of awkward silence. So, you two have dates for the ball yet? No, Ron replied sullenly. Well, you'd better hurry up then, or all the good men will be gone. For the last time, I am not gay. I am. Everyone turned to look at Ginny in astonishment. She lifted her head from where it had been, leaning against the couch next to them. Surprise. Good for you, Ginny. Harry gave her a fist bump. Stick it to the patriarchy. I thought you were going with Neville to the dance. Hermione asked. We're friends, and I wouldn't have been able to go otherwise. Ron shook his elf out of his shock to turn to the twins. If it's so easy, who are you going with? Angelina, Fred answered immediately. What, you've already asked her? Good point. Harry rolled her eyes. Oi, Angelina. The chaser in question turned. What, do you want to go to the ball with me? Sure. She turned back to her conversation with Katie, a grin on her face. See, easy. Well, who's George going with? Ron shot back. I'm keeping my options open. Inspiration struck Harry. What if you went with me, George, for the opening dance? Then you could just wander off to have your own fun. He put his finger to his chin, considering. Then stuck out his hand. Deal. Harry shook it, suddenly feeling like she was entering one of Crowley's agreements. Ron's face turned red. Why does everyone have a date but me? His eyes widened. Wait, Hermione, you're a girl. Well spotted. Ron, I don't think. Well, you can go with me. No, I can't, Ronald. She shifted, lifting her chin into the air. I happen to have a date. Who? Ron asked, a dangerous amount of surprise on his face. I'm not telling you. You probably don't even have a date and you're just saying that because I only just asked you. Ron, really, you should stop now. Harry caught sight of Fred and George, both shaking their heads and suddenly supplied with popcorn as they watched the exchange. Just because it's taken you 3 years to notice, Ron, doesn't mean someone else hasn't figured out that I'm a girl. Okay, you're a girl. Now will you come with me? He asked in an overly complacent voice. I've already told you, I'm going with someone else. She stood and stormed off. She's lying, Ron said after a moment. She's not, muttered Ginny. You're gonna feel terrible when you see her date. Harry stood, giving Ron a compulsory slap about the head, then walked off after Hermione. Well, I might not even go, seeing as I don't have one. Ginny stared at him for a long moment. I know someone who would go with you. Who? There was a Hogsmeade weekend right before the ball, so that anyone without dress robes could find something to wear. Naturally, Harry, Hermione, and Ginny headed to Twilfits and Tattings, while Ron stayed behind, sulking in the 3 broomsticks, until they finished and met up with him. So your mum only decided to get Ron a dress. I didn't even know if I was going. That's fair. They strolled through the aisles, pulling out dresses and showing them to one another, asking for opinions. Harry found what looked like a bright yellow flapper dress, and offered it to Hermione, who rejected it with a slap at Harry's arm. Eventually, they each had a few dresses to try on, and they sat on the couches in front of the dressing rooms for an impromptu fashion show. Why and Ginny booed as Hermione came out in the pink version of a dress she'd liked, and Hermione ended up buying the blue version of a pretty dress with a flowy skirt. Ginny picked out a light green dress with pink accents. But Harry and Hermione managed to convince her to try on a red one instead. She bought it with help from the other 2 witches as an early Christmas present. Harry was a little hesitant on what to buy, but ended up purchasing a dark green dress with the help of the other 2. Holy shit, it has pockets, Harry practically yelled in the middle of the store, leading to Hermione, gasping and sticking her hands in the almost invisible pockets of her dress. Ginny just gave them a weird look. And that's exciting because Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. I love magic. Soon after, Harry called on Dobby, who readily agreed to deliver their dresses to their dorms so they wouldn't have to carry them around all day. They stepped out of the shop, bracing against the cold, until Hermione conjured some of her bluebell flames, distributing them among the group. Harry squinted, looking at her smile as she passed out the jars. Hermione, what happened to your teeth? The girl blushed red, a suspicious smile adorning her face. Well, there are so many ways to magically fix teeth, but my parents wanted me to go through with braces. Except, I was looking through one of the spellbooks for the tournament. And there was this tooth-growing hex. I remember. I also distinctly remember us putting that in the not useful category, because I didn't want to face a dragon with even larger fangs. Right, well, I might have cast that on myself, Hermione. And then I went to Madame Pomfrey so she could shrink them, only I told her to stop when they were like this. Harry was silent for a long moment. I'm so proud. She leapt forward to grab Hermione in a hug and spin her around. The witch let out a surprised laugh, slapping at Harry's shoulder. Put me down, you oaf. That was so sneaky of you. Harry set down the witch, suddenly stern. Have I been a bad influence on you? The worst. Harry grinned again, pointing at Hermione. And you're learning. She turned around again, leading the way while Ginny and Hermione laughed behind her. Harry looked around Hogsmeade while she strolled down the street, watching for trouble, as one does. She caught a flash of black hair, darting around a corner, along with a tail. Harry was distracted enough by ruling out that the dog could be Sirius, that she didn't stop in time before bumping into someone exiting a bookshop to her left. She looked up, apologizing unconsciously, when she caught sight of a familiar face. Miss Potter. Hermione and Ginny stopped behind her, wary at the stranger. Mr. Ketch, was it? What brings you back to Hogsmeade? Harry palmed her wand as the other two girls tried to read the situation. Business, as usual. In fact, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Discuss? I would think you'd be more inclined to throw some spells at me. The agent you knew as Professor Corbin makes up a very small population of our organization, I assure you. The rest of us are much more sub-TLE when it comes to eliminating our counterparts. Subtle as the word, is it? Ketch smirked, gesturing to the 3 broomsticks ahead of them. Shall we? Harry didn't move her eyes from Ketch, speaking to Hermione and Ginny behind her. You guys go on, I'll meet you and Ron in a minute. Hermione grabbed Ginny's arm, ushering her past the pair and glancing back at Harry with a concerned expression. When the two were safely past the doors, Harry moved forward to fall in step beside Ketch. They entered the pub, grabbing a table in the corner. Harry caught sight of Hermione and Ginny talking to an open-mouther Ron. Glancing around nervously, presumably for herself. I would think you'd want to discuss business in a more private setting. Miss Potter, you do have much to learn. A crowded area is louder, more distracted. It's harder to hear secrets over the noise of an excited bar. He leaned back in his seat, nodding his thanks when a server swept by with drinks Harry wasn't aware he'd ordered. She looked dubiously down at her own cup of butterbeer. He rolled his eyes. It's not poisoned, you know. She raised an eyebrow at him. Fine. Ketch poured some of her drink into his own flagon, taking a sip. See, how do I know you haven't just built up an immunity to iocane powder? This isn't The Princess Bride. I'm surprised you got that reference, Mr. Robot. I'm detached, not inhuman. Okay, Terminator. She took a sip of her drink, nodding when she didn't immediately fall dead. So, what's this business you want to talk about? As you know, the men of letters finds the profession of hunter to be somewhat distasteful. Yeah, cause you're all snobby elitist racists. If we could keep the insults racists. When have we ever exhibited such behavior? Well, you seem to think that all monsters exist to be slaughtered, even though the magicals are more stable and human-like. Your interpretation of the term disturbs me. Ya know, you didn't object to the snobby or elitist parts. He sighed, looking up before letting his gaze settle back on her. Regardless, we don't keep contact with hunters, instead relying on our sensors to track and eliminate any incoming monsters. This includes the appearance of the paranormal, specifically, ghosts. However, the population of ghosts leans distinctly towards the magical side, due to what our researchers believe to be the large concentration of magic within the UK. And our researchers have further found that, well, the ghosts are acting up. Harry recalled Peeves' behavior, and the strangeness she'd seen in the other ghosts. So you've noticed something too? Yes, there's a poltergeist in the castle. Agent Blakely included that in one of his reports. He found it strange that the school had yet to dispel it. He tilted his chin up. Why haven't you gotten rid of it? I'm tempted some days, but he makes a good partner sometimes. Plus, Sometimes the place needs a bit of chaos. You are insane. He said it clinically, like it was a realization he'd just made that put all the pieces of the puzzle together. Some days. He shook his head, and she took another sip of her drink while waggling her eyebrows. About the history professor. The new one isn't a spy, right? I mean, she's been a pretty good teacher, but the past 2 history professors have tried to kill me, so statistically, well. No, she isn't an agent. As if we would make such an obvious mistake. Well, I've been periodically running her credentials anyway. He rolled his eyes, changing the topic. The Men of Letters has record. A number of behavioral changes in the ghosts we monitor, but we have little to no research of the non-magical side of the curtain. I've been tasked with offering you a job. I already rejected your offer last year. After seeing what a bunch of pricks you all are. You just love to overgeneralize, don't you? It's a weakness. I'm not offering you acceptance into the agency, I don't even think they would allow it after your stunts last year, despite my employer's wish for you to join them as a legacy and as a powerful asset. Was that a compliment? We're offering you a job, a one-time contract for you to report back some of your experiences with the non-magical ghosts, should you come into contact with them. We will, of course, dispense the proper payment for the amount you can help. Harry narrowed her eyes at him. See, it's a nice offer, but I'm still not over the whole magicals are inhuman, and should be killed even if they're nice defense professors that pass out chocolate thing. I'd rather not tie myself to an organization that believes in that kind of supremacy. Oh, come on, you're a hunter, you kill monsters just like us. Yes, but I kill the ones that deserve it. What makes you think you can decide that? I kill monsters that kill others. I hunt the monsters that either can't stop themselves, or won't when it comes to murder and other vicious acts. I don't hunt people who have problems that can be controlled and regulated. That's your game. That's a touching sentiment, but what happens when you make a mistake, When you trust the wrong monster and then they kill someone else? Then that's on me, which means I have to be amazing at choosing who to trust, and right now I don't trust the bloody Men of Letters. He leaned forward, anger etched onto his normally imperceptible features. This isn't about trust. Something is happening. Something that is affecting an entire population of spirits, who shouldn't be affected by any worldly thing. He stopped, taking a breath before lowering his voice and hissing at her. You say you don't care for the Men of Letters, fine. But you must care about what's happening, and you can do so to figure out what that is by working with us. Even if we are the monsters that you claim we are, we're trying to figure out what is happening, and stop it if it is something that will harm people. You must want to do the same. Harry frowned, biting her lip as she considered the offer. She'd worked with people she didn't like before. Crowley sprung to mind, as someone she shouldn't have trusted but worked with anyways. She did want to find out what was going on with the ghosts, even if it meant Peeves went back to his normal terrible self. I suppose that you're right, she admitted. Did that hurt? I'm agreeing to work with you, don't go and mess it up. Like pulling teeth, he muttered. Why'd they send you anyway? There must be someone higher up in the food chain. Ketch rolled his eyes. If you must know, yes. It is my first official year as an agent. But my superiors decided that since you already were familiar with me that I would have a better chance of gaining your trust. Wow, well that didn't work, did it? You're intolerable. He pulled out a pad of paper. I suppose we need to figure out the terms of this arrangement. All right, hold on a moment. Harry reached into her pocket, pulling out a small notebook with Crowley on the cover. She flipped it open, uncapping the pen and writing a message in it. Ketch leaned over the table subtly, curious, and she pulled the notebook towards her, shaking her finger reprimanding. I could use your help here, if you're available. The 3 broomsticks. Best appear outside and walk in. She felt the book warm in response, and looked down to see a fine, written in surprisingly fancy handwriting appear below her own scratchy script. What are we waiting for? Ketch asked, impatient. The doors to the pub opened, letting in a short man in a long coat. He made his way towards Harry's table. Who are you? He's here to make sure I don't get cheated out of anything. All right, terms, what have you got? Ketch paused for a moment, before shrugging slightly and going back to his paper. For every piece of relevant information, a sum of money proportional to the worth of the information. I don't need money. I've got plenty. His jaw tightened. Well then, how do you suggest this is going to work? Harry looked at Crowley, who nodded and turned to Ketch. I believe she would prefer an exchange of information. What? You know. I tell you about ghosts, you tell me about something else that I ask about. This way, I'm your informant, and you're mine. Ketch stared at her for a long time, before nodding. That would be tolerable, I suppose. I'll have to talk to my bosses. As for a meeting point, she'll inform you of a proper point. Pardon me, you're excused. Harry will send you the place to meet when she has information for you. This way, if you decide to ambush her, it will be on her terms. And if she decides to ambush me, why would she do that? Go on, look at that face, the picture of innocence. Harry did her best puppy eyes, to which Ketch looked disgusted, and Crowley laughed. That's disturbing considering I know that you regularly torture demons. What? Do our terms seem agreeable to you, Mr. Ketch? I suppose they're all right. I can give a final agreement when my superiors approve it. All right then. I'll see you soon, Harriet. Bye Crowley. Thanks. No, thank you. Now you owe me a favor. Glad we sorted out that division of power. The demon left through the doors again, leaving Harry at the table with Ketch and an almost finished mug. Is that it? One other thing. How far along have you gotten in that journal I gave you? Not as far as I should have. Why? She was suddenly suspicious when he tried to appear nonchalant. No reason. It's just that your grandmother was a great agent, according to the records. But she just disappeared, for some reason, and I can't find much about your mother in the employee archives, which is strange because there's usually an attempt to recruit legacies. Quote, did you think I would tell you, if I'd figured it out? I'm not sure. You seem to be full of surprises, like that demon you just used as a lawyer. Harry was mildly surprised that he'd recognized Crowley as a demon, and slightly impressed. How'd you figure that out? Lucky guess. All men of letters are required to do a certain amount of reading on monsters during their training. The name Crowley rings a bell. I read about him in a book on crossroad demons. He leaned forward. Why would a hunter be dealing with a demon? I haven't sold him my soul, if you must know. He and I have a similar sort of arrangement to the one you and me just made. Well, that's interesting. I'm sure your bosses will find it interesting too. Don't try and hold it over my head as leverage. It won't work out. I wouldn't dream of it. For some reason, Harry didn't believe him. She finished her drink. Well, this hasn't been fun. I'll let you know when I have something about the ghosts. How are you going to do that? I have my ways. Bye Ketch. Potter. He nodded, exiting the building as Harry walked over to Hermione, Ron, and Ginny. What was that, Harry? Oh, just some business. I'll tell you about it later. Later that night, she cracked open her grandmother's journal for the first time in a few months. She'd stopped reading right around the tea. That her grandma seemed to become suspicious of her agency, and the further Harry read, the more she understood the sudden change in personality. She also noted the appearance of a new figure, someone her grandmother recorded as F. An hour later, Harry shut the book after finishing a passage about Rose's boss, a Frost character. The writing hadn't been very complimentary for him, and Harry had feeling Frost had something to do with the hush over her grandma. She vanished the floating lights she'd been using to read by, settling down to sleep, her mind brimming with ideas. On Christmas morning, Harry was once again awoken by the instinct to attack. She did manage to pull her arm back before she clocked Dobby, trying to calm the elf as he apologized for startling her. Really, Dobby, it's fine. What are you doing here anyway? Dobby has presents. Harry was pulled into the boys' dorm by Hermione, sitting down next to Ron with the house elf on the other side of her. She set down her pile of gifts, opening Dobby's first and finding a very colorful pair of socks. She was genuinely touched by the gesture. Dobby, these are great, thanks. She grabbed the socks on her feet, waving her hand and changing them into socks patterned with little house elves blasting back a little Malfoy-like figure. Here, socks are Dobby's favorite, but, Harry Potter, they is making a mistake. They is giving you two of the same sock. No, Harry, how come you didn't see that? Ron asked, unwrapping the gifts from his family. You know what, Dobby, take these. He tossed the elf a pair of plum socks, and the maroon sweater. You can mix 'em up. Dobby is knowing Sir must be great because Sir is friends with Harry Potter, but Dobby did not know Sir was so generous of spirit, noble, selfless. Are we talking about the same guy? Harry asked. Oh, shut it, Harry. Didn't you hear? I'm noble. Dobby left with the socks and a SPEW button from Hermione, leaving the trio alone. They spent the rest of the morning lounging around and playing cards in front of the fire. In the afternoon, the three of them headed to the grounds to participate in a huge interhouse snowball fight. Harry helped construct a fort to share with Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, Lee, Cedric, and a few other random students, and they rained down the unlimited snowballs on the unfortunate students who didn't have a two-story snow castle complete with balustrades. Harry watched as Fred launched the snow boulder using the ice-made catapult, showering several Ravenclaws with packed powder, earning a high five from Lee. Halfway through the fight, she decided to go rogue, constructing half a dozen other castles and watching them all try to destroy the others while she ran around sabotaging each of the structures, until everyone was wet and tired, but ready for another battle after a hot chocolate break. At 5, her and Hermione left to get ready, baffling Ron and the others. After a few hours of preparation, and a session with Lavender, Harry was dressed and her hair was finished. She met Fred in the common room, who was waiting with George and Angelina, Lee and Katie, and a surly-looking Ron. Well, you clean up nice Harrikins. Stuff it, Weasley. Harry laughed, joining the group. Where's Hermione? Ron asked. She went down to meet her date. Oh, speaking of, who are you going with, Ron? You've been very tight-lipped. It's because he's embarrassed. Ginny appeared at her side with a nervous-looking Neville, probably on account of the glare she was aiming at Ron. Which is ridiculous, because she's a very nice girl. The group exited the common room, making their way down to the Great Hall. She's a loon. Ronald, well, see, if you call her crazy one more time, who's crazy? Harry asked, lost. No one. That's the point. All right then. They entered the waiting area outside the Great Hall, leaving Ron and Ginny to argue while stationary and not dodging trick stares. She's my friend, so you'd better not. Hello. Harry watched as a girl with dirty blonde hair and luminescent eyes joined their group. She had on a bright yellow dress that seemed to float around her, paired with what looked to be flickering sun earrings. Luna. Guys, this is my friend Luna Lovegood. She's in Ravenclaw. Ron's ears pinkened as he greeted her. Are you Ron? You've got quite a lot of nargles around you. What? They like to group around mistletoe, so I'd avoid that. What? Harry grinned. It's nice to meet you, Luna. It's nice to meet you, Harriet Potter. She tilted her head, staring at Harry. You've almost no nargles at all. That's strange. Thanks. You're welcome. They were interrupted by Professor McGonagall, who ushered Harry, Fred, George, and Angelina into the line of champions. Soon enough, the doors opened, and then Harry was walking into the room, opening the dance with the other champions. They moved to the head table, sitting down after what seemed like forever. Fred pulled back Angelina's chair for her, leading George to stare expectantly at Harry. Are you going to do that for me? He wondered. You should be more polite than that, George. It's disgraceful to see how far you've fallen while I've been away. George and Harry jumped, looking around to see Percy lowering himself into a chair across from them. Merlin's pants. Percy, where the hell did you come from? Fred exclaimed, hand over his heart. I think this might be the first time you've ever pranked us. Mr. Crouch is unable to make an appearance tonight, so as his personal assistant, I will be filling in for him. He's really started trusting me more with these larger responsibilities. Harry resisted the urge to roll her eyes, well used to Percy's behavior. Fred and George had no such compulsions. Hey Weatherby. Percy responded naturally, only to realize what Fred had called him, leading to some very unsubtle squabbling under the table until Hermione cleared her throat from her seat near them, giving all the boys a look so reminiscent of Mrs. Weasley that they froze and instinctively ducked their heads, apologizing. Harry rolled her eyes, ordering food after spotting Dumbledore speaking to the plate. After tuning out a soliloquy on all of Crouch's accolades, and listening in on a discussion of the differences between the three schools, the meals were finished and it was time to dance. Harry and George made their way to the dance floor with the other champions, lining up to open the ball with the first dance. Harry took a breath, steadying herself. Nervous? George asked, the corner of his mouth crooking up in a smug grin. Stuff it, Weasley. The music started, and Harry fell into the steps that Loki had taught her. George was a surprisingly capable dancer, and soon enough they were joined by other pairs on the floor and the pressure relaxed. The song ended, and George let go of her hand. Well, I'm glad that's over. You offend me, my lady. George swept into a huge exaggerated bow as a fast-paced song floated over their heads. May I have this dance? Well, if you insist. She rolled her eyes, grabbing his hand and dancing poorly along with the others. There was a group of them on the floor now, and Harry spotted Cho and Cedric near them. Nice moves, Potter, she continued in her rendition of The Sprinkler, turning away to hide her embarrassment. A few dances later, and Harry left George to grab some punch. She was surprised to find that she was actually enjoying herself, the complication of romance being thrown out the window with George as her date. She headed over to a brooding Ron with 2 drinks in her hand and another one levitating in front of her as she maneuvered through the crowd. She sat down on the left of Ron, passing 1 drink to Luna. Who sat at his right? Having fun are we? She asked the redhead. He glared at her. What about you, Luna? Right. The girl turned to her with a whimsical expression. Oh yes, I've managed to avoid all the mistletoe so far, and there aren't as many nargles as I'd expected. She turned to Ron, who was still staring angrily at a non-existent point in front of him. I like your cuffs. Lace wards away dabberblimps, did you know? I haven't been able to get through to the merfolk about it yet, and there is an especially large amount of them by the water. It doesn't help that it's hard to understand them above water. Harry tilted her head at the girl, amused and somehow charmed by her strange manner. What does a dabberblimp look like? The blonde turned to her, her wide eyes bright. No one really knows, as they're very quick, but from the glimpses I've seen, they look like a cross between a frog and a hummingbird. Harry nodded, nudging Ron, who grunted something noncommittal. She tracked his gaze, his stare landing on Hermione, who was laughing and being twirled through the air by Crumb. Harry was suddenly annoyed by the redhead. Luna, would you excuse us for a moment? I need to speak with Ronald. All right. She turned her head away to watch the crowd, a smile lingering on her face as she hummed a completely different tune than what was being played. Harry grabbed Ron's arm, pulling him up and dragging him outside of the hall. Once they had cleared the doors to the garden, Harry cuffed the back of his head. Oi, what the hell is the matter with you? She asked. What? You're staring at Hermione like you want her to spontaneously combust. I know you didn't want to go with her, or you would have been blushing about it for weeks. I do not blush. Tell that to your ears. Hey, I'm talking now. He fell grumpily silent. Get over yourself. You were wrong, in a hilarious way because she was asked by your man crush, but that doesn't mean you can ruin this for her or sulk all night. You have a perfectly good date, too. What? Loony Lovegood, is that what people call her? Well, she's barking, so. Ron, she might be a little odd, but you're my friend. Surely you can understand that just because everyone doesn't accept something as real doesn't mean it's suddenly fictional. It's entirely possible that there are nargles out there. In fact, your head seems to be full of them. Harry, the witch sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose, before looking up. Just find a way to have some fun, Ron. This is like prom. What the bloody hell is prom? Is that a method of torture? Depending on where you stand. What? Never mind. Just have some fun. Dance with Luna. Stop stewing in your bloody injured pride. She stared at him until he nodded. Then shooed him off back into the hall. She rolled her eyes, letting out a tired breath before wandering off into the garden to relax a bit before going back inside. It was not her fault that she stumbled upon Hagrid in the middle of his confessions. I am big-boned. Harry had never heard a more blatant lie. She snuck away through the bushes so that she wouldn't get caught in her accidental eavesdropping, only to run into someone else trying to escape through the shrubbery. She collapsed, falling straight out of the bushes and onto the temporarily stone-paved pathway. Sorry about Malfoy, she whispered. He pulled himself off the ground, brushing off his vicar-like suit. Potter, he wasn't going to get away that easily. Why are you hiding in the bushes? I should ask you the same question. But I asked first. Don't be childish. You want to talk to me about being childish? Potter stinks. Ring a bell. That was an ingenious invention. And I'll give you points on the charm work, but the color scheme. Horrendous. He froze, staring at her in confusion. Seriously, why are you out here? Something in him seemed too tired to protest more. Pansy. What? You lost her. She's wearing bright pink. How do you lose a stoplight like that? What? No, I didn't lose her. She lost me. Ah, the cackling getting a bit too much. She's a menace. He looked around, watching for any eavesdroppers. Don't worry about that. Silencing charm. You didn't even wave your wand, he accused. You remember last year. I have my ways. He rolled his eyes. So, how's cowering working out for you? I am not cowering. Well, it seems to me like you're hiding out here because you're scared of a teenage girl. Hiding, cowering, they're sort of synonymous. She's just so clingy. He sat down tiredly, releasing his complaints like a flood held back too long by the dam of etiquette. I can't go 5 minutes without her nails digging into my arm. And the voice, too nasally and shrill. I'd say we shouldn't judge people by things they can't control, but no one has a voice like that unless they try to. She tries to imitate her mother. That's their idea of a proper pureblood manner of speaking. You know, this is karma. You having to take Pansy and then watch someone like Hermione walk in. Don't make that face. I saw you. This is your comeuppance. He turned to look at her, caught off guard. What? For all the crap you've done this year. As well as the other 3. You know, the bullying, name-calling, constant enforcement of racist ideology, all that. He grew more shocked, his pointy chin dipping. Lo, what's put you in a mood? Oh, life. She turned away from the rosebush in front of her, meeting the blonde's gaze. I've been patient, Malfoy. And I still have hope that you're coming over to my side, but the kid gloves are coming off. You'd better get your shit together because it's time to grow up and decide how to think for yourself. Let me know when you've decided. Harry stood, walking back to the party while she left a gaping Malfoy behind her. She caught a glimpse of Ron and Luna dancing, the younger girl, waving her hands above her head in a bizarre fashion while Ron shook his head good-natured dancing along as best he could. She caught up with them, taking turns doing their weirdest moves, laughing when the older Weasleys joined in. Harry was especially happy when she managed a little magic that caused the enchanted instruments to play out a familiar tune, and she was able to watch most Pure Blue DS and Halfbloods look on in astonishment at the crowd of Muggleborns and Halfbloods flipping their arms over in unison and shouting, "Hey Macarena," accompanied by a deafening "Aye." At the end of the night, they all stumbled into, and Harry felt genuinely happy for the first time in a while. Harry woke up late the day after the dance. She came to the sounds of giggling entering her dorm, nth. Ewitch sat up to see Lavender and Parvati disappearing behind Lavender's bed curtains, likely discussing some new piece of gossip from the dance. She contemplated opening the egg, their shrill voices upsetting her aching head. Someone must have spiked the punch the night before, and she could feel something pounding behind her eyes. Harry groaned, grabbing a pillow and pillowed it down over her eyes, the sudden absence of light soothing. Nonetheless, she couldn't get back to sleep, so she stood and got ready before heading to the library. She figured she'd check there first for Ron and Hermione. As the bookworm wasn't sitting on her properly made bed, Harry strolled through the corridors, the dim torchlight wonderful for her current dilemma. Glancing out the windows, Harry paused as she saw a pair of redheads and a brunette on the castle grounds. She abandoned the library, heading instead for the group lounging outside. They'd said they needed to speak with her. So what's this about? She asked as Cedric turned after shutting the door to the classroom they'd led her to. Fred held up a hand to silence the Hufflepuff, waving his wand a few times with George before nodding. Harry raised an eyebrow. Can never be too careful. The witch shrugged. As for your question, it's the first meeting of the new Marauders. We're not using that name, Harry rejected immediately. What's a Marauder? Why not? It's perfect. Quote, no. George rolled his eyes. Cedric turned to Harry. What is a Marauder? It's not important. Anyways, I'm assuming that was your way of letting me know that you guys are ready to start working on the tournament again in groups. Yes. All right then. Harry, are you sure we're okay to be doing this? The rules did say. I know that fairness is in your blood, Cedric. But there's probably also a survival instinct somewhere in there, yes. He nodded. The first task was dragons. I understand they needed to make a spectacle, but really, dragons. And who knows how much worse it's going to get. I think at this point, survival is a little more important than rules. Bloody right it is, and it's not like we'll be sharing our ideas on how to get through the tasks. Just making sure that we aren't completely unprepared. If you say so, Potter. I do, Diggory. She held eye contact with him for a moment before looking away, a slight blush on her cheeks. Harry cleared her throat, looking at the twins. Anyway, have you guys heard anything about what the second task might be? Unraveled any secrets of the egg? No, nope, maybe. The twins snapped their heads to Cedric. Jaws dropped. What? The Hufflepuff. Now, boys, remember that talk we had about workplace discrimination? Harry. Yeah, okay. What have you got, Cedric? His brows were furrowed as he spoke to the group. Well, I was taking my egg with me on patrol. He stopped at the weird looks he was getting. I think better when I'm moving. Anyways, I ran into Professor Moody and I thought he was going to yell at me for carrying the egg, but he just asked me how solving it was going. When I said it was all right, he sort of grunted, and mentioned that I should take a bath with it, to help me think. Rather than walk around with it. A bath. Fred looked unimpressed. Yes, I thought it was just him being crazy, but there was this stress he put on the idea. I don't know, it might be worth looking into. Quote, what do you think, Fred? Salts or bubbles? I don't think we've properly considered oils. Boys. They shut their mouths, watching Harry. The thing is, Moody scared me how I was preparing for the first task. He seemed oddly concerned about it. Him and Ludo Bagman. The twins were interested then. Yeah, what's it to you? Nothing. Just a little disagreement. I'll find out later. Probably. So two officials, one of which is helping with the tournament directly, asked you about how you were doing with it. It sounds like they're just concerned because of your age, Cedric offered. But see, Moody asked you too, and you're old enough. And when they were prying, it didn't seem like it was because there was something in it for me. And you think something's wrong? Not necessarily. It's just odd, that's all. And odd things tended to get odder around her. So, surveillance on Moody and Bagman, check. Leave that to me, just focus on your eggs. Try the bath thing maybe. You should try it too. You can use the prefect's bath, up on the 5th floor. The passwords, Pine Fresh. Inviting our Miss Potter to bathe with you, are we? I think he invited us too, Freddie. Although I think we'll have to decline on account of us wanting to avoid murder by Harry. Shut it, you two. Harry's ears were burning along with her cheeks, she saw the flustered face of Cedric as turned to glare at the twins. I didn't mean. I know, it's fine. There was awkward silence for a moment or two, made worse by the twins' pleased grins. Harry couldn't stand it any longer. And she clapped her hands together, making everyone jump. So, she started, clearing her throat, I think that's enough for today. Meet back soon. They nodded, and she turned to leave the room. Oh, and boys, I won't forget this, she heard Fred's muttered shit, as she walked through the door, causing a smirk to slip onto her face. As she slipped into the Great Hall for lunch, her mind was alight with plans, specifically those to slip into the prefect's bath later that night. Also troubling her was the attitude of Moody, and how to find out the cause. But that could wait until after the egg. She had time, after all. He wouldn't leave until the end of the year. After a few hours filled with homework while she waited for everyone to slip out of the common room, Harry left through the portrait hole, and began making her way to the prefect's room with her egg. After a few close calls with Mrs. Norris, who seemed to be tracking her, she made it safely behind the door. Harry set the egg down at the edge of the bath, grabbing a towel from the stack to muffle the sound of the metal against the marble. She had to admit that she was impressed by the decor. The bath was more a swimming pool than a tub, with hundreds of shiny pipes with different nozzles and handles to turn and experiment with. It took a while to even fill up the bath, which she thought might be an enormous waste of water. But it gave her time to examine the room further. After deciding on bath salts and some opaque bubbles for the hell of it, Harry sat by the tub and looked around the space. Taking up the majority of the wall in front of the tub was a portrait of a mermaid sunning herself on the rocks. She was asleep at the moment, twists of her blonde hair fluttering as she snored. There was a row of stalls behind her, and she got lost in her memories of second year, only coming out of it when the pipes automatically shut off and she found herself staring at a full bath. Harry slid into the water, her clothes lying in a pile next to her towel. After a few minutes of just treading water and staring at the egg, she put her mind to work. There was something specific about the bath that would help her, if she was to believe Moody's whims. She tried tossing some water at the egg to see if it would do anything, to her disappointment. Harry tried again, grabbing the egg with her slippery hands and pulling it into the water with her, trying not to drop it. She almost did let it go, because of its weight. Her legs were working overtime to keep herself afloat, and for nothing, as the egg sat silent and still. She was attempting to set it back on the edge of the pool when it slipped out of her hands like a wet bar of soap, the clutch catching on her fingers as she tried to grab it. The egg burst open as it sank to the bottom of the pool, a burst of bubbles trailing away. From it, Harry rolled her eyes, thinking about how hard it would be to get the monstrosity back to the surface. She took a breath and dove under the water, and then choked on the water as she breathed in shock. Her head shot up, breaking the surface as she gasped in lungfuls of air, coughing out the soapy water. Harry took another breath when she was ready, sinking back under the water with an expectant ear, one that wasn't disappointed. The egg wasn't screeching, or just gurgling as she had expected it to. But it was projecting the notes of a song. Come and seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching ponder this, we've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look, to recover what we took. But past an hour, the prospect's black, too late, it's gone, it won't come back. She kicked her legs, swimming up for another breath of air. Then diving back down again. She repeated this until she had the song memorized, and finally she shut the egg, using a bit of magic to pull it up through the water, avoiding the SPLA. Shish when she accidentally put on too much speed. With the egg safely sat on the edge of the pool once more, Harry leaned back against the tile to ponder the message. What couldn't sing above the ground? Unwittingly, Harry found herself drifting back to the night of the Ule Ball, Luna's voice sounding out in her head. It's hard to understand them above the water. Harry remembered second year for the second time that night. Specifically her invasion into the Slytherin common room. The windows looked out into the depths of the lake, and Harry could remember silhouettes of things swimming by, things that, at the time, she'd thought were very weird fish. And Luna had mentioned merfolk in the lake. Her eyes moved to the portrait of the mermaid, her loud snores droning on. Okay, just a treasure hunt then, I can do that, she said out loud to herself. She nodded once more for measure, climbing out of the bath and drying herself off. Once dressed, Harry picked up the egg again and slipped on her invisibility cloak. Making her way out of the bathroom quietly. Everything was going smoothly until she got to the staircases. Harry was climbing the staircases, freezing when she saw movement ahead of her. Snape swept down the stairs, his black cloak almost brushing her invisible one. She watched as he moved onto the landing, only to be confronted by Professor Moody, who seemed to materialize from the shadows. Snape, Moody, what are you doing lurking around here? In case it has slipped your attention, I am a professor. I am on patrol, doesn't mean you aren't lurking. Harry watched, quietly, as the men tensed. Moody's electric blue eye was flitting about, when it seemed to land on something near her. Not near her, on her. He was watching her, and he knew that she was watching him back. Is there another interrogation you would like to take part in, Moody? Perhaps you did not enjoy the first one enough. No, Moody growled. Harry was slightly panicking now. She clutched the map in her hands, trying to figure out some way to get out of the situation. She could apparate, but then Moody would know she could do that, and she was pretty sure she wasn't allowed to. You're safe for now. She reeled back slightly in surprise as Moody turned his head back to Snape. Go back to your dungeon, Snape, the professor sneered at him, turning around and striding off, his cloak billowing behind him. Potter. Damn it. Yes, Professor. Are you out here so late working on that egg? He nodded towards the golden capsule, still nestled under her arm underneath the cloak. Yes, sir. He waited. It's going well. Good to hear. He paused, his eyes catching sight of the parchment in her hands. What's that? She forced herself not to glance nervously at the parchment. Arithmancy homework. Harry withheld her grimace. Of all the stupid excuses. Doesn't look like homework. The tilt of the page meant that from his angle he could probably see dots moving around the page, but nothing in incredible detail. She thought quickly, not wanting her map to be confiscated, and the look in Moody's eyes made her think that there was a good chance he was going to ask for it. Well, I suppose not. It's a copy of a Muggle game, an electronic version of Society, football. The players are the dots and there are goals they have to kick the ball through. It's based on some arithmancy predictions and runes. But I messed it up somehow. See, the dots can't be controlled. She figured something Muggle would explain anything strange to him. He stared at her for a long moment, before straightening slightly. Well, best get on up to bed, Potter. And don't let anyone else catch you, they might not be as understanding as I am. Harry gave him a tight smile of thanks, hurrying away from the increasingly disturbing teacher as he turned to head the opposite direction. As she moved, Harry looked down and set her wand on the map to wipe it clear, only to stumble for a second. She glanced back to where Moody's lumbering form was limping away, before turning from his uneven gait. Hurrying along so as to not arouse his suspicion and get caught in another discussion, Harry bled through explanations for why the map was telling her that the man behind her was named Bartemius Crouch. What? His name was Crouch. Barty Crouch. Harry paced back and forth in the empty dorm room. Hermione sat next to Ron on his bed. Why is it always the defense teachers? Harry, calm down. Surely there must be a reasonable explanation for this. She stopped, turning to face her friends. All right, what have you got? They were silent for a second. Well, don't look at me. Ron burst out, breaking the silence. I'm with you, mate. There's something fishy going on here. Ronald. Oh, come on, Hermione. You're the smart one. Why else would Crouch impersonate Moody? Do you think he's up to something? Moody, Hermione asked. No, Crouch, Ron argued. Either of them. Harry started pacing again. Maybe Moody suspects Crouch of something, and Crouch knows it, and he's trying to investigate what Moody knows so far. Harry, although I don't exactly like Mr. Crouch because of his incorrigible treatment of Winky. He's an official of the Ministry, and he was the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement during the war. He helped put Death Eaters away. Why would he be working with them now? I didn't say he was working with Death Eaters, just that he was up to something. It doesn't always have to be connected to Voldemort. Right, it's just this time where it's some other evil thing that's going on. Ron stated dryly. Well, it could be. Sirius wasn't really connected to Voldemort. Well, except for the part with Pettigrew. But Corbin was only here for a non-magical organization. Ron has a point, Harry. Statistically, you've been attacked by you-know-who or his supporters every year. Usually around May. Hermione paused. That's rather convenient, actually. Yes. Well, let's thank them for the fact that they try not to interrupt my schooling, except for the endless paranoia and random accidents that happen all year. Yes, well, look, I'm trying not to jump straight to Voldemort. So let's just list out some possible motives or explanations. She summoned a notebook and a pen, facing them expectantly. I still say he couldn't be up to something after his job. There's corruption everywhere, Hermione. And how do you even know what his job was? It was in this book I was reading about the war last year when we still thought Sirius might be trying to kill you. But Hermione, Crouch isn't the head anymore. He's organizing the tournament now. That's a pretty big demotion. Maybe he's bitter about the fact that the end of the war meant him being shoved down the ranks. Harry jostled down the theory. That's ridiculous, Harry. He wasn't demoted because the war ended. Well then why? Was he abusing his power? I don't know. Bet that stings. Ronald. Okay, so we need to find out why he was demoted. Any other theories apart from revenge? He and Moody must have worked together because of the department overlap. Maybe he's working with him again to investigate the castle. Maybe he's polyjuicing himself as Moody so that Moody can go sneaking around in secret while everyone thinks that he's somewhere else, when really it's Crouch. Harry considered it. Possibly. She wrote it down. Okay, so I figured out the egg last night, so we can work on that when Cedric and the twins join us at the next group session. For now I think we need to focus on Moody. Hermione, the bookworm straightened. Can you try and research Crouch and his job during the war and why he switched positions? She nodded. Perfect. All right, Ron. Maybe write Percy and ask if Crouch has been acting oddly. He said at the ball that he'd been sick, but maybe that's just his cover for coming to the school. Maybe ask about anyone that he's been in contact with recently. Maybe we could find out what or who he's investigating, if that is the case. And, don't be obvious. The redhead agreed. All right, I'll track him with the map and see when he might be meeting with Moody. Be careful, Harry. When am I not? She got 2 pairs of stern looks at that. All right, I'll try. Another thought occurred to her. You guys need to be careful too. Moody's an Auror. He'll know occlumency and legilimency. Crouch might as well. Just try not to make direct eye contact with either of them, and try and work on enforcing those barriers using the strategies I taught you. She took a deep breath, trying to plan out the rest of her day. All right, let's get started. After spending half the day in the library researching Moody and his career as an Auror, interspersed with glances at the map, observing that Crouch and Moody were still in the defense office together, she glanced at her watch, and decided it was time to switch to her other research topic. She headed to the aisles dedicated to magical creatures, a subsection of it devoted to spirits. In that section, there were only 3 or 4 books purely written on ghosts. Despite the meager amount, she was happy with the content, especially when she saw that one of the books was actually a journal written by a ghost that had been transcribed by a human. Harry settled back at the table, absently passing a snack to Ron when she noticed his face was getting redder and redder with frustration trying to word his letter to Percy. He took it, stuffing food into his mouth as quietly as he could. Without drawing the attention of Madame Pants, or more dangerously, Hermione. Harry opened her first book, the journal, and she began to read, haltingly, as the translation spell built into the book made some of the sentences difficult to decipher. Although, it was better than attempting to translate it directly, as the original language appeared to be some sort of Gaulish, a French language ancestor. Mostly it was just the day-to-day recallings of the ghost, him reminiscing about his previous life, and the random introspections that you could only have with the separate perspective of death. However, about 1/5 of the way through the thick book, she found something more useful. The energies hast been stirring. Once mo mine liver pulls of the darkness. It scrambles mine mind, and I'm that I shall wake. I places I didst not join to rest. Time, already so meaningless and bland, appears to stretch and compress further, a random pattern. I fear the rising of the Dark Lord hath affectioned mine kind. Her pose interference with the balance of nature is skewing those fueled by nature's power, and mine being unwittingly influenced by his corrupt happenings. I fear this may be mine last entry, as I feel mine tenuous grasp on reality slipping, and I may anon be lost to the darkness of the ritual. I know not if I shall remember afterwards, so let this be known now. The darkness is coming, 'tis power is growing, and the orbs shall pay for this upset of the natural decree. She saw the cosign of the living scribe, and flipped hurriedly to the next entry. It was describing the ghost's observance of a flower in bloom, his wordy prose going on about its petals dropping towards the earth as if wishing for death, with no mention of the previous entry. Harry sat back in her seat, staring at the book, deep in thought. It appeared that the ghost may have gone through some sort of memory loss, after being affected by the darkness. She read through the entry again, trying to make some sense over the panicked and resigned tone of the script. The rising of the Dark Lord referred to this Herpo. Harry supposed that Grindelwald and Voldemort couldn't be the only Dark Lords that the wizarding world had ever seen. She glanced up at Hermione, who was paging through a thick tome on wizarding law. Hermione, she hummed, her eyes never looking up. Have you heard of anyone named Herpo? This time she did stop NHER perusal. Herpo. That's a strange name. You're telling me. I swear it sounds familiar. Herpo the Foul. Everyone at the table jumped. Draco Malf. Oi was peering out from behind a shelf near their table. Malfoy. That's my fault. I need to remember the silencing charm even if we're just reading. Harry rolled her eyes at herself. Were you talking about Herpo the Foul? What's it to you? He looked uncomfortable. Nothing. Just wondering why you'd be talking about a Dark Lord from 1,000 years ago. I figured you'd be more focused on recent evils, Potter. Are you looking to help us with that, Malfoy? Harry asked pointedly. The blonde seemed to freeze up, then his face closed off. No, I don't help new Muggleborns or blood traitors, Potter, he said hurriedly. Rushing off frantically. Well, that was strange. He was almost decent for a second. Harry nodded slowly to Ron's statement, her mind mostly on the new information the blonde had provided. Hermione, is there a section for Dark Lords? Yes, I remember now. She stood up, moving to a small corner in the back of the library to grab a dusty book from the middle of the shelf. She set it on a nearby table, flipping through before she pointed. Here it is. I was reading through some books on the history of the wizarding world, back in first year, and this one mentioned some of the more ancient events. How ancient? Maybe a few years after Merlin's time. Harry nodded absently. Then her mind caught onto something. Back in second year, remember reading about the basilisk? It was a creature of Herpo the Foul. He made the first one. The footnotes cite some other books about him, but they're all in the restricted section. I guess I've got some more work to do then. She nodded. Why did you want to know anyway? Side project. I think something's happening to the ghosts, and something happened to ghosts back when Herpo was around. If my dreams from the summer are right, Voldemort might be doing something that Herpo did, and I need to understand the connection. Hermione was silent, her teeth worrying at her bottom lip while she stared at Harry. What? Oh, Harry, why is it always you? She asked sadly. Harry smiled, a little brokenly. Would it be anyone else? Her trip to the restricted section went well, and she retired back to her dorm room L. Aiden with a large book on the history of Herpo the Foul, who was apparently considered to be one of the worst Dark Lords in history. Take that, Voldy. She spent several of the remaining hours of the night reading about all the gruesome things Herpo had done. Harry had decided to refer to him as Herpes, in her mind. Purely as some sort of private revenge against the Dark Wizard. She did love to give them degrading nicknames. Something halfway through the book caught her attention. There was a gap in his history, one that appeared to be several decades long. Apparently he had been killed by a group of paladins during one of the Punic Wars, but there were sightings of him from decades after the last one. But there had been a body, confirmed by several wizards to reassure the magical population of his death. Almost 60 years later, he was seen during the Marsic War, heading a band of rebels fighting against Rome, only to disappear halfway through. There were other times where he'd been seen, backed up by the destruction of entire villages in the area of the sighting. Harry checked the dates, her head tilted in confusion. If the book was right, then going by the date of the last sig. HTING of him before he vanished definitively, Herpes would have been over 900 years old. And he would have had at least one confirmed death on his record. The witch flipped back to the ghost journal. The date stamped on the entry was 663 AUC with another smudged date labeled as Coligny. Harry remembered the books she'd read when she first got to Georgia, with some of the Latin ones being dated using various calendars, including AD, BC, A flat Urba Condita, and Coligny. She activated the translation spell again, her fingers crossed. Harry smiled when she saw that the date had translated again. This time the entry dating around 90 BC, which was in line with the first sighting of Herpes after his supposed death. She sat back in contemplation, her brain a little fuzzy from the implications of what she'd read. Herpes must have come back to life, somehow, and that must have been what the ghost had referred to as an upset of the natural decree, or what Harry supposed must be the natural order. And now, the ghosts were acting up again, and Harry only knew of one Dark Lord who was supposedly dead but was still getting some action. Evil action, not. Harry's face cringed at the unpleasant thoughts. She'd have to check out the Muggle ghosts soon and give a report to Ketch. She didn't like the men of letters, and she didn't agree with their means, but she needed help in confirming this. And help with controlling the fallout of what looked to be the rising of darkness in the form of one Dark Lord Voldemort. Harry left the old classroom, dissipating the silencing and security LLS she had thrown up for her conversation with Fred, George, and Cedric about the egg and her discoveries. Cedric seemed to have discovered the same thing about a day after she had, and she spared a fleeting moment to imagine what would have happened if they had visited the prefect's bathroom at the same time. Trying to dispel the blush that was creeping up her face, Harry had listened to the Anna's exclamations and ideas on how to go about preparing for the next task. She suggested routine laps in the lake to get used to the temperature and swimming for extended periods of time, and the our issues could be solved at one of their group research sessions. The other champions agreed, and she left the room to get ready with Ron and Hermione for their Hogsmeade trip. The carriage ride to the small village was good for Harry's state of mind, with just a few minutes where she could relax completely with Ron and Hermione. She smiled at the jokes that Ron was throwing around, especially and Hermione would find one particularly exasperating and she would smack him on the shoulder. Then, the rumbling of the carriage stopped, and Harry had to refocus on her mission. She said goodbye to Ron and Hermione at the Three Broomsticks, taking the back alleys to avoid hitting students while she was wearing the cloak. Once she reached the edge of the woods, she apparated, her mind focused on the destination she had researched. Harry landed in an alley in Edinburgh. She straightened, heading to the house that she'd read about in one of the many Muggle newspapers that Crowley had been supplying her. Each of them detailing potential cases. She'd chosen the one that had sounded the most like a ghost. Two guys had moved into a house that was auctioned off after the man who'd owned it as part of his real estate. Holdings had died. Less than 2 days later, they'd been dead. One of them was strung up in the attic with an old-fashioned razor blade in his bloody hand. The other was found dead on the floor with his throat cut open. She slid the window to the townhouse open, slipping in before shutting it just as quietly. Harry crept upstairs to examine the attic, ignoring the bloodstained first floor for the moment. She saw the rope, no body attached, and tilted her head questioningly. The papers labeled it a murder-suicide, but Harry had looked up the men and found nothing in their records that would hint at a violent outburst. Plus, there was no distinguishable way for the man to have hung himself. He was too short and there was nothing around the attic that could have let him reach the noose. The boxes that might have served as a footstool were pushed up against the walls, a 5-foot radius between any support and the rope. She crept downstairs to look at the bloodstains again. There was no trail of blood from the rope to the spot where the body had been, so the second man couldn't have cut himself after hanging the first, and the first couldn't have hung himself. She supposed that the old man who had died was still in the house, but she wasn't sure how that could have been possible as no one had occupied the house for years and he was cremated. Harry left the building, and walked up to someone who looked to be local, the cloak off of her shoulders for the time being. "Excuse me, do you know where the Public Records Office is?" "'Excuse me, the Public Records Office, I'm doing a school project." The man looked at her strangely, before shaking his head. "I dunno, maybe check the council chambers. It's a few blocks that way." He pointed past her, and she thanked him. After walking for a few minutes, Harry found herself in front of an official-looking building. She slipped the cloak back over her shoulders, entering the establishment. She wandered for a while before finding a dark hallway that led to a dusty-looking room full of rows of filing cabinets. She walked through the aisles, looking for a section labeled Housing or Development, and found what she was looking for. The house used to be owned by a Mr. Aaron Smith. It had been sold to Mrs. Logan Morrison and James Murphy in a public auction with Smith having no next of kin designated in his will. Harry noticed a note in Smith's file, the house being occupied by him and his wife, Maisie Smith, and his daughter, Allison. And apparently something had happened to them, because he'd acquire another property a decade after the house, and they didn't show up in that record. She closed the file, replacing it, and apparated to the coroner's office, the location she'd researched beforehand. The coroner was in the middle of the room, standing over the body of who she assumed to be either Morrison or Murphy. She cast a small charm on him, and he set down the entrails of the body, moving to his office for an early lunch. She hoped he washed his hands, unsure if the spell would stop that train of thought. The official safely out of the way, Harry moved forward and grabbed the files on the two of them. Flipping it open, She saw that the body in front of her was Morrison, the one who had been hung. There were deep bruises around his neck, with what looked to be a rope pattern branded into them. Scanning the file, Harry saw that the coroner had noted that his neck was broken, but not in line with how a broken neck from a hanging might look. There were the postmarks of a hanging, but the neck itself had been broken cleanly, which wouldn't have happened with the slow hanging he appeared to have experienced. There was also no sign of asphyxiation, meaning it was quick, which was a LSO out of line with the appearance of the location of the murder itself, with no tipped-over chairs or supports anywhere nearby. She shut the file, moving to the Murphy's notes, and saw that his death was much more natural. At least with all signs pointing towards the razor definitively being the murder weapon. Harry set down the folder, now intrigued by the hunt. She left the coroner's office and headed over to the police station. Just down the street, the detectives were busy with the files on the recent victims, so Harry looked back into Smith, trying to see what might have happened to his wife and daughter. The backlogged cases were in a separate room, allowing Harry to drop the cloak around her shoulders so she could get an uninterrupted view of the information. She found the files she was looking for relatively quickly, pulling out the folder detailing the case of the murder of Maisie and Allison Smith. The current case was somewhat cleared up when she saw that the two of them had been murdered in the house. One of them cut up on the floor, and the other hanging in the attic. The police had stamped murder-suicide on the bottom of the report, with the thought that the mother had murdered her daughter then hung herself. There were some investigation notes, with Aaron Smith having been called in for interrogation a few times as a suspect. No real proof turned up, however, and the case had been closed with the original suspicion in the official cause. Harry had a feeling that the notes about Mrs. Smith being too short to hang herself without a box support mirroring the recent death wasn't coincidental. And she closed the file, pulling the cloak back over to her, and leaving the police department. She pulled out a map of Edinburgh, finding the house quickly, then looking for the closest cemeteries to it. She found one, and apparated there, before spending an hour looking for headstones labeled Smith. There were quite a lot of them, and it took her a while to find the correct Smiths. Something that was helped by the fresh plot of dirt next to an older-looking headstone. Maisie and Allison Smith were buried next to who Harry assumed was their murderer. She spent a moment in silence, sending her condolences to the long-dead girls, before casting a charm over the area that would hopefully deter any direct attention coming her way while she dug up the graves. She debated pulling out a shovel and doing it manually, as she preferred in respect for the dead, but she had to get back to Hogwarts soon, so she just waved her hand, two piles of dirt rising and settling down like heaps of freshly fallen powder. Another wave, and the caskets unlatched, opening up to show two degrading bodies dressed in what she assumed to be their best church clothes. The oath bow resting on the head of the smaller skeleton turned her stomach for a moment for some indiscernible reason. Harry pulled out the lighter fluid and salt slowly, waiting for the ghosts to appear to her so that she could complete the research section of the hunt. Just as she was pouring the liquid on the bones, the air flickered and her breath came out in a small cloud of condensation. The specters appeared in front of her, looking some mixture of sad and murderous, but not out of the normal for a ghost. Harry salted the bones with one hand, holding a floating shotgun with the other. With a flick of her wrist, the gun loaded and then released, spraying the spirits in rock salt. They disappeared with wails, then appeared again, one behind her and one in front. She loaded again, Swivlin. G to shoot Allison as the small child rampaged towards her. She flickered and disappeared, letting Harry turn and shoot Maisie just as she finished with the salting of the graves. Harry sent a ball of fire into the caskets just as the ghosts appeared again, and watched as they shrieked and burnt up, as ghosts do. Harry sat back, trying to resist warming her hands on the fire in the cold air. When the flames burnt themselves out several minutes later, she waved her hand and let the dirt settle back into the holes. Harry stood, brushing herself off, and apparated back to Hogsmeade. She found herself walking into the three broomsticks, and headed to a back table where Ron and Hermione were sitting, joined, surprisingly, by Neville, Ginny, and Luna. Harry gave them a tired smile and slid into the booth beside Hermione on the end. "Hey, everyone. Hello." "Hi, Harry." "Hello, Harry." Luna tilted her head, her wide eyes shrinking as her brows furrowed slightly. Why do you smell like wood smoke? Ron choked on his butterbeer, leading Ginny to smack him on the back as Hermione rolled her eyes. Oh, no reason. Luna accepted that easily enough, and the conversation moved back to whatever topic they had been discussing before. Some time later, Harry caught sight of someone with dark hair entering the pub, and she stood up when the man caught her eye. I'll be right back, guys. Where's she going? She heard Ginny say as she moved away. To talk to her alphabet man, Luna replied. Oh, Luna, report. No, that's not how this works. Yes, I'm working with you, but I'm not an agent, so don't order me around. Ketch rolled his eyes, got up, and moved to the bar. He came back a moment later with 2 mugs of butterbeer. He set one in front of her, and after doing the appropriate tests, she took a sip. Report, please. Was that painful? He stared at her. All right, you're making progress, I can tell. Harry took another sip, then settled in. I did some research, and I another time where ghosts acted up like this, at least in the magical world. I'm not sure how the Muggle ones responded back then. Ketch nodded, and Harry explained about herpes in the unnamed ghost's journal. Herpes. Well, herpo. But he was bad, irritating, and hard to get rid of, going by the fact that he apparently died and was dead for a few decades, but came back. You make my official reports very difficult to write. Just part of my charm. She continued to explain, and at the end, he sat back in thought. Resurrection. Well, yes, specifically, of a Dark Lord. And I did some hands-on research with the Muggle ghosts. They seem to be normal for the most part, except for some slower reaction times, although that might just be the one trial I did. I think it's mostly the magical ghosts who are experiencing the imbalance, maybe because the rising of the dark refers to an increase in dark magic, which might affect some magical balance, and ghosts sort of rely on latent magical energy. Or it might just be that they are sustained as ghosts with personalities because of a magical connection, as opposed to Muggle ghosts, which generally tend to go batty within a few years of their deaths. So you're saying that this rising of the dark might be affecting the magical connection of the magical ghosts and, turning them into Muggle ghosts? Now that you say it like that, yes. Something is upsetting the balance of life and death, inherent light and dark magics, and it's affecting how the magical ghosts remain on this plane. It's a good thing that the concentration of ghosts is at Hogwarts. Because that building has a lot of latent magic on its own, and could probably help decrease the, craziness of these spirits. But outside of Hogwarts, depending on how long this takes, you guys might be seeing an increase in the death rates of civilians, especially around magical towns. If these ghosts are reverting to the temperament of most Muggle ghosts, we could be looking at a mass murder event, especially if they all start murdering defenseless Muggles in droves. And they aren't tied to their death place, not really, so it would be almost impossible to stop them. There was silence at the table as the two of them digested it. Ketch looked at her seriously. Potter, what you're saying, that would mean that Voldemort is returning. She swallowed nervously. I wouldn't put it past him. As soon as she said it, Harry knew that she meant it. She'd felt something coming for a while. Be serious. This would mean the start of a new war, mass murders, hysteria, panic. Everything could come crumbling down. And with the news that Voldemort could come back from the dead, potentially permanently, then you're looking at a hopeless cause. The complete overthrow of the wizarding world. And us with it. I'm being completely serious. The odds have been stacked against me since birth, Ketch. I understand how bad this is, I get it. But that doesn't change the fact that it is going to happen. Soon. So you need to start preparing. Her face hardened into one of determination. You need to alert your superiors. I don't care what you have to do, but make them listen. He's coming back. I don't know how, but he is, and he'll bring death and destruction of a magnitude we can't even begin to understand right now. This will spill over to the Muggle world, especially with his views on them, so you need them to start preparing. Now, the Men of Letters doesn't like to involve itself in matters outside of their scope, he said, a tinge of regret in his voice. Bullshit. You were perfectly happy to involve yourself using Corbin last year. Even so, this will spill into their scope. If they ever claim to protect Muggles, then they need to be ready to fight for wizards. Because if we don't stop him here, he's just going to look to you guys next, and then where will you be? I've given my report. You have the information you need to convince them. No, go and get it done. He might not come back. Those are the words of a fool and you know it. He nodded, standing up, and stilling for a second while looking at Harry. I know we disagree on a lot, but you've been useful. I don't envy your position. Neither do I, but someone's gotta take it. She extended a hand. Good luck, Ketch. He shook it. Good luck, Potter. Until the next report. They nodded at each other. And his hand slid out of her grasp as he walked away. Harry stood still, considering the enormity of what she'd just suggested could happen in the coming months. She took a deep breath, steeling herself, and headed back to the table with her friends. She would have to prepare as well, and help make sure her friends were ready too, but for now she could laugh with them and drink butterbeer. She knew it would be the last time she would be allowed to be a kid for a while. What was that about? Hermione asked quietly, the rest of the table busy watching Ron try to avoid being squirted by a gobstone in a game against Neville. Oh, nothing to be concerned about right now. Hermione smiled, reassured, and turned back to the game. Harry took a long sip of her butterbeer. It tasted bitter. The first day of term came quickly, and Harry was thrown back into classes, just another thing to worry about on top of the tournament, Moody, Crouch, murderous ghosts, and, oh, the increasingly likely possibility of Voldemort coming back. She wasn't even trying to hide her knowledge in class anymore. She just finished the assignment, then started reading about spells. She could be useful in the tournament as well as useful to teach her friends so they would be prepared for the upcoming conflict. On odd days, she read about ghosts instead, trying to gauge how quickly things would decline to massacre level. She hadn't found any record of magical ghosts turning on people in a mass wave, but she was still looking. The Hogwarts ghosts were getting steadily worse as well, although they seemed to be declining in a Mad Hatter pattern, instead of, say, the Joker. At the next meeting with the twins and Cedric, they discussed possible spells to breathe underwater. Y suggested gillyweed as a safety option if they couldn't find anything more original, remembering it from one of the rants that Neville had gone on about it closer to the beginning of the year. Hermione had jokingly suggested scuba gear, and Harry's eyes had lit up with an idea. She'd left the others to their own plans, assured that no one would drown with the backup plans in place. Her plans were. Interrupted when her focus was drawn instead to the large crowd outside of Hagrid's hut. At the center was Pansy Parkinson, gossiping to everyone. Harry got close enough to hear snippets of what was being said, and found that she was reading a news article to the class. The focus of the article, however, caused her to storm forward, forgetting all subtly, and rip the article from Pansy's bony hands. Splattered over the front page was Hagrid with his hand in the camera, the head title screaming, Half-Giant of Hogwarts. The byline, spelled in fancy curled letters, read, Rita Skeeter. Harry's expression darkened, and she threw the paper to her left, the rag being caught by Ron. To the tune of twin gasps from Ron and Hermione, Harry stormed up to Hagrid's hut, trying to calm herself. Just as she was about to knock, the voice of an older witch ordered them to turn around and follow her. Professor Grubbly Plank led the group away from Hagrid's hut, the substitute looking expectantly at Harry. The witch's fist fell from its spot above the wood, and she turned and followed, hanging back with Ron and Hermione to discuss the new development. Mentally, Harry added a name to her list. The tournament, Moody, Crouch, the ghosts, Voldemort, Rita Skeeter. By February, Harry was feeling pretty confident about her idea for the second task. She'd modified a bubble head charm and tried to work in a warming charm as well, but decided to just cast it separately. With the pressure of the next task mostly relieved, she was able to devote her time to other research. She was still studying Mermish, but that took up less time than previously, and most of her efforts were aimed towards compiling a list of spells, potions, and other skills to teach her friends. She'd already started on that front, subtly with Neville and occasionally Ginny, not so subtly with Ron and Hermione. The previous two may not have fully understood the extra homework help, but they were grateful for it. Ron and Hermione were a little more suspicious, but she wasn't going to alarm them yet, just drill some defensive and offensive spells into them as well as insist on increased occlumency practice. She was still worried about the Moody and Crouch ordeal, especially with the new information brought to her by a tearful Hermione. Crouch had put his own son in Azkaban, for the permanent incapacitation of the Longbottoms. She remembered how Moody had tortured the spider right in front of Neville, and she suspected that Crouch Sr. might still be bitter about the abandoning of his son, and was trying to get revenge somehow. She wasn't sure how often Moody was teaching and how often Crouch was the one teaching, likely polyjuiced as Moody. She didn't want to check the map in class, as his electric blue eye was very observant. For the moment, though, she was content with her investigations. It was only a matter of time before one of them would slip up and she'd get another clue as to what they were doing. Harry shook her head as she trudged through the snow, Ron and Hermione walking slightly behind her, taking advantage of the path she cleared. Sirius had gone mental, it was the only explanation as to why he'd risked coming back to Hogsmeade, a fairly populated village, when the last time he was in the vicinity of Hogwarts he'd almost been kissed. After 10 minutes, the group had reached the edge of town. They stopped and looked around. Sirius hadn't been completely clear in his letter about how they were meeting, but the little clearing at the end of the lane was far too exposed for Harry's taste. She was circling, looking for any sign of the man, when she heard gasps from Ron and Hermione. She whipped around, only to be tackled by a large black dog. Harry rolled her eyes as she shoved the excited mud off of her, standing up and brushing off her robes. "Really, Sirius?" The dog barked, wagged his tail, then turned and padded away from them. "Are we supposed to follow him?" Ron asked. "And are we sure that's him?" The dog stopped, turned, and waved its head in a "follow me" motion. "All right, that's bloody weird." The trio followed Sirius, walking for another 10 minutes or so, before they came to the edge of a cave a ways away from the village. Upon entering said cave, the dog morphed into a thin man, and Harry got her first look at her godfather in almost a year. "Harry, Sirius." She hugged him when he opened his arms, a little unsurely. "How've you been?" "Cold." He sat down on the floor, grabbing a newspaper from a stack in the corner of the cave. He gestured for the three of them to take a seat as well. "Hungry too. The villagers feed me scraps sometimes, but mostly it's been rats and the occasional bunny." Harry nodded. "Sorry." It's all right. I decided to come here, didn't I?" "Yes. Why was that again?" "There's something off about Hogwarts. Trouble is brewing." "Yes, I know that." "Well, what have you got then?" Harry, with the help of Ron and Hermione, explained their suspicions. With Crouch and Moody primarily. Sometime during the explanation, Hermione passed Harry the shrunken bag she'd been carrying, which she passed to Sirius, shrunken. And he gorged himself on the food within it. "And that's what we've got. So far, anyways." "You know something." He looked up at them, his face as grim as his animagus form. They spent the next hour or two listening to Sirius condemn the actions of Barty Crouch, and left the cave feeling simultaneously downtrodden and mad at the man. Hermione was particularly upset about the lack of due process. As the carriages made their way back to the castle, Harry was stuck staring at the frost on the window pane, remembering Sirius' face when she mentioned Karkaroff and his worry about his arm during her last potions lesson. His expression confirmed that she was correct, that the older professor had been talking about his dark mark, and that Voldemort was indeed stirring somehow. Her spirits were lifted when she led the other two to Hagrid's, and they had a good yell at him through the wooden door. The appearance of Dumbledore made things funnier, and Harry was glad to say that Hagrid looked better and less full of shame over his heritage. The air was sharp and cold, and Harry glanced over to the other contestants. Fred, George, and Cedric stood grouped together in their shorts and tank tops. She pulled at the uncomfortable one piece that her and Fleur had been given, waiting for the whistle to sound. She was worried, as Ron and Hermione were both missing, and she was suspecting that the treasure that she'd sorely miss wasn't exactly inanimate. She glared up at the judges' panel. "Dirty move, Dumbledore." Harry focused on the water, staring at the tiny waves lapping at the shore. A sharp whistle burst through the air, and she waved her wand, incanting the bubble head charm, with some extra wand movements. A bubble appeared around her entire body, and she had a moment to feel like Glinda the Good Witch. Before she moved her wand forward and propelled herself into the water. Below the waves, The bubble turned cold quickly. Harry could see frost forming on the layer of energy. Something she might have wanted to study if she hadn't been in such a rush. She cast a warming charm on the inside of the bubble, the protective layer powered now by the runes etched in darker energy around her. She moved her wand, causing the personal submarine to move deeper into the lake. It was dark, and the light projected by the bubble only lit up her immediate surroundings. "Point me hostages." Her wand swiveled in her hand, pointing in front of her, the tip drooping down, deeper into the lake. Harry took a deep breath, and moved further into the darkness. At the bottom of the lake, it was eerily quiet. The only sound were the noises caused by her displacing the water. The bubble hovered over the tall grasses growing out of the lake floor. There was movement inside of them, and all of a sudden, Harry found herself facing a Grindylow launching itself out of the grass and into her bubble. She reacted on instinct, freezing the Grindylow as it flew through the energy layer. The creature's arms locked up, and it fell, right through the bubble and back into the water where its descent slowed. It was only the first through, and she could see others making their way towards her. Harry waved her wand again, carving protection runes beside the bubble-sustaining ones, so the next Grindylow that tried to get through the bubble bounced off of it, spinning in dizzying circles through the water. She shot off some stunners at the remaining ones, warning them away from trying to break the barrier. Harry brushed off the incident, casting the Point Me spell again, and moving deeper into the lake. After 30 or so minutes of searching, she finally found them. She thought the warming spell had worn off when the chills went through her at the sight of several students tied to a great mermaid statue, drifting in the water aimlessly. She got closer, avoiding the irritated-looking merfolk, her heart skipping a beat when she saw the blue tones of their skin. She was Riesu, red by the steady stream of bubbles coming out of their noses, but surely it couldn't be healthy. Harry got closer to identify the hostages, seeing Ron, Ginny, Cho, Hermione, and a little blonde girl that she supposed might be Fleur. When she got to the end of the line, she choked on her spit. Floating there, looking very dead apart from the apparent breath, was Dean Winchester. What? Panic clawed at her throat. How did they know about the Winchesters? And how had they gotten Dean there? So distracted was she that she didn't notice Cedric, Fred, and George swim up to her, bubbles encasing their heads. When they waved, she shook herself out of her shock, and waved back. Cedric grabbed Cho, and Fred and George grabbed Ron and Ginny, respectively. "Are you coming?" Fred mouthed, pointing up to where George and Cedric had started swimming. Harry looked back at the hostages, checking the watch on her arm. They only had 10 minutes left, and she didn't see the other champions nearby. She looked back at Fred, shaking her head and gesturing towards the floaters. He shrugged, as much as he could underwater, and swam up to meet the others. Harry turned to one of the mermaid guards, asking, "Gee, what would happen to the hostages in the rudimentary mermish she knew?" "Past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back." Her eyebrows furrowed. Surely Dumbledore wouldn't let the hostages die, would he? Well, she wouldn't put it past him for the dramatic effect, but the rest of the board. She chewed her lip, looking at the others worryingly. She wondered how John and Sam were reacting without Dean. Crumb appeared out of nowhere, half his body in shark form. He started snapping at the seaweed holding down Hermione, and Harry rolled her eyes, shooting a severing spell at the restraints before he bit the witch. Shark Crumb grabbed Hermione in his fin hand, dragging her upwards. It was just Dean and the little girl now, and Harry couldn't see Fleur anywhere. "Point me, Fleur." The wand swiveled and pointed upwards, and Harry let out a sigh, knowing her next actions would be labeled by Hermione as her saving people thing. Harry moved forwards, cutting Dean out of the seaweed, then moving towards the girl. She was blocked by two tridents crossing each other, and the sound of mermish floating towards her that she translated roughly as, "one." Harry tilted her head. That wouldn't do. The witch backed off, pulling Dean inside of the bubble for safekeeping. Only, he woke up as soon as his head passed the barrier. "What the hell? Hey Winchester. Harry, what's going on?" He looked around, his eyes widening with the appearance of the merfolk. "Am I dreaming, or are those mermaids? You're definitely awake. Now, I'd love to catch up, but I've got a time limit that's about to end and I don't want the little girl there to die on my watch." What? Hush now. Harry rolled her neck, then pulled up her wand, staring at the merfolk in front of her. Diterbo Maximus. A wave of power was sent out from the bubble, shoving the merfolk away as they were hit with the energy, spiraling away from the statue and the little girl. Harry propelled the bubble forwards, severing the seaweed as she grabbed the girl, pulling her into the bubble just in case her time ran out before she could reach the surface. The girl woke up, babbling fearfully in French as H. Ari tried to move the bubble towards the surface of the water. Harry, what's she saying? What's going on? Oh est fleur. Oh sois je. The girl's tone was edging into hysteric. Harry continued their ascent, her head turning slightly towards the scared little girl. Nous sommes dans un lac. When this seemed to only increase the girl's panic, Harry tried to reassure her. C'est d'accord. Potter, what is going on? Almost there, Harry broke the surface of the lake, and sped the bubble along the waves towards the stands where everyone was watching. She cancelled the bubble, allowing the two passengers to fall to the ground. Fleur came speeding out from the stands to grab her sister, the two of them speaking frantically to each other in French. Harry turned to Dean, who looked a little sick. What the hell? What do you remember? Harry asked as Madame Pomfrey grabbed them, dragging them over to a few cots and layering them with warm towels. I was with Sam in a hotel room, and then I was in your little bubble. There's nothing in between. Well, that's worrying. Harry, her two soaked best friends appeared, towels and pepper-up charms applied. They were looking questioningly at Dean. Oh, Ron, Hermione, meet Dean Winchester. Dean, these two. She flapped her hands at the three of them, making the awkward introduction. Thankfully it wasn't like that for long. Dean Winchester. Ron's head had perked up, grinning as he shook Dean's hand. I've heard stories. Your muggle friend. Hermione hissed, looking worryingly around the platform, spotting the judges still conferring. The rest of the audience chatting among themselves. How'd he get here? How'd they know? Harry shrugged, glancing at Dean to see the confused look on his face. Harry, my dear. Harry look. Ed over to see Bagman making his way towards the pair. She turned back to Dean, rolling her eyes and muttering to keep quiet before facing the man. Splendid job. Well done. I came in last. Yes, well, there is that little snag. He looked over the group of teens, his eyes catching on Dean. Hello, Ludo Bagman. Dean Winchester, Dean replied, uneasily taking Bagman's proffered hand. Harry stepped between him and the older man. Mr. Bagman, if you don't mind, do you know why Dean is here? He's your hostage. Yes, but, Dean here is from America, which seems rather far away to choose a hostage from. And of course, there's the breaking of the statute of secrecy, Harry said pointedly, trying not to panic. Oh but my dear, you're mistaken. The statue hasn't been broken. Sure, there as the slight chance of jurisdictional issues, but I can assure you it was only your squib friend here who was present at the time of his, acquirement. What did he call me? Dean. Oh, silly me. They have a different word in America, don't they? Hermione reached over and pushed Harry's mouth close from where it had fallen open. She gave a nervous chuckle. Mr. Bagman, if I could just clarify, my squib friend Dean here, who is a squib and knows about magic, was taken from America without any breach of the statute. Yes. All right then. Harry could feel a wave of hysterical giggling coming over her. She shoved it back with some effort. And if I could ask, how exactly were the champions chosen? See, me and Dean haven't seen each other in person since, second year, so I can't imagine how you found him. Oh, just a bit of magic. Albus thought up. It spells out all the magical bonds, like a map of your friends, with the closest ones glowing that much brighter. Bagman frowned. You know, Albus was particularly intrigued by Mr. Winchester here, along with his family. You haven't seen him in a couple years, you say. The names were glowing especially bright. Oh, we write letters. MMHMM, Bagman hummed. Trying to sound interested, he looked back to where the group of judges were gathering, startling. Oh, I believe that's my cue. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Windsor. Right. Harry watched the man bumble away, turning back to Dean and the others. Did he just insult me and walk away? What's a skib? Anyways. Squib, Dean. And it's really ironic considering your family's chosen profession. Just get to the point. Tetchy. I just woke up under a lake, still breathing, and now I'm surrounded by friggin' witches. Fair point. What Harry's trying to say, Dean, is that you're magical. Or at least of magical origins. Squibs are people from magical families, but they have no magic themselves. There must be a witch or wizard in your family. Not possible. Dean, the fact that you're here makes it possible. Harry watched as his jaw tightened as he tried to work through the discovery. Who do you think it is? No idea. Most of my family is dead. The three of them were quiet for a moment. You know, there's a good side of this. Yeah, what? Our cunning ruse hasn't been discovered by Dumbledore, leading to your probable obliviation and my being sent back to the Dursleys. Dean snorted softly. If I could have everyone's attention. Dumbledore called out suddenly, the buzzing of the crowd dying down as everyone's focus turned on him. Harry watched, trying to decide whether Fleur herself would get last, as her blatant flagrancy of the rules and time limit surely wouldn't earn her any points. She tied for first. A few hours later, when Dean had been deposited back in his hotel to meet a very worried Sam and John Winchester, Harry would laugh harshly while staring up at the curtains of her four-poster while wondering how she D again managed to flout the rules and still make it out on top. Now, though, she just brought up a hand to her temple and massaged it as Ron and Hermione cheered. Well, there you go. Moral fiber. Gotta love it. Yeah, thanks Ron. Harry saw a silver and purple figure making its way towards her as the stands emptied, and she groaned once more. Dean, don't look him in the eyes. The bracelet I gave, you might help a little bit with warding off certain charms, but it can't help with legilimency. Wah, Miss Potter, would you introduce me to your companion? Headmaster Dumbledore, this is Dean Winchester. Dean, the headmaster. The old wizard's piercing blue eyes swept over Dean, who, to his credit, did keep his eyes averted as subtly as he could. Hello. As much as I would like to allow you a few more minutes to catch up. The hostages do have to be returned. Young Miss Delacour will be returning in the morning with a contingent of some of those visiting for the task. Mr. Winchester, you can come with me. A flare of panic stirred Harry's stomach. Oh, no worries Albus. I can take care of it. Got the return portkey with me right here. Bagman showed up once more, taking Dean and RRY by the shoulders and jostling them thoroughly. Go ahead with the others to Hogsmeade like you planned. Harry didn't know why Bagman was so enthusiastic about helping her or her friends, but in that moment she was glad. Why thank you, Ludo. Dumbledore turned away and glided back to the other teachers. Bagman wrapped an arm around Dean's shoulders. This may be a bit uncomfortable. If you need to puke, mind the robes. Bagman pulled out a chewed-up pen from his pocket, presenting it to Dean. Grab hold. The Winchester raised an eyebrow at Harry, but took the object when she nodded. Bye Dean. Say hi to Sammy for me. Wah. The pen glowed blue, and then he was gone. Well, I'll be off. Congratulations again. Bagman left Harry standing there alone, with Ron and Hermione going off to their own saviors. What had just happened? The next couple days, Harry enjoyed a more relaxed environment, with the castle settling after the second task and basking in the accomplishments of the champions during it. Despite the curveball of the Winchesters apparently having squib blood, she should have known it wasn't going to last. She was in the middle of breakfast when Pansy Parkinson stomped past them. Pausing briefly to fling an insult and a magazine in Hermione's face, before exiting the hall in a fit of evil giggles. Hermione unfolded the copy of Witch Weekly, her brow furrowed in confusion and then indignation. Harry leaned over her shoulder to read the article she was looking at. Harriet Potter's secret heartache, a girl like no other, perhaps yet a girl suffering all the usual pangs of adolescence. Writes Rita Skeeter. Deprived of love since the tragic demise of her parents, 14-year-old Harriet thought she had found solace in her steady boyfriend at Hogwarts, pure-blooded Ronald Weasley. And her best friend, Muggle-born Hermione Granger. Little did she know that she would shortly be suffering yet another emotional blow in a life already littered with personal loss. Miss Granger, a plain but ambitious girl, seems to have a taste for fame, with her best friend being the renowned Harriet Potter, and her recent romantic interest one Victor Krum of Durmstrang and Bulgaria's Quidditch team. Mr. Krum is quite smitten with Miss Granger, even going so far as to invite her to his summer home, stating that he has never felt this way about anyone. One would think had the affections of these two would be enough in her quest for popularity, yet it seems Miss Granger is not satisfied. Our sources inside the castle have let us in on a scandal of enormous proportions. It is apparent that the adoring relationship between Miss Potter and Mr. Weasley is turning tumultuous because of the actions of Miss Granger, with some students describing loud rows in the corridors between the two. With Miss Granger in the thick of it, is it possible that she is attempting to split up this lovely couple because her need for notoriety does not coincide with the desires of a lovesick pair? And her jealousy for such a close connection to fame is causing her to go to extreme measures to rectify the situation and return attention solely to herself. One cannot be sure, dear readers, but our information suggests so. And is it possible that her position is not entirely natural in the first place, and her insecurity in the stability of her relationships with Miss Potter and Mr. Crumb drive Miss Granger to lengths unheard of? She's really ugly, says Pansy Parkinson, a pretty and vivacious fourth-year student, but she'd be well up to making a love potion. She's quite brainy. I think that's how she's doing it. Single quote. Love potions are of course banned at Hogwarts, and no doubt Albus Dumbledore will want to investigate these claims. In the meantime, Harriet Potter's well-wishers must hope that, in time, she will learn to bestow her trust in those who have more well-meaning intentions, and that this message finds her and reveals the deception in her midst. I told you, Ron hissed at Hermione, yanking the pages out of her hands and glaring at them. I told you not to annoy Rita Skeeter. She's made you out to be some sort of a manipulative mastermind. Hermione scoffed at that, yanking the magazine back towards her. Manipulative mastermind. Ronald, if this is the best she can do, I'm not worried. I mean, it's garbage. And that's not even how love potions work. It wouldn't affect Harry like that. She stood up from the bench, dragging her bag over her shoulder as she made another noise of derision. Ron followed, exasperated. Harry, you agree with me, right? This isn't something to mess around with. He got up, following the two witches making their way to potions. I mean, it's pretty much libel, legally, but I don't see how it could be as terrible as you're making it out to be. It's Witch Weekly, a magazine that thousands of witches read. Like my mother. Ron blanched, his eyes going wide. My mother's going to think you're a horrible person. Your mum won't believe that crap. Am I still going to murder Rita Skeeter for what she's done? Yes, of course, but I don't see how this exact article is the end of the world like you're making it out. I trust Hermione's judgment. Harry looked back when she saw the other two weren't following her anymore. They both had uneasy looks on their faces now. What, Harry? Hermione started carefully. You aren't going to actually, well, murder Rita Skeeter, are you? Harry rolled her eyes. Really guys, can I not joke about things? I never know when you're really joking, mate. Harry shoved Ron lightly, moving forward with a huff as Hermione nodded, reassured. Later at dinner, Harry speared a green bean on the prongs of her fork, chewing absently. There's so much going on at Hogwarts this year. I really wouldn't be surprised by a Death Eater conspiracy being added to the mix. Maybe that's why Moody and Crouch are working together, because of the increased presence of former Death Eaters. You mean the one other suspected former Death Eater who came along for the tournament? Yes, I agree with Harry. What? She's been right the other times she assumes someone is something. You're incorrigible, thanks. After yet another day of sitting through one of Moody, Crouch's lessons, Harry came up with an idea on how to gather more information. Ron, the ginger in question turned, almost falling off the side table he was balanced on while trying to recover a quill from Crookshanks, who was nestled safely on top of the cloth ceiling of his four-poster. Why don't we just write to Percy and ask for more information about Crouch? Where is he all day, you know? I doubt Percy would admit to any of Crouch's failings if he was under threat of cruciatus. Still, it doesn't hurt to try. Hermione added her support, leading to the three of them spending the next 20 minutes drafting the perfect letter asking about Crouch's daily schedule without seeming too suspicious. Ron signed his name with the quill he had finally managed to retrieve. That should do it. Let's hope Percy doesn't think we're attacking Crouch's honor. Hogwarts couldn't keep out an angry Weatherby if it tried. Distracting Harry from the Crouch Moody business and the tournament was a letter that arrived the next day. She cracked the mysterious wax seal, finding a missive from Arthur Ketch. Potter, we've found several instances of villages where the ghosts seem to be especially active, with their graveyards becoming dangerous zones. There are muggle and magical graves, meaning this lies in your area of expertise. If you would kindly perform reconnaissance and come up with solutions to any problems observed in these areas, the organization would be grateful. Do try and not die. Ketch. Harry pulled out a separate piece of paper with the names and locations of 5 villages written in neater script from behind the letter, letting out a breath at the chance to go hunt some things and get away from the drama of Hogwarts. She finished eating, said bye to Ron and Hermione, then left to change and apparate out to the first location. The first 3 villages were pretty calm when it came to the attitudes of the ghosts that were roaming the graveyards. Sure, they were fully formed in broad daylight, but they acted similar to deer in their movement and temperament, so she just put up a spell around the graveyards that would keep muggles from seeing them and freaking out. The 4th villages, however, were anything but peaceful. Harry's feet landed on the ground with an oomph, her shoes sinking slightly into the soft earth. She trudged uphill until she came to the gates of the graveyard of Orlon. Harry pushed open the rusty gates, walking for a bit until sitting down in the middle of the graveyard. She pulled a wrapped sandwich from her pocket, settling in for what would hopefully be another quiet watch. She didn't even get to take more than 2 bites when she lost contact with the grass, her body being thrown sideways into a tall grave marker. Harry rolled as she dropped to the ground, her wand coming up first as she spun around, looking for the specter that had uprooted her. There was nothing, just an eerie wind that wasn't there before. Harry looked down when her trainers made a crunching sound, watching as ice formed on the edges of the grass, the air growly, sharp and biting as the temperature dropped. Come on, Casper, I don't have all day. Her taunt did nothing to make the ghost appear, but she did feel something grasp her left ankle. Harry looked just in time for her ankle to be jerked upwards and then back down as her body was slammed into the ground like a ragdoll in the hands of an upset child. Harry scrabbled in her pocket for her shot gun in between concussive blows as she hit the ground on either side of an invisible fulcrum. Her hands finally made contact with the slightly grated metal, and she yanked it out, cocking it and pulling the trigger in less than a second. The salt rounds made contact with something, as she was dropped to the ground once more, her ears ringing. The shade of a little boy appeared in front of her, maybe 7 or 8. His eyes darker than the hair plastered on his head from some imagined deluge of water. Harry tilted her head, trying to figure out if he was a magical ghost or not, when she felt the air freezing at her back, spurring her to dive sideways, just missing a spinning chunk of metal that had been ripped from the cemetery fence. There was another apparition behind her, this one a woman with a Victorian hairdo. The cuffs of her dress stained with dirt. She raised her hand once more, and the same metal spire shot towards Harry. The witch willed it to fly in the opposite direction, impaling itself in the dirt several yards away. She pumped another round of salt into the female specter, turning back to monitor the boy to discover that he'd been joined by a group of other ghosts, varying ages, all staring at her menacingly. Harry was just beginning to think that this might have been a mistake, and she enjoyed a tactical retreat, running for the gates of the cemetery while owing salt behind her with magic and muggle machinery. The gate was only 10 meters in front of her when another ghost appeared, blocking her way. She raised her shotgun, only to feel the difference of this ghost. It soared straight towards her, passing through her and bringing the feeling of an ice bath with it. She turned, watching the ghost move to face her as well. It was an older man, with a goatee as his only visible hair. He wore breeches and a long tunic, with a cloak on top. It was indistinguishable from any other 13th or 14th century garb, but Harry had a strong feeling he was magical. He glowed a different way than the other ghosts, and they seemed to gravitate towards him. Harry was suddenly faced with up to 20 ghosts, all of them crowding around the wizard, his aura seeming to strengthen as the others filled with power as well. Harry had a bad feeling that he was boosting the other ghosts. She had to find a way to burn his bones, and then all the others, without being killed by them all. She focused on his clothing, which was very old, as she wasn't likely to wheedle a name from him during a rousing session of Kill the Witch. She glanced to her left, towards a pathway that would take her towards the back to the cemetery, where the oldest graves were. The ghosts in front of her were growing restless by the second, seemingly waiting for her to make a move. Well, she wasn't one to disappoint. Harry turned on a dime, bolting towards the back of the cemetery. She heard an unholy roar as the ghosts behind her flickered in and out of shape, following after her. She cast expulsos behind her after tossing clumps of salt in the air with her left hand, her right hand occupied with clearing the path in front of her. She skidded to a stop after reaching the metal bars at the edge of the cemetery. Luckily, the village had a separate collection of graves for the newer members, with the graves from before the 1600s resting in this one. Harry didn't have time to manually dig, or even individually dig each plot from the 1500s and before, so she just directed her hands towards the ground, willing the dirt from almost 100 plots to compact and rise. With huge blocks of earth rising into the air around her, ghosts held back only momentarily by a thick circle of salt she'd spelled around her. The dirt flew to the sides of the plots, Harry tacking part of it and transfiguring it to salt, taking another portion and transfiguring it to lighter fluid, with an even blanket of both lowering itself over the area. She felt lighter fluid splash over her, being in the spell's radius. Harry cast the quickest Tergeo on herself that she ever had, before launching a jet of fire towards the ground around her with a panicked incendio. Flames shot up from the ground, licking the grass as they spread out along the layer of lighter fluid, finding their homes in the hastily emptied graves. Harry watched from inside her fraying salt circle as 2 or 3 of the ghosts burned, crying out. Her eyes found the wizard, and she breathed a sigh of relief as she realized he too was a victim. Harry was chilled by his acceptance of his fate, the dark eyes never leaving her own as he shriveled. Until he was gone, the witch straightened, her shotgun held before her as she prepared for a second wave with the rest of the non-magical ghosts. She wondered how she was going to repeat her performance with the rest of the graves, when the specters seemed to pause. She watched as their threatening statures relaxed into more static ones. They all seemed to shimmer, and almost trickle away like a reflection on a ripple of water. A moment went by, and Harry was alone in the cemetery. She waited another few seconds before slumping in relief, her weapons dropping as she fell to the ground. She sincerely hoped the last village was peaceful. She really didn't want to deal with another case of what seemed to be a magical ghost's power mixing with a muggle ghost's tendency towards violence. She was already going to have an uncomfortable discussion with Madame Pomfrey, no need to add to it. A day or so later in her increasingly busy week, Harry was interrupted from buttering her morning toast by a pack of owls separating from the usual rush and heading directly towards her. They stopped in front of Hermione, bowling over a jug of juice and stepping in the tureen of beans, eager to deliver their letters. "What?" she squeaked, as several of them extended their legs for her to remove the mail, while others just dropped packages from their talons. Just as she managed to free the birds of their burdens with the help of Harry and Ron, more would come in to drop new letters on top of the growing pile. Hermione reached in to open one, her jaw dropping as her eyes scanned the letter. "What's it say?" Ron asked, receiving an answer in the form of the letter being brandished under his nose as Hermione worked through her shock. "You are a vile, evil girl undeserving of the opportunities presented to you. Harriet Potter deserves better than the likes of you trampling over her trying to grasp fame. I hope you are well and truly ashamed of what you've done to those people." The letter ended without a postscript. Harry looked up at Hermione, unsure of how to feel. Ron had no trouble announcing his own outlook. "I knew this would happen. Ron, maybe now isn't the best time. She's gone and made you this evil person and now everyone thinks it's hate mail." Hermione. That seemed to bring Hermione out of her shell. "I understand that, Ronald." She reached forward, picking up another one to open. "It's all so stupid. Why would anyone care enough to write me about an article in which weekly?" She unfolded the parchment, crying out in surprise and pain when a thick yellow substance sprang from the letter. Harry looked closer, recognizing it from their last herbology lesson. "It's undiluted bubo tuber pus." Hermione whimpered, looking at the letters in a new light as they piled up in front of her. Harry glared. She waved her wand at the pile, vanishing it. "Come on, let's get you to the hospital wing." She grabbed Hermione's arm, helping her up from the table. Pansy Parkinson appeared in the opening to the Great Hall just as they were stepping through. "Got some fan mail, Granger?" she sneered, inane giggles interrupting her attempt at intimidation. Harry kept walking, stomping hard on her foot as she passed, eliciting a yelp from the pug-faced girl. Ow, sorry, she threw backwards, without the slightest bit of sympathy. Harry managed to get Hermione situated with wraps in the hospital wing, something which took some time, giving her an opportunity to plot her revenge on those that thought it would be all right to send a teenager such dangerous mail. She spent most of the time turning her frustrations on the women behind it all, however, and a plan began to shape in her mind. Rita Skeeter would get her comeuppance. Harry would make sure of it. The night after the hate mail had first come in, another letter arrived. It was Percy's response to their questions about Crouch. Well, there you go, Ron said, exasperation tinging his voice. Dear Ronald, first of all, may I commend your interest in the ministry. Maybe more than one of us will make it after Hogwarts. I have to be honest, I thought Ginny would be the one. With the twins and their antics, and your involvement in some of the more scandalous conspiracies put you off the path of the noble order and power of a ministry career. As for your interests in Mr. Crouch's daily life, he is a very private person and it would not behoove me to reveal anything to you. Wherever he goes when he is away from work does not concern you, and you should be secure in the knowledge that I run the everyday functions of the office through the instructional letters he sends me. Sincerely, Percy Weasley, assistant to the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Well, that's about what I was expecting. At least we know that he's been out of his office and it isn't just a fluke by the map. The map doesn't lie, Hermione. We figured T out in third year when Pettigrew was in fact alive and kicking at Hogwarts. Yes, well, it's good to check your sources. With Percy basically doing Crouch's job, he's not likely to give up any information that might put Crouch under investigation. He has all the power right now. You don't think he knows what Crouch is doing at Hogwarts, do you? Hermione asked. No, I think he's just drunk on responsibility. Back to square one, Harry sighed, nodding along to Ron. They had nothing. Tuesday night in the last week of May found Harry walking down to the Quidditch pitch with Fred, George, and Cedric. Ludo Bagman, once again making an appearance, gestured for them to join Crumb and Fleur, and brought them into the stadium. What have they done to it? Cedric asked in horror. Fred and George could only stare. All across the pitch, there were uneven growths of leaves and vines. They formed misshapen walls, twisting and crisscrossing across the field. Harry just shook her head at the lengths the tournament had gone to screw with her life. Destroying the Quidditch pitch, that was a new low. Why would anyone mess with perfection? What is this? Fred and George seemed to have gotten over their shock. Harry bent down to examine one of them. They're hedges, she muttered, the realization dawning on her. Bagman brightened at that. What do you think? They're growing nicely, aren't they? Give them a month and Hagrid'll have them 20 feet high. Don't worry. He grinned at them, you'll have your Quidditch pitch back when we're done. He bounced back and forth on the balls of his feet. Now, can anyone imagine what we're using them for? No one spoke for a moment and then. Maze, Crumb grunted. Bagman was ecstatic, and the champion to reach the cup first receives full marks. And quite possibly wins the whole shebang. We just have to get through the maze. Fleur asked. Harry was on the same level. It seemed too simple. There will be obstacles, of course. If she-ha-D to fight another dragon, Hagrid is providing a number of creatures, yep, 2 dragons probably. And maybe a 3-headed dog for good measure. Now, the champions who are leading on points will enter first, and so on. I believe the order is currently Miss Potter, Mr. Diggory, and Messrs. Weasley tied for first, then Mr. Crumb, and lastly Miss Delacour. The order doesn't determine who will win, however. And everyone has a fighting chance. Harry nodded, her mind straying to other matters. It was coming up for her annual dose of death, and she didn't really want to go out because of another Aragog or maybe a friendly troll. Well, if you don't have any questions, we can go back up to the castle, shall we? It's a bit chilly. He shivered exaggeratedly, and moved through the crowd on his way back up the hill. Harry turned to do the same, when Crumb approached her. Could I hoff a word? She raised her eyebrow, waving on Fred and George when they paused. Yeah, okay. Bagman looked a little put off. I'll wait for you, Harriet. No, it's fine. She smiled. I think I can find the castle on my own, thanks. She turned away to follow Crumb, distancing herself from a still troubled-looking bagman. They walked for a while before pausing in the shade of the trees just behind the paddock that Beauxbatons used for their horses. I don't want to be overheard, Crumb said by way of explanation. Harry shrugged. So, what did you want to talk with me about? I want to know what is between you and Hermione. Harry blinked, surprised. I'm sorry. He just glowered. Nothing. We're friends. The papers do not think so. And Harry suddenly understood. Look, Rita Skeeter is a bloated old cow who wouldn't know the truth if it hit her upside the head with a block of wood. Anything you add in the papers by her or her associates is just drivel that shouldn't be listened to. Hermione talks about you very often, Crumb said, still squinting suspiciously at her. Yes, because we're friends. I'm not stepping on your turf, all right. I encouraged your relationship with Hermione. Crumb stared at her a moment more. You have never. You have not. No, he nodded, looking a bit happier. You are powerful. I was watching at the first task. Harry grinned. Thanks. You're pretty talented too. I saw the Wronski faint at the World Cup. You really? Harry paused, stiffening at the sound of movement just beside them. The trees rustled slightly. What is it? Harry shushed him, squinting in the direction of the noise. She drew her wand when the eaves moved again, pulling Crumb back. Ards and aiming just as something came flying out of the trees. Wait, she called, just as Crumb was going to cast. She recognized the ragged man stumbling out of the forest. It was Mr. Crouch. He trudged forwards, his dirty robes catching on the sticks jutting out of the ground. His knees were bloodied, and he looked like he hadn't eaten in days, which didn't make any sense, as Harry had seen him at dinner in his moody disguise yesterday. Mr. Crouch, are you all right? She leaned closer warily, trying to catch what he was mumbling frantically. And when you're done with that, Weatherby, owl. Dumbledore asking if he's approved the increased number of Durmstrang students attending the tournament. Karkaroff wants to extend the limit by another 10. Mr. Crouch, can you hear me? And then send an ultimatum Maxime. Because she might want to up the number of students she's bringing now, too. Wasn't he a judge? Crumb asked, edging closer and waving his hand in front of the man's unfocused eyes. What is wrong with him? I don't know. Harry looked around, trying to see if Hagrid or someone else was around in the darkening light. Listen, you go get someone and I'll stay here to watch him. Maybe. Dumbledore. Crouch was suddenly manic. He grasped at the edge of her robes, falling to the dirt and scraping his already bleeding knees. I need. See, Dumbledore. Okay, if you stand up, we can go see him together. Harry tried to rationalize, but Crouch had a crazy look in his eyes, and would not be deterred. I've done, stupid thing, Crouch breathed, spit flying from his lips, must tell Dumbledore. If you come with me, I'll take you to Dumbledore. Who? You. I'm Harriet Potter. I'm a student at the school. Not. His. Quote. No, she didn't know who he was. His behavior was beginning to freak her out. He was almost possessed. Warn Dumbledore. Crouch shouted, as far as his shredded vocal cords allowed him to. Warn him, Dumbledore. I'll go get him if you'll let me go. She yelled, trying to knock some sense into him. And just like that, he snapped back, his posture falling loose once more. Thank you, Weatherby, and when you're done with that, send a letter to my wife reminding her of our luncheon with the minister. She should be arriving soon with my son. It was amazing how Crouch could hold such an engaging conversation with a tree. Harry was, well and truly on edge, with his sudden appearance and attitude. You stay here with him, I'm going to grab Dumbledore. She started to run towards the castle, before turning back quickly. Be careful, you never know who's out here. Harry sprinted for the castle doors, jumping up several staircases and taking all the shortcuts she knew. She was rounding the corner on the 6th floor when Snape appeared, blocking her way. Potter. No running in the corridors, he tsked. Look, Professor, I'm sorry, but I really don't have time for this right now. She moved to run around him, acting it 20 feet before he froze her where she stood. It is disrespectful to ignore a teacher, Potter. 20 points from Gryffindor. Professor Snape. Barty Crouch is currently sitting on the G. Round at the edge of the Forbidden Forest having an avid conversation with a tree. He just had a mental break and gave me a bruise in his insistence that I warn Dumbledore because he's done a terrible thing. Please let me go and accomplish my task. Ministry official Barty Crouch is talking to a tree. He asked, the syllables falling over his sardonic tone. Yes, sir. Snape rolled his eyes, releasing her from the Petrificus. Show me. Harry let out a breath of impatience, turning to run in the direction she came, just catching the edge of a silver creature that Snape shot off, presumably to Dumbledore. She sprinted back towards the stairs, taking them several at a time, impressed somewhere in her mind at how Snape was keeping up without seeming to break a stride. She burst through the doors of the castle, running towards where she left Crouch and Crumb. Her feet skidded in the dirt as she reached the spot, but there was no one there. Potter, the use of practical jokes does not amuse me. Harry searched frantically for the pair, gasping shortly when she saw a foot poking out from behind a tree. Snape swept down, casting a spell to lift Crumb onto a stretcher. He shook his head as she started to go deeper into the forest in search of Crouch, leaving her to stand by Crumb as he swept forwards. Dumbledore arrived a moment later, listening to a short explanation of the situation before following Snape. Harry crouched down, murmuring a "Renervate." She watched as Crumb blinked heavily, squinting as he lifted his head from the coarse ground. Crumb. Hey, are you with me, buddy? She waved her hand in front of his eyes, waiting as he sat up and rubbed the grit from his face. What happened? That's what I was going to ask you. Do you remember anything? I was standing there. Someone attacked me. His brow furrowed in anger. Veer is Crouch. We don't really know. He's just gone. He attacked me. Or he was attacked by the same person who attacked you. The two shared a look, broken only by the reappearance of Dumbledore and Snape. Ah, Mr. Crumb, tell us, what happened here? I was watching him. I turned. Someone hit me. Crouch. Crumb shrugged. Well, this is quite the conundrum. We will of course need to perform a more organized search. I did not see any signs of him or anyone else within the area. Dumbledore turned, addressing Snape directly. Severus, find Alistair. I would like him to lead the search. No need. Harry jumped as Moody appeared from the thicket, red-faced and breathing heavily. She raised an eyebrow, wondering if it was him or Crouch this time. I was walking by the forest edge and heard what happened. I'll start looking, Albus. Moody thumped forwards, further into the trees. Report back to me when you've finished, Alistair. Severus, Mr. Crumb, Miss Potter. Follow me please. Harry paused for a moment, watching as Moody walked away, wondering if she just watched Crouch get recaptured by a suspicious business partner, or if Moody really had cracked for real this time. She sighed, turning to follow the others as they headed back to the castle. An hour later, and a thorough looking over by Madame Pomfrey, and she was free to spend her time wondering about the situation in the common room as opposed to the hospital wing. Whatever had happened, it was a big development in her investigation into the defense teacher, and was sure the morning would bring revelations. Harry spent the next week looking for transcripts of trials from the war, a resource which seemed scarce within the school library. This, paired with workload in class and the extra studying she was doing with the twins and Cedric for the first task meant that she had almost no free time. She stopped looking for trial transcripts after the time she read through a 3-hour trial and found almost nothing except some more blatant miscarriages of justice. She relied on letters to Sirius from then on, which led to him expanding on their last discussion of Crouch, and the expansion of her knowledge of his son's imprisonment and death on the island. Crouch is a total tosser. Ron. He gave Hermione a look, and the already weak protest fizzled out. You're right, of course. He treated Winky horridly, but his own son. Hermione turned away, writing her essay with a slightly more angry hand. Well, his son might have deserved it. We can't know that for sure. Yeah, because the library is infuriatingly vague about the trials. If I'm gonna find more dirt on Crouch, it isn't going to be here. Hermione frowned. What? Upset that the library finally failed you and Hermione? Yep. Harry flipped a page. I only have 2 weeks left until this tournament comes to an end, then I can focus on the other conspiracies. If someone doesn't kill you before then. Love the enthusiasm, Ron. Harry had been so worn out by studying and preparing for the third task, along with her side projects, that she fell asleep during her arithmancy lesson. Her head slumped, leaning against the window as she fell asleep. She was on the back of a giant eagle, soaring through the night sky. The eagle swooped down, over a town, cutting across a wide lawn as it moved towards the decrepit house covered in ivy. It flew through a window, into a dark passageway. Everything was silent except for the rush of air past the eagle's wings. The eagle slowed, flowing into a darkened passageway, the moonlight blocked by a board nailed over the window. Then the eagle was an owl, leaving Harry on the ground in the dark room and flying to the back of a chair turned away from Harry. Harry turned at the sound of whimpering, noticing two things on the floor. There was a man, lying on the ground shaking, and a large snake. The man turned, allowing Harry to catch sight of his face. It was Wormtail. Be thankful that my agent has done his job well, Wormtail, as he has made sure that your blunder hasn't ruined everything after all. The high voice came from the chair. The owner turned away from Harry. Even so, Harry watched as the tip of a pale wand poked over the arm of the chair. Crucio. Wormtail writhed on the ground, screaming. Harry came awake immediately. She was breathing heavily, the eyes of her classmates on her as she tried to calm down and remember the nightmare. The images were slipping through her grasp quicker than water. Miss Potter, are you all right? Professor Vector asked, her face tightened in concern. What, Harry? Hermione half whispered, you were screaming. I was. She looked at the scared faces around her. Sorry, must have been a nightmare. She swallowed heavily. I'm all right, sorry about that. Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital wing? No, Professor, sorry. I've just been pretty worn out by the tournament. I didn't mean to fall asleep. The professor still looked hesitant, but she had more review material to cover. All right then. She turned back to the rest of the class, who air settling back into their seats after her outburst. The magical properties of the number 7 are utilized in a number of fields. Harry tuned out the lecture, pulling out a sheet of parchment and noting down all the elements of her dream. Wormtail tortured probably Voldemort. Voldemort has a body. Big house on edge of village. Big snake. She couldn't remember much else, but she had a bad feeling that the dream was another sign of Voldemort's imminent return, along with the signs from the ghosts. Time was running out, and she didn't think she was ready. The day of the third task had come. Harry woke up early, feeling much calmer than she probably had the right to. She went on a morning run, heading into the Great Hall once the majority of the students started trickling in. There was an increased presence today, and Harry spotted more people in Bobadins, silks and Durmstrang's furs. McGonagall swept down to meet her once she sat down. The champions have the option of spending the day with their families, as the attendance requirement for their lessons has been waived for the day. Harry nodded, going back to her toast. Miss Potter, if you'll follow. What? Surely the Dursleys weren't visiting the castle. Harry'd be slightly more shocked that they would visit her, but the meaning stood. She stood, following McGonagall into the antechamber that she had gone into and her name was first called for the tournament. Upon entering, she saw Mr. and Mrs. Diggory hovering near Cedric, a short man and a tall blonde woman with Gabrielle standing around Fleur, two serious looking people with dark hair and sharp noses talking to Crumb and Harry. She was dragged into a hug by Mrs. Weasley. Oh, I hope you don't mind, but we thought we'd fill in as your family. We didn't. Think those people would be interested in coming. Well wrapped up in the ruse of her living situation, Mrs. Weasley had the measure of the Dursleys. Fred, George, and Charlie walked up behind the mother Ginger. Don't suffocate her, Mum. Don't want any unfair advantages, do we, Fred? Maybe just some, George. Harry rolled her eyes. Nice to see you, Harry. Hey, Charlie. The five of them talkie for a few minutes before gravitating towards the Diggorys. Ah, Harry, my girl. I heard Cedric and you were tied. Mr. Diggory clapped a meaty hand on her shoulder. You know, this is the type of thing you tell your grandchildren. I beat Harriet Potter in a Quidditch match, and then the tournament. Even if it was with two pranksters. Dad, now, Amos. Fred and George may have entered under the wrong circumstances. But they've done well in the tournament, haven't they? Mrs. Weasley smiled, grabbing her son's shoulders with some difficulty, considering the height difference. And Harry too. Thanks, Mrs. Weasley. No problem, dear. Harry spent the rest of the day with the twins, Charlie, and Mrs. Weasley. They went around Hogwarts, discussing how things had changed. After listening to several stories about Hogwarts in the past, and a thorough perusal of the grounds, Harry and the Weasleys sat down for lunch. Harry left with the twins after lunch for their final preparations before the third task. Soon enough, it was time to go to the field. You'll do great, Harry. Yeah, don't sweat it, mate. Harry nodded at her friend's assurances, focusing on what she would face in the next hour or so. The hedges had grown considerably, now looking intimidating, stretched along what had been the Quidditch pitch. She glanced over to see the other champions with their own family and friends, psyching themselves up for the final part of the tournament. Champions, take your places. Harry looked to Ron and Hermione, grinning briefly. See you soon. She turned, walking to the opening of the maze with the others. You will enter the maze in the following order when I blow my whistle, with 10 minutes in between each whistle blow, Bagman instructed, his usually jaunty attitude stifled by the seriousness of the last task. Harry nodded when he gestured for her to join Cedric and the twins. She stepped on the place marker, nodding to the others when she saw that they too looked nervous. Bagman counted off, the sound of his voice abuzz in her ears among the roaring of the crowd. Then whistle blew, and Harry darted into the maze. She cast the Point Me spell, walking through the hedge-lined paths as quickly as she could without giving up her awareness of what was around her. She was just behind Cedric when he stopped abruptly, the hedge splitting into two paths. Dibs on the right, Harry called. Moving forwards. See you on the other side, Harry. Harry waved as Fred called out, splitting off from the trio. She jogged through the maze for a good 10 minutes with nothing blocking her path. She heard the faint sound of a whistle blow, and knew that Crumb had entered the maze. She turned another corner, just wondering at the lack of obstacles, when she almost ran straight into a dark mass. Harry backed away frantically, casting a Lumos to bring light to the monster. The hulking form of a full-grown blast-ended Scroot lay before her, its stinger turning menacingly. Impedimenta, she yelled instinctively, watching as the Scroot was slowed slightly in its course towards her. She swept out her hand, casting a stunning spell, only to duck as it bounced off the Scroot's armor. She ducked the beam of light, shoving a stronger wave of magic into the Scroot. Harry watched as the creature slowed to a stop almost immediately, unconscious. She stepped around it, quickening her pace as she cast another Point Me. After 10 more minutes, judged by another whistle blow, Harry was well within the maze. She ducked around the corner, her eyes coming up to sweep path in front of her in an effort to avoid another Scroot, only to come screeching to a halt. There was a puddle of liquid darkness on the ground in front of her, pooling together to allow a figure to rise out of it. She watched in horror as the figure coalesced, turning around to face her. Harry swallowed in fear as she looked upon a murderous expression on her own face, but shrouded in a dark cloak instead of the red champion uniform. A sarcastic smirk made its way onto the figure's features, contrasting horribly with the death in its eyes. Hiya, Harry. You woke me up again. Harry stumbled backwards, pulling out her wand to cast a Ridiculous. The other her batted it aside with a swipe of her hand. Tut tut, you know that won't work, Harry. You're a boggart. Well, yes, but I'm not a regular one, am I? Your fear gives me power. Who's to say I'm not just the real thing, called here by you? It stepped forward quickly, making Harry step backwards. Boo, Ridiculous. I already told you, that won't work. She stepped forwards again, and Harry leaned back. Only then did she realize her mistake, as she leaned right back into the leaves of the hedge wall. The stems immediately began wrapping around her wrists, immobilizing her hands, leaving another step to wrap around her neck and pull her backwards. She was flashing back to first year as she fought against the stems and the fear as her boggart came closer. You're not real. Of course I'm real. I'm real, and you're going to come right back to me. Those leaves don't look very friendly, do they? How long can you hold your breath, Harry? The witch pulled against the stems, panic overtaking her common sense. That's right, choke. Just get it over with so that I can go back to sleep. The figure was right in front of her now. Murder's smile back in place as she let a finger trace down Harry's reddening cheeks. Harry's instincts took over, and a burst of accidental magic exploded outwards, throwing the other Harry backwards and blowing a hole in the shrub that was trying to suffocate her. She fell to her knees, gasping in air while the other Harry got up, stumbling over a root in a very unintimidating manner. Harry looked up, angry now at herself and the boggart. You are just a boggart. Real big bads don't trip. You're just fooling yourself into believing. She cut off the sneering voice of the boggart by focusing on Dementors. And how they make her relive her worst fear. The creature shifted into a Dementor, and Harry shoved an especially strong ridiculous at it, one that the boggart now couldn't deflect. The Dementor was pantsed, pink heart boxers showing as its scaly hands tried to cover the patterns. Harry let out a single unfeeling "ha," and the creature exploded into dust. She took a deep breath, gathering herself. Before hurrying on in the direction of the Point Me spell, she shook off the feelings that had overwhelmed her at the sight of the boggart, moving forward into the maze. She had a feeling she was getting close, when her thoughts were interrupted by a loud scream. Harry jerked around, listening, when another scream broke the silence. She ran in the direction of it, thinking, gee, of how it sounded far too painful to be caused by anything within the maze. She reached a dead end, and stopped. Harry turned, listening hard for another noise, but all she heard was the whistle of wind through the hedges. There were no sparks lighting the sky. Uneasily, Harry turned back down the path she'd been traveling, hoping that Fleur was all right. She jogged steadily for a few minutes, skidding in the dirt when another yell broke the air, this one far more familiar. Fred. She started running again, this time towards what had to be Fred and George. She flew around a corner, catching sight of George writhing on the ground, with Fred and Cedric lying unconscious beside him. Forgetting magic altogether, Harry flying tackled the figure, aiming his wand at George, hitting the ground roughly and knocking the wand out of reach. George stopped yelling, breathing heavily as Harry wrestled with Crumb, who was surprisingly easy to overpower. She only caught a glimpse of the vacant look in his eyes before she stunned him. Casting an incarcerus before standing and hurrying to George. Enervate, she muttered, pointing her wand towards George and Cedric while checking Fred over for any physical injuries. Blimey, that hurts. Fred, are you all right? He groaned, sitting up slowly. Fine. He turned to look at Crumb's prone body. Yeah, I definitely didn't call this one. Although something's not right here. Yeah, he just bloody tortured me. Fred. George sat up, glancing between his brother, Harry, and Cedric. What happened? Crumb knocked us out is what happened. It's not fair play. Well, now he's knocked out, so that issue's done with. Not that it happened before he cast Crucio. He what? Cedric and George yelled at the same time. I'm all right. The hell you are. So let's get this show back on the road. Harry, thanks. Now kindly move aside so we can get on our way and beat you. In your dreams, Weasley. Fred stood up, stretching his arms with a pained groan. Before moving forwards with George and Cedric, they moved forwards together on the single path, turning a corner ahead, only to freeze simultaneously at the sight of a glowing cup at the end of the row. At once, their eyes flitted to each other, and then they broke into a dead sprint. George and Cedric were pulling ahead. This, however, stopped them from seeing the spider before it was too late. Wait, they couldn't slow themselves in time, and the two of them slammed into the giant arachnid that had moved in front of the cup, blocking the path. The spider skittered forwards, missing George's chest with one of its long, spear-like legs. Harry stopped, her feet sliding in the dirt as she backpedaled, shooting curses at the acromantula. Back, go back. Fred ran away from the advancing monster, shooting beams of light over his shoulder. The spells did nothing to the monster, reflecting off of its body into the hedges around it. Cedric rolled to his feet, running to George to grab him and drag him backwards from the creature. Get the legs. Cedric, Harry, and Fred all aimed cutting hexes at the spider's legs. Harry and Fred missed, the spindles moving too quickly, but Cedric hit the mark. The acromantula turned quickly, now heading straight for George and Cedric. The pair yelped, running faster. Harry ran towards the spider, trying to think of a curse strong enough to cut through the thick outer layer. Too slow in their escape, the spider reached Cedric and George, the pincers striking out and catching George by the leg. He cried out, his body lifted into the air. George. Harry rolled as she reached the edge of the spider, shoving her hands upwards and casting the strongest cutting spell she could. The curse cut through the underbelly of the monster, slicing all the way through and rendering the creature in two. George dropped from the open pincers, hitting the ground roughly. He rolled weakly, managing to get out of the way of the spider parts as they fell, shaking the ground around them. Harry let herself fall backwards onto the ground, in between where the two halves of the spider's body had fallen, breathing heavily. She looked over where Fred and Cedric were hovering around George, attempting to mend the large rip in his leg. She stood, heading over to them. Everyone good? George grimaced, poking at the edge of the wound in his leg. I think there's a numbing agent in that thing's venom. My leg is going kinda tingly. He struggled to stand, leaning on George. Well, that's not great. She looked to the end of the row, the cup still glowing bright among the carnage. So what now? Fred asked, glancing in between Harry and Cedric. George was breathing heavily into Fred's shoulder, shifting as Cedric came to help support him as well. You guys should take the cup. I would have been taken out by the spider if not for you. That's ridiculous, Harry. You would have destroyed that thing. You did. I wasn't focused. There was a boggart and, well, I just wasn't on my best game, and if not for yours and George's distraction, I would have been out. She crossed her arms, backing away from the cup. I'm not taking it. Well, then I guess we are. Fred shifted to move forwards, but Cedric's other arm moved to block him. No, Harry should win. She killed the spider and is the least injured of all of us. It's only fair. He gave her a smile. But she was way too tired to react according to her crush. Just take the bloody cup. Oh God, I've resorted to Ron's vocabulary. She pinched the bridge of her nose. Just take the thing and we can get out of here. What if we all take it? Cedric propositioned. She tilted her head. What? Well, it's still a Hogwarts victory, and we'd all win. It seems right. Fred nodded. All right, George. George hummed. Yeah, all right. Well, I guess it'll be a good story. Harry agreed, stepping forward with her hand hovering over the polished metal. On three. They nodded. 1, 2, 3. Their hands darted forward to grab the cup, and the metal glowed blue as they were pulled away from the center of the maze. But instead of landing in front of the crowd like Harry had expected, they fell to the ground in the middle of what appeared to be a graveyard. The cup bounced away, rolling across the dirt. As this part of the task, George mumbled as they got to their feet, his arms being thrown over Cedric and Fred's shoulders again. The Hufflepuff in question was looking around at the decrepit stones, his brows furrowed in worry. Recognition scratched at the back of Harry's mind. And she suddenly had a terrible feeling. She was turning around to face the boys when her scar twinged, and panic flooded through her as she whipped back around. A cloaked figure melted from the shadows, carrying some sort of bundle. Get back to the cup. Her voice was firm, urgency tingling at her control. Cedric gave her a confused stare as the other two caught sight of the same figure Harry had. What? Kill the spares. The high voice floated over the graveyard, and Harry reacted on instinct, pulling at the cup's energy, knowing she had to get out of the yard. The glowing blue chalice came flying at her from its spot on the ground, slamming into the backs of Cedric and Fred. Their eyes widened as they reached out for her, but Harry was too far away and they were too burdened with supporting George. A haze appeared around their features, the air twisted, and they were gone. Avada Kedavra. Harry ducked and rolled on instinct, watching as green light bisected the space where Cedric, Fred, and George had just been standing. She came up on her knees, jumping forwards to engage in combat, only to catch sight of a flash of red, then her vision went dark. Harry woke to the bubbling of a cauldron. She squinted, looking down from whatever she was tied to. In the middle of a ring of graying headstones was a large black cauldron, easily big enough to bathe in. She winced, reaching to grab at her aching scar, but unable to with thin cords tying her to the cold stone of what she assumed was a gravemarker holding her back. Through the haze of pain clouding her vision, she could see a short, robed figure stumbling around the yard. You, A flash of the figure's face, lit by the fire under the cauldron, revealed the pointed nose and watery eyes of Peter Pettigrew. The man crept closer, grabbing the ropes around her and tightening them. Her arms were strapped down, hands unable to even twitch upwards. She could feel the cold steel of her knife strapped to her thigh, but was unable to grab it without drawing Wormtail's attention. Though, the man in question was distracted by other things. He walked away from her after tightening the bounds, withdrawing a silver knife from his own robe. Harry didn't like the look of that one bit. She glanced around, trying to get a location. Beyond the fact that they were in a graveyard, Harry was lost. Then she looked down and read the name inscribed on the plinth she was tied to. Thomas Riddle. Well, that cleared some things up then. Harry knew she wasn't going to love anything involving that guy, and so willed he herself to apparate away from the cemetery. Imagine her surprise when nothing happened. Harry frowned, flicking her wrist at the end of the ropes, trying to summon something. Nothing. She couldn't even call her wand from where it sat on the ground across the clearing. At this discovery, she began to panic somewhat. Her magic wasn't responding, and she couldn't try to use her wand because it wasn't currently in her hand. Looking deeper within herself, Harry only found a barren emptiness within her core, like some part of her had been gouged out with a surgical precision. She didn't know what Wormtail could have done to cause this. The man's muttering drew her attention, and she focused on him, trying not to have a full-blown panic attack. It was of the utmost importance that she kept her mind clear for whatever was about to happen. Between the panic and the pain in her skull that was beginning to become an issue, she couldn't quite make out his frantic whisperings as he tended the fire under the cauldron. Then the robed bundle that he'd left on the ground across from her moved. Then, of course, it had to speak. "Hurry, it's ready, Master, now." It was the same cold voice that had ordered her friend's attempted murders, and one that showed up in her nightmares far too often. Wormtail walked over and picked up the bundle. Harry was both insanely curious and horrified to see what was held within the cloth. She got her wish when Wormtail unfurled it. Harry immediately regretted it. Curled on the grass was a raw, oozing creature. Now, when faced with the impossible, including creatures that should not exist and beings that had no right to, most people might have stayed quiet, shocked fear coursing through their veins and stilling their responses. Or alternatively, they might have screamed in horror. Harry was not some people. "What the fuck is that?" Wormtail ignored her, naturally. Harry couldn't draw her eyes away. It was almost childlike, if children had bloody, fleshy skin consisting of what looked like exposed nerves and muscles with hideous scars cutting through its entire body. Then the thing lifted its arms, like it was a kid and wanted to be picked up. Wormtail obliged, wearing possibly the most disgusted look Harry had seen since Ron asked Fleur to the Ule Ball. The rat carried the thing across the clearing to the cauldron, dropping it into the boiling waters. Harry sincerely hoped it would drown. The pain in her scar was reaching an all-time high, making it hard for her to keep her eyes open. She gritted her teeth against a scream of pain. Wormtail lifted his wand towards the grave and cracked open the ground beneath her. "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son." A fine trickle of dust rose from the split in the earth, floating over to the cauldron and dropping into it. Her scar gave a particularly painful pulse. "Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master." Harry realized a split second before what the man was going to do. She watched as he lobbed off a hand, tossing it into the boiling potion with a whimper. The water was red now, sparking and crackling as it roiled in the tub. It had to have drowned by now, right? Then Wormtail was walking to her, the knife stretched out in front of him. Blood of the enemy. Oh, hell no. Harry lifted her legs as far off the statue as they would go, kicking out at Wormtail's knees. The man snarled, casting another incarcerus at her. He moved the knife towards the crook of her elbow. "Do you have any idea how unsanitary that is?" she asked, trying to lean away. It would occur to her later that this was perhaps not the most intimidating of remarks. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe." He cut into her arm, walking back to the cauldron as rivulets of blood ran down her arm. He tapped the knife, drops of blood plinking into the scarlet liquid. Each tap was a thunderbolt to her skull. The potion turned milky white. And Wormtail dropped to the ground, whimpering as he cradled his stub. Harry paid no mind to the servant though, watching as the suddenly still surface of the potion was broken by movement. Wormtail cried out as his master rose out of the cauldron, naked as she assumed the day he was born. He was skeletal, with gray-white skin, his voice the same high pitch as ever as he asked Wormtail to robe him. Covered by the thick black robe sitting on standby, Voldemort looked to Harry, staring into her face from his own body for the first time in more than 12 years. Lord Voldemort had risen again. My wand, Wormtail. The rat scurried to hand over a long, pale wand. Voldemort took the instrument almost lovingly. Hold out your arm. Yes, master. Thank you. Wormtail held out his bleeding stump. And Harry was disgusted to find that she'd curled her lip just as Voldemort had. The other arm. Wormtail started, flinching away before murmuring apologies and presenting his other arm. Harry caught a glimpse of a faded tattoo before Voldemort placed the tip of his wand on Pettigrew's forearm, concealing the rest from view. He withdrew a second later, leaving a jet-black dark mark curling up the man's arm. They've felt my call. Let's see who is brave enough to return, and who is foolish enough to stay away. Less than a minute later, he got his wish. All around the graveyard, there were cracks announcing the approach of Death Eaters as they apparated into the graveyard. Harry struggled some more, reaching again for her power. She swore to herself that if she got out of here, she'd be spending more time on practicing wandless magic without cheating, using the now stolen energy she usually had. The ring around her was almost complete, with a few telltale spaces peppering the circle of black robes. Voldemort must have noticed as well, as his freshly forged forehead crumpling with a singular gray wrinkle. Still, he made to address the crowd. Welcome, my friends, he started, his high voice piercing the silence the others had maintained. 13 years, it's been, and yet you stand before me as if it were only yesterday. He stepped in a slow circle, examining every figure and empty space. I confess I am disappointed. None of you tried to find me. He stepped in a slow circle, examining every figure and empty space. Voldemort came to a stop, pausing. In front of one of the taller members in the clearing. Not even you, Lucius. He swept his wand sideways, yanking the dark fabric off of the elder Malfoy, exposing his face for Harry to see. She blew a short breath out of her nose. Of course, my lord, had I detected any sign of your whereabouts, I would have. There were signs. Voldemort leaned forward, ever so slightly. Plenty of them, in fact. I never renounced our ways. Merely presented a mask. You hid away, glad to be rid of your duty. My lord, silence. Malfoy stilled, his skin paler than Harry had ever seen it. The fact remains, that none of you tried to find me. I returned. Wormtail put in. Out of fear, Wormtail, not loyalty. Still, you have proved yourself to be useful these past months. Perhaps, a reward. Voldemort gestured for the man's bleeding arm. Yes, thank you, master, thank you. He sobbed over the stump as a pale hand waved his wand over it, creating a hand of molten silver. Pettigrew's mouth stilled in awe. He crept away to the corner of the circle, while Voldemort continued to pace. Only to return to me. Only him, and my faithful servant at Hogwarts. Harry stilled, her mind flashing back to her suspicions about Moody. They are the ones who will be rewarded, for it is with their help that I am restored to my former glory, and with no one the wiser. At this, Harry couldn't stay silent. Oh, bull-shit. Those in the circle who hadn't noticed her before flinched, turning to look in surprise. You mean Moody and Crouch, yeah. Well, they weren't exactly subtle, I'll tell you that. I caught wind of their scheming weeks ago. Ah, Harriet, I almost forgot you were here. Standing on the bones of my father. I'd introduce you, but word has it you're almost as famous as me these days. Voldemort came closer. You say you figured out my plans at Hogwarts. Tell me, girl, what is it that you think you know? She glared at him. You say you have a follower at Hogwarts. Let me guess. Is it the defense against the dark arts teacher? Named Moody, a couple of chunks missing from his face. About yay hi oops, sorry, I forgot you'd tied my arms down like a coward. She spat. Voldemort only seemed amused. I know all about him and Crouch. How'd you do it? Bribery. What made an Auror with such an outstanding record work for you? I'll say, you know more than I thought you would. But you're grasping at straws. Harriet, you've missed the real culprit. Harry shrugged. Okay, I'll admit when I'm beat. No one likes a sore loser. Tommy, I'm sure you've had some experience with that. Voldemort shot forward, a sneer on his face. You bite your tongue. Not likely, she snorted. If she could off-balance him, maybe she could find a way to escape. After she untied the cords, and made it past the Death Eaters, and walked however many miles it was to civilization, Voldemort slapped her on the cheek, snapping her head sideways. She almost laughed, just to outrage him, before a cold feeling overtook her. Ah, you understand now, don't you, Harriet? You're not supposed to be able to do that. Yes, well, it appears as if you were wrong about more than one thing tonight. He looked into her eyes, the red irises bright in his excitement. Shall I tell a story? Let's tell everyone about what really happened that night, 13 years ago. Voldemort turned, now addressing everyone in the clearing, but clearly focusing on her. The girl who lived. Of course it was through no true skill of your own. You see, when I came into your nursery 13 years ago, I had forgot. And the power of love through which Lily Potter protected you. Poor Quirrell discovered that himself, when he burned himself trying to grab you. Of course the knife probably didn't help either. But the spell itself would have done it. A charm, so powerful, I have been unable to even touch you since then. He came closer still. But I can touch you now. He reached out a cold finger, pressing it against her scar as the wound gave a huge flare of pain. Harry tried and failed to bolt down on a scream, the noise bursting out of her as he pressed harder. She called up on her magic out of instinct, panic and pain taking hold of her with the response once again useless. She pulled her head as far back as possible before slamming it forwards again, crashing into Voldemort's pale skull. He released her, backing up as she panted. Harry smirked when she saw the blood dripping from the snake-like slits he called a nose. Manners, Harriet, it simply isn't polite to rage on like a brutish muggle. Voldemort's expression twisted into a smugger one, despite barely showing on his face. Or is that your only option now that your power is bound? Harry kept her expression as still as she could, but apparently not still enough. It's troubling, isn't it, to be reduced to something else, to have your power ripped away from you. How? She gritted out, now openly glaring. Wormtail, Voldemort called. The man took a break from inspecting his new hand to pull a string from within his cloak, revealing a pendant with multiple symbols engraved over it. You see, I discovered the memory charm you placed on Wormtail here. A powerful one, may I say. Good job. Yet I was still able to reveal some of the information you tried so hard to bury, Potter. Though I was at lower strength, I was able to find Wormtail's memories of your frankly astounding pursuits. No child has magic like that. He stepped in front of Harry, reaching again for her face. He grabbed her chin, forcing her to look him in the eyes. So I took every binding ritual there is and I placed them on one amulet. And I assume it worked, seeing as you're still tied to my father's headstone. Trapped, helpless. Harry ripped her chin out of his grasp, breathing hard. He was right. She didn't have a plan to escape, and even if she did, none of her usual tricks were working. She supposed she was lucky that Voldemort was such an arrogant son of a bitch. Shall we play a game, Harriet? He swept around, addressing his followers. Let's see who really would have won that night, without the interference of mudblood mothers or unnatural powers. He waved his hand, releasing her ropes. Harry fell hard, landing on her hands and knees. Voldemort tossed her wand at her, the stick landing in the grass in front of her. Pick up your wand, Potter. He crowed. I assume you've been taught to duel. Don't worry, the binding shouldn't affect your natural magic. Only those parts which make you a freak. Harry took her wand, standing quickly, trying to gauge the situation. There were 15 or so Death Eaters caging her in, Voldemort directly across from her as they rounded the circle, watching each other. First, we bow. I don't bow to men like you. She felt something like cold metal press against her back, forcing her spine to curve in a sick imitation of a dueler's bow. That's better. And now, Crucio. Harry couldn't duck in time. The full force of the spell hitting her. She fell, curled in a ball as agony hit her. Moody was right, you didn't need thumbscrews when you had this spell. And then it was over, and Harry was panting on her back. The wet grass soaking into her shirt. She pulled herself up, grabbing her wand and standing determinedly before he could cast another spell. That was but a taste, Harriet. Yo, you really know how to show a girl a good time, she quipped, shooting off a weak diffindo. He swatted it away, leaving Harry to cast again in an attempt to get used to the feel of only one magic coursing through her. Crucio. He cast again, his wand high in a dramatic arc, leaving her space to cast another cutting charm as she rolled out of the way. This one actually hit, slicing a line along his left arm. The Death Eaters shifted, some stepping forwards as if to break the circle. No, Crabbe, Goyle, get back. She's mine. He seemed to go into a frenzy after that, snapping off Crucio's left ND right so that the Death Eaters had to break formation so as to not get hit. Harry took this chance, darting out of the circle and into the open yard where there was more cover. She ducked and rolled, dodging another curse sent by Voldemort. Her magic seemed to be responding better, despite the emptiness she felt inside her. Harry jumped out from behind a gravestone and shouted the first spell that came to her mind. Expelliarmus. Nice going, Harry. Way to get yourself killed. But surprisingly, her spell collided with Voldemort's, doing a good job of holding off death. The red and green beams met, with an explosion of gold echoing outwards. Beads formed in the middle of the stream of light. Harry felt her wand shake in her hand as the beads slid down the energy towards her wand. She set her jaw, focusing all her energy on sending them back towards Voldemort. His hands became shaky as they neared him, an outraged expression overtaking his snake-like features. The beads entered his wand, and the golden light pulsed again. They were encased in a golden cage, with ribbons of energy streaming down on either side. Harry found her feet lifted off the ground, and she was floating along with Voldemort. Where the beads had entered his wand, there was now a smoky figure exiting it. Harry watched as an unfamiliar female pushed herself out of the wand. She split her focus between keeping the spell up and watching as figures climbed out of his wand. There was the female, then a stocky groundskeeper. He killed me, he did. Keep it up, girly. Make him pay. Then came the figure of a young redhead. And Harry's heart almost stopped. Hello, Harriet. It was her mum. Her mum was standing, well, floating there, looking at her. Stay strong, dear, your father's coming. Harry refocused on holding the spell, watching as her dad's messy black hair pushed itself out of the wand and his form followed. Harry, Dad. Harry's attention was no longer on Voldemort. How could it be? What? It's the spell, Harry. Well then, that explains that, doesn't it? She muttered lightly, shock coursing through her. I don't. No time, dear. You can't hold this forever. Watch me. Her parents smiled. Lily's, a fond little curve of her lips, James's, a half grin half smirk. Listen, when the connection is broken, get to the pendant around that bastard's neck. James. Well, it's true, isn't it? Her mother rolled her eyes fondly, something so out of place in the middle of a graveyard while Harry battled her arch-nemesis to the death. You need to break the amulet, dear. It will release your magic, and then you can escape. Do you understand? Harry nodded frantically, and her mum smiled tightly. Wait, why am I like this? Why do I have these powers? Her parents exchanged a look, something heavy disguised in it. Harry struggled to keep her wand steady against Voldemort as they found their answer. There isn't enough time to explain that here, Harriet. But you have the resources to find out. Look through my mother's journal more closely. There are secrets hidden in more secure ways than a lock. Now you have to go. We can delay him for a moment, but you have to move fast. Break the connection. I love you. Harry jerked her wand upwards, breaking the golden cage as she fell to the ground. She landed more gracefully than last time, immediately running towards Wormtail. She cast a glance backwards, watching briefly as the ghost swarmed Voldemort, his followers standing shocked. Harry sprinted towards Wormtail, his eyes growing wide as he caught her approach. She jumped, tackling him to the ground and grabbing the cord of a necklace that he'd hidden beneath his robes. She cut it with a quick severing charm, throwing it to the ground and casting a bombarda. Harry ducked as the pendant exploded, and with it came a rush of sensation as her other magics returned to her. Harry jumped up, stomping on Wormtail in the process. Voldemort said he'd broken part of the memory charm, and probably intended to finish the job. Harry made a choice. She took the knife from her thigh, shoving it into Wormtail's stomach, turning it sharply. "That's for my parents," she whispered in his ear as he gave a choked gasp. Harry yanked out the knife, shoving it back into her holster as she heard a yell. She turned to Voldemort, the ghosts just clearing. He made eye contact with her, anger overtaking his features. Harry's stare remained resolute as she flipped up her middle finger and twisted, apparating away from the scene. Harry fell onto flat ground, the grass of the Quidditch pitch slightly moist with late-night dew. There was an explosion of noise around her, confusing her already ringing ears. Quickly, she adjusted, launching back to her feet as she turned around, adrenaline still coursing through her veins. She was back where she started, a few yards away from the entrance to the maze. She turned, breathing heavily as she took in the crowds, still packed with people, and the medics stand where Fred, George, and Cedric were gathered with Dumbledore and the other officials, staring at her. Harry! They broke away from Madame Pomfrey's hold, rushing towards her. She caught a glimpse of a distinctive pairing of red hair and bushy hair pushing their way through the stands as well. Harry was swept up in a hug as the older trio met her, questions flung at her from all sides. "Are you all right? Where were we? Someone tried to kill us, right? Who? Are you okay? What happened? Boys!" Harry yelled, and they stopped finally, backing up a little to give her space. "I'm a little on edge right now, can you give me a minute?" While those are all good questions, I believe Miss Potter is justified in needing a moment of pause, Messrs. Weasley and Mr. Diggory. Harry looked up to see Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes. "Though I would appreciate it if those questions were answered in a timely manner, my dear." For once, Harry didn't bother with any ill feelings toward the man. Nodding tiredly, "I'll take her, Albus." Harry turned to see the face of Alistair Moody, and everything came crashing back. She leapt away, her wand coming up in her hand immediately as she cast a stunner. One which was blocked by the old Auror right before he sent out a wave of stupefies in the direction of Dumbledore and the others, taking them by surprise and knocking them out. Harry cast again, throwing several cutting curses at him, only to be blocked and thrown backwards by a strong impedimenta. Moody flicked his wand in the direction of the crowd, latching onto one student at random and pulling them towards him. He held his wand to the temple of Theodore Nott, staring Harry down. "Go ahead, Potter. Make a move and your classmate dies bloody." Harry held her hands up placatingly. Her wand still tense but no longer trained on the man. He raised his voice. "If any of you casts a single spell, Mr. Nott here will join his mother." "Got it." The Remainen professors interspersed throughout the crowd put down their wands uneasily. "What's your angle here, Moody?" Harry started out softly. "Why would you, of all people, work for Voldemort?" "I did the research, but nothing makes sense." Nott gasped in Moody's arms, flinching away from the name as well as the wand that only pressed tighter. The man himself gave a deranged grin. "He wouldn't, would he? On all accounts, it makes no sense. Of course, you're missing some of the pieces. I know you're working with Barty Crouch. Or is it you in there, Mr. Crouch? You two were always plotting up in that office. I know you stole Polyjuice ingredients, you might even be taking it right now. You think you're so clever, Potter. You're almost there, too, you just missed the mark a bit." Moody smiled more, the slash of his mouth growing grotesque amongst the battle scars. "I am Barty Crouch, Jr." Harry's mouth opened slightly, her eyebrows drawing together. Crouch took that opening. Avada Kedavra. Harry dropped, her elbows hitting the ground hard. She plank rolled, her wand coming up to aim at him, only to pause. I've still got Mr. Not here. Unless, of course, there's still that animosity between Gryffindor and Slytherin. It was there when I was in school, but I didn't think it was enough for you to murder one of your peers, Potter." "Nope. No animosity over here," Harry muttered, standing again. She thought quickly, trying to find a solution to the current problem. She held up her wand showing Crouch her surrender. "Look, I'm playing nice here. Go ahead and deliver your villain monologue. Promise I won't interrupt." You think I'm that stupid, Potter? Well, there must be a reason you haven't killed me yet. That's true, he hedged. So, is it done? Oh, don't be coy, Crouch. Ask the bloody question, for everyone to hear. It's too late for whatever surprise party you and your friends wanted to throw. Is he returned? Harry could see the confusion on Nott's face, and those closest to them. She could also vaguely make out the teachers edging their way closer, trying not to disturb Crouch. So distraction, then. You mean Voldemort. Don't say his name. Sorry, my bad. Yes, Moldy Shorts has indeed woken from his siesta. I don't know if the vacation did him any favors, though, he's a bit pale. I think there's something stressing him. You dare, honestly, quit it with the whole he dares, she dares stuff. It's like dialogue from an 80s spy movie. The Dark Lord has returned. Yes, he's back. There were gasps all around her. She paid no attention to them as Flitwick was just behind Crouch, his wand drawn and moving. Ah! Crouch shouted, turning quickly as he caught her glance. The charms teacher stopped his charm, hurriedly snapping off a shield charm to deflect the curse Crouch sent at him. My old head of house. Is this how you treat your students nowadays, Phileas? The Death Eater clucked his tongue. Well, I said that he'd die if anyone made a move. So, wait, what do you have to gain by killing him? You're not getting out of here anyways. Who said I was looking to escape? Moody's borrowed face looked even madder now, both eyes wide and bright with insanity. My job is done. The only thing I could do now to help my master is kill you. His head tilted to the side as if that idea had only just occurred to him. But that's not without collateral damage. Crouch raised his wand to Nott's head again, and Harry reacted out of instinct, snapping her hand forwards as the tip of his wand glowed green. Nott came flying out of Moody's grasp just as he uttered the spell, his body crashing into Harry and sending them both tumbling to the ground. Flitwick took his chance from there, engaging Crouch in a duel as the stadium watched. The other teachers too worried about distracting Flitwick to interfere. Say what you would about Crouch's mental state, he was a fantastic duelist. Harry knew Flitwick was a circuit champion when he was younger, but he still had trouble gaining the upper hand. Harry hurriedly cast shield charms with the other conscious teachers, trying to protect those trapped in the stands. The spells cast between the two were too fast to categorize, and rarely hit their marks, instead flying out towards the student body. The fight moved towards the maze, with Crouch backing Flitwick towards the hedges. Harry was sure the charms professor was gaining on him, with Crouch flagging slightly, until he got in a lucky shot. Flitwick stepped backwards into a small divot in the dirt, part of the process of changing the Quidditch pitch's terrain. It sent him stumbling backwards, missing the shielding response to a blasting curse. It clipped him on the shoulder, sending him flying into the bushes. Harry stepped in quickly, taking the opportunity of the distraction to send an incarcerus at Crouch. He ducked the spell, turning on his heel to fight her now. Harry shot off 3 stunners, using her opposite hand to conjure and pull a rope under his feet, sending him crashing to the ground when he ducked the red beams. Crouch rolled, coming up and casting an Avada that she had to dodge. She glared at him as he sent her a lopsided smirk, pushing outwards in her anger and sending him flying into the bushes, the enchanted hedges growing around him and holding him in place. They were spelled to do for the champions. His wand dropped as a particularly nasty vine cinched around his wrist. Harry breathed out a sigh of relief as he growled uselessly, flopping onto the grow. ND as the remaining staff and some of the older students cancelled their shields and ran to wake Dumbledore and the others. Harry watched as Madame Pomfrey ran to Flitwick, conjuring a stretcher and king him into the castle to heal the burns covering his right side. She had to stand herself when Dumbledore patted her shoulder, a perfectly empathetic look painted on his face. He conjured actual ropes to bind Crouch, bringing him along as they left for the castle, following the mob of excited students who had been evacuated in the previous minutes. 10 minutes and a cup of tea later, Harry was sitting in front of a waking Crouch. The polyjuice was wearing off now, his features shrinking and stretching in various places. A shock of straw-like hair replaced Moody's limp tresses, and the change was complete. Barty Crouch Jr. The man glared sullenly. Severus, I believe we've found who's been stealing from your stores. Indeed, I believe some Veritaserum is in order, Severus. Minerva, go to the kitchens please. And fetch a house elf named Winky. After that, it was just a matter of listening to the man's story. Harry found her opinion of Barty Crouch Sr. more or less unchanged. Even previously thinking he was a Death Eater. It did make her question the infallibility of the map, however, if it couldn't tell the difference between people with the same names. Harry, too, was made to tell her story and describe what happened in the graveyard. With slight alterations, of course. Dumbledore looked much older in light of her news. Crouch just looked ecstatic. I'll show you mine if you show me yours, he'd said, brandishing his forearm as much as he could with it being tied to the chair. Dumbledore slid up his sleeve to reveal an inky dark mark, gesturing for Harry to copy the motion. She showed the room the blood that had dried on her arm, causing Dumbledore's grave expression to tighten further. Stay here, Severus, I need to tell the minister. Azkaban is missing an inmate. The headmaster left the room without a glance, leaving Harry sitting across from an incarcerated Crouch, Snape standing in the doorway. Crouch started cackling, his bout of amusement brought on from seemingly nothing. What's so funny? She edged out. Nothing you can do now, Potter. He's back, and he'll kill you and all your friends. I'll be there, at his side, watching as he tortures the mudbloods and blood traitors. Like it used to be. Crouch leaned in, as if to tell a secret. My personal best. 3 hours before they were completely gone. That was to be expected though, the low-NG bottoms were a strong bunch of blood traitors. It's too bad the Dark Lord killed your parents before we could have a crack at them. I bet they were screamers. Harry snapped, grabbing the bloody knife strapped to her leg, launching forwards to hold it to his throat. Shut your mouth, Crouch. Her words were cold and deadly. She pressed the knife in slightly. I'm tempted to forget the Dementors NDC how long you last once your throat's been cut. Miss Potter. Harry froze, turning her head slightly to see Snape hovering over her, concern and a hint of rage etched into his features. Harry would have commented on his emotiveness, except for the fact that she currently had a dagger to a man's throat. Sorry, sir. She pulled the knife back a little reluctantly. Care to explain why you are carrying a knife and why it is covered in blood? She looked down, finding that the silver was indeed tarnished by the coppery rust of Wormtail's blood. I can't always rely on magic to protect myself. And the owner of the blood? Oh, just a rat, Professor. I forgot to clean it. His stare made her think he knew just who she was referring to. Still, he nodded tersely, going back to his position as guard. Crouch began to hum a tune, leaving Harry to sit white-knuckled in her chair as she swept her wand over the knife, siphoning off blood. Soon enough, Dumbledore was back, and busy helping a prosthetic Moody out of a large trunk. After that, she was dismissed to the hospital wing. Harry trudged along the corridors, ignoring the curious portraits, until she entered the room and collapsed on a bed. She only got maybe 20 minutes of rest before the Weasley clan burst through the doors accompanied by the Diggorys, Hermione, and a large black dog. Harry, what happened? Harry, dear, are you all right? She nodded along, submitting herself to their worried hugs. Harry waited until everyone calmed down to explain. You know who? Preposterous, Amos Diggory exclaimed, waving off Harry's story. Amos, Dad, you really don't believe her. It's Poppycock, Cedric. You know who returned. No one will believe it. It's true, Mr. Diggory. Excuse me if I don't believe the words of an attention-seeking brat. Dad, you've been reading Rita Skeeter, Diggory. He pressed his lips together. Well, let me give you an exclusive. I didn't enter the tournament by myself, Ty Crouch Jr. entered me so that at the end of the year during the third task, he could ship me off to a graveyard who knows where so that the very alive animagus Peter Pettigrew could use my blood. In a ritual meant to bring Voldemort back. This ritual was preceded by Voldemort's temporary body ordering Pettigrew to kill the spares, those being Fred and George, and, oh yeah, your son. Hermione here says I have a saving people thing, so naturally I sent them back to safety using the portkey Jr. designed. This left me trapped there, with Voldemort, so when I say he's back, I'd appreciate it if you'd believe me. We'll call it even, what with the life debt your family owes me. Diggory was speechless. In fact, the whole room was silent. That is, until Mrs. Weasley burst into tears and threw herself on Harry, crushing her in a hug that might finish the job Voldemort constantly failed at. It was pretty chaotic from then on. Matters were only made worse when Dumbledore appeared and asked Sirius to shift back. "So you're saying that Sirius Black is innocent? And Voldemort's back? And Barty Crouch is dead, killed by his son who is also supposed to be dead?" "Yep, it takes a little bit to get used to knowing her," Cedric reassured his father. "Within my first couple interactions with her, I'd become a worshipper of a pagan god with almost no idea how it happened. Eventually the hospital wing died down, with only one or two more outbursts, including Hermione rather violently catching a bug on the windowsill." Harry caught her triumphant look, and vowed to speak with her about it later. When Madame Pomfrey provided her with a glass of dreamless sleep potion, she downed it, collapsing in the hospital bed as everyone else muttered quietly around her. She would need the rest while she could still get it. A war was coming. The next couple weeks were a blur. Exams had been cancelled along with the House Cup, so mostly everyone just gossiped about her. A good portion of the student body was split between stalking her and openly insulting her in the halls, with the rest somewhat dubious about the information she'd released. There were a few people who believed her though, coming up to her and giving her a supportive smile, or a pat on the shoulder. Earlier in the week, her mood had been somewhat brightened by Hermione revealing her capture of Rita Skeeter. She somewhat jokingly suggested using Raid, but Hermione vetoed her. She would have to suffice with occasionally waving the bottle in front of Rita's new home, watching as the animagus skittered in fright. Mostly, though, she felt tired. With Voldemort currently residing on her plane of existence, Harry's troubles had been multiplied exponentially. And the reaction of the Hogwarts students didn't bode well for how the rest of the wizarding world was going to take the news. She spent a lot of her time after the third task wandering the grounds, planning her next moves or just staring into the distance. Today wasn't any different. She was standing at the edge of the lake, staring at the ripples in the water as the sun set. Harry let out another deep breath and the giant squid turned over in the water. She became aware of a presence approaching from her left, but kept her eyes on the water. "Potter." She lifted her eyes, catching the gaze of Malfoy. His hands were shoved deep into his pockets, and he shifted on his feet, waiting for some sort of acknowledgement. She nodded at him, turning back to her watch. He stepped forward, standing next to her now and joining her in staring at the water. There was silence for a long time, and she sighed. "What do you want, Malfoy?" she asked tiredly. His eyebrows drew together, apparently thinking hard on the question. "My father owled me yesterday. He told me to keep my nose clean, and to avoid you. They're working on ways to discredit you, not that the Daily Prophet isn't already trying its best." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I'm in," he responded immediately, and Harry flicked her eyes up to see him staring at her, somewhat nervous. "What? You told me to choose." "Well, I've made my choice. I'm in." She watched him, and his expression seemed to take on a faraway look. "All these years, I've been a bully, and thought myself better than everyone, and that everyone else was in the wrong. Then we had a sort of acquaintanceship in third year, and I figured you couldn't be entirely horrible. Then the Weasleys and Diggory came back that night looking dirty, and bloody, and frightened, and I knew something was wrong. Then you came back, and you were covered in blood, and mud, and looking like you'd just gone through war, but you weren't afraid. You were determined, and you marched up to Moody, or Crouch, and you fought him right then and there. And he turned, and he tried to kill you. He tried to kill Theo, and for no reason other than he was there and he could be useful." He paused, swallowing. "And my father owled me and told me to keep quiet." His voice turned bitter in that moment, and he closed his eyes for a moment, steeling himself. "I don't want to be a part of that team. I don't want to be on the side that kills kids and doesn't care about the value of life, and ignores insanity. I want to be on the side that fights back against people like that. I want to be on the side that protects everyone, Eve. And if they've been terrible to you for years, or might be one of the bad guys." He gave a self-deprecating smile. "So, I'm in, if you'll have me. How can I be sure that you aren't just trying to spy on us? And give that information back to Daddy dearest." She didn't speak with an accusatory tone, but a cool and logical one, which might have hurt worse. He swallowed, clenching his jaw. You can't be. But I'm not going to report back to someone who tried to ruin a girl's life in second year, and is trying to kill another one. Now, so you know about that. People talk, especially people who think they can't get caught. She tilted her head back appraising Ly. All right, Malfoy. Welcome to the club. She shook his hand, feeling an odd sense of resolution from first year. You're in for a rough time, you know. I know, but I probably deserve it. She shrugged at that, turning back to the water. Come to my compartment tomorrow. I don't care what excuses you have to make to your friends, but we need to have a meeting. I was thinking we could keep our allegiance a secret. She snorted. Why, are you already ashamed of us? No, I just think it'll be of more value when I'm still part of the inner circle of Slytherins. You're looking to be a spy. It worked so well in third year. Why not? You're playing a dangerous game, Malfoy. Draco. She glanced at him. Okay, Draco, you can play your spy games. Just make an excuse tomorrow to get away from them and I'll make sure nobody can see you in our compartment. All right. They were quiet for a few minutes, watching the sun sinking through the water. This is going to be fun. This is going to be hell. Scared, she turned to him. He smirked. You wish. Voldemort screamed in rage as the Potter girl escaped. He snarled at the Death Eaters who recoiled when he turned, his eyes catching on a figure curled on the ground, whimpering. It was Wormtail, and the corner of his mouth pulling into a disgusted sneer at the man's cries. Wormtail. The man didn't move, his arms curled around his middle. Wormtail. Voldemort waved his wand, forcing the man to look up. It was then that he saw the blood covering the rat's hands. He stopped short, surprised that Potter could have been so ruthless. Voldemort stepped forwards, examining the wound. There wasn't much he could do about it now, and he doubted Street Mungos wouldn't ask questions after treating a dead man. It was too bad. Wormtail wasn't entirely useless. Still, there were things he needed from the man that were too important to leave to death. He bent down, grabbing Pettigrew's chin and forcing him to look into his eyes, ignoring the increased whimpering. Voldemort pushed past the memory block, doing irrevocable damage to the man's psyche. It was no matter. He wouldn't live long enough for it to be a problem. Images flew past the Dark Lord's sight, most filled with a redhead who must have been a Weasley, an obnoxiously bushy-haired girl, and, her. The three of them were in a red and gold dorm room, and appeared to be having a most interesting conversation. He pulled out of Wormtail's mind, turning away as the man's body hit the ground, lifeless. It didn't matter, as he was flushed with a sense of triumph at his new discovery. Monsters existed. Of course, he'd known that since he was a boy, since he had first entered the magical world. He'd aligned with them, even in the last war. But this was something different. These were the monsters of his childhood, the ones that haunted the ghost stories told by the other, lesser children. They were uncontrolled, vengeful, and chaotic. And they would prove useful to his cause. Yes, he would have to look into this business of hunters, and the demons they so feared. F and I have come to an agreement regarding the talisman. In exchange for his help acquiring its location, I am to provide him information on Agent R. Consorting with demons is, of course, one of the higher offenses in the agency, but this talisman needs to be found. And I'm almost entirely certain that R is corrupt anyways. He always had sticky fingers, and that last operation went a little too well to have been a natural job. I met with F at the rendezvous point today, and made the appropriate exchange. The talisman should come into my hands soon enough. End log. The 10th of March 1958. The exchange went smoothly. The talisman is now safely in the vault, adding to the Queen's collection. As incoming agents, we're taught not to question the vault, and my own mother chastised me away from it as a child, but I do wonder what she must do with these devices. The Artifacts Clause of 1851 prohibits the personal use of these items, likely because of the royal family's werewolf scare a century ago, but the vault is still accessed regularly. A question for another day. Perhaps. R must have something to worry about, as 3 of his business partners have now been overturned to F. All of them openly corrupt, of course, with one O. F them facing fraud charges over a charity they endorse. Demons are inherently corrupt, of course, but I find that this one's terms of negotiation are not so intolerable to openly oppose. I have a fee. Ling I shall make use of his services again. End log. The 11th of March 1958. I've been assigned to a tulpa case with McGregor. He was 2 years behind me in training, but he seems a decent enough fellow, if a little excited for his first field case. Admittedly, I've always found tulpas fascinating. I feel as if their psychic properties should be more cohesively measured, as there is a tremendous potential here for growth in our psychic knowledge. Perhaps I shall consult F, if the price is right. End log. The 15th of March 1958. I take back anything positive I said about McGregor. He is too green to be doing this type of work, and needs to be sent back to basic training. He could not even put up the proper facade for more than 5 minutes when we were questioning the locale. The child about wet himself in excitement when we actually saw the tulpa's figure of concentration, and couldn't manage to unholster his weapon. I've no idea how he was assigned to me, or this case even. A tulpa is a level 4 monster, minimum, not something foe. Harry. The girl in question jolted, automatically snapping shut the journal held loosely in her hands. Get down here. Harry slipped the shut journal under her lumpy pillow, sliding off her twin bed and making her way across her attic bedroom. She leaned over the half-rail blocking her from the stairway. What do you want? She waited for an answer from Bobby, but was only met with silence. She grimaced slightly, knowing that particular brand of silence. Sorry, I'm coming. She hurried down the stairs, and then another set, before meeting Bobby in the kitchen. Here he stood with his hands on his hips, kiss the cook, apron secured tight around his stomach. Harry stifled a snort. What are you laughing at? Nothing. You just look a little Betty Crocker, that's all. He looked down, frowning as if he'd forgotten. Shut up, he mumbled. Bobby cleared his throat, resuming the mother hen pose. Why the hell are there owls crashing into my windows? Look. Bobby gestured to the window sitting above the sink, where an owl was balancing precariously on the outside ledge. Now that she was looking, Harry could see there was another sitting in the window by the back door, and another in the open doorway. Well, I'm sure I can explain this. She crossed to the kitchen sink, unlatching the window and sliding it up. The owl hooted, his head bobbing irritatedly. He stuck his leg out impatiently, waiting for Harry to retrieve the letter before ruffling his feathers and flying away. She hurried to release the other owls as well. When all 3 letters were in her hand, the owls left and she was free to look through them. The first one had her name scrawled on it quite hurriedly, and a brief flash of fear coursed through her over the possibility that the letter held the beginnings of the conflict she'd been waiting on all summer. She broke the wax seal and pulled out a short bit of parchment. Harry, we don't know where you are, but if his letter reaches you, hopefully you're safe. Having said that, don't try to come find us immediately. Dumbledore is furious, and the ministry interference isn't helping. Stay inside, please. We don't know if there are any more attacks planned. Arthur Weasley. Harry blinked, staring at the letter in confusion. There was a heavy feeling starting to weigh down her stomach. What is it? Bobby asked, having noticed her expression. I don't know. She pushed on, opening up the next letter, which she recognized as Ron's handwriting. Harry, I think they know something about your living situation. Dee left a few hours ago in a rush and then came back all confused and worried. I overheard him telling my mom something about Privet Drive, and didn't you say that's where those muggles used to keep you? Anyways, there was something about Dumbledore too, but I didn't catch that. But apparently Dad's sending you a letter because he thinks something is after you. Watch out, Ron. That was even more worrying. But Harry moved to finish the next letter. Arthur's just told us what happened. Don't leave the house, whatever you do. She set down serious note, that brief fear bubbling into a strong uneasiness. Something had happened at Privet Drive, big enough to catch the attention of Dumbledore and the ministry. She might have just been found out. Another owl swooped into the kitchen, dropping a note into Harry's hands. Harry, my dad just flowed with a message for you. He says, Dumbledore knows, whatever that means, and asks you to stay inside. The ministry is looking for you. Apparently some alarms were set off by some of Dumbledore's people, after they found your relatives with no souls along with a Dementor roaming a Muggle neighborhood. The ministry is trying to find you to assign new guardians. And not good ones if Dad's mood was anything to go by. Whatever you're mixed up in, be careful. Cedric. There was a ringing in Harry's ears. She didn't even know how to begin to process what was happening. But the most pressing issues took precedence. Dumbledore was trying to find her, and so was the Ministry. The pit in her stomach grew as she realized what had to be done. Bobby. He turned from where he'd gone back to making dinner. I have to leave. 2 months earlier. So you're saying that somewhere along the line, our family has witch blood in it? Sort of. Freakin' witches. Dean stood suddenly, looking very tense. I've been waiting for months for you to explain that crap show, and now you're saying we're freakin' magical. Congratulations. He pinched the bridge of his nose tight. I don't have to go to Hogwarts, right? No, you're past the cutoff date. You probably don't have any magical abilities whatsoever. Probably. Harry chuckled. You're just as muggle as before. Dean nodded, somewhat reassured. Then he stiffened, wheeling around like a plank. Sammy. He would have gotten the letter last summer, if at all. He relaxed again, easing back into the chair across from Harry. So when that guy called me a squib, it means that you're not magical, but you come from magical ancestry, yes. Can you stop cutting me off? Sorry, it's sort of entertaining. She winked at him, and he rolled his eyes. So what now? Harry studied Dean, trying to think of anything that would change by the additional knowledge of their heritage. She came to a swift conclusion. Honestly, I don't believe anything major will change for you or your family. Dumbledore knows about you now, but not the extent of our relationship, and you don't usually spend too much time in one place anyways, so I doubt he'll bother having you followed. The more you tell me about this Dumbledore guy, the less I like. Yes, well, he is a conniving bastard set out to control all aspects of my life. Dean whistled. Really? Well, those are my feelings. Hermione has tried to convince me that a lot of what I see is coincidental. You don't believe in coincidences? Not really, no. They sat there for a few moments, each brooding about their own problems. Dean sighed, unclasping his hands and removing his elbows from where they'd been resting on his knees, stretching. He looked over at Harry, a slightly bitter smile tugging at his mouth. Want to go shoot something? Let's go. Harry frowned at the headline of the latest issue of the Daily Prophet. It was a couple of weeks after she'd explained the situation to Dean, and the Winchesters were currently off trying to enjoy their summer while their dad knocked out hunts. Bobby was off somewhere in Ohio hunting what he thought might be a werewolf. That, of course, meant that there was no one to take Harry's mind off of the outrageous article staring her in the face. There was nothing overtly libelous, it was merely a small snippet about potions ingredients prices going up, but snuck into one of the last sentences was a remark that she'd seen too often in her perusal of the paper. One customer report, that the prices were Potter-level dramatic. Alone, she might have ignored it. But so many articles had been using this same tactic recently, equating her name to ridiculousness. She didn't get much information from Ron and Hermione. They were cut off by Dumbledore. But from the letters she'd received from the twins, she knew the war effort wasn't going so well. How could it, when all the minister was put down her name and Dumbledore's? Honestly, it was giving Voldemort a wide opening. Harry set down the paper, her clenched fists bending the edges of the pages. She had a bad feeling about the months ahead. Present day. Harry flipped through another page of her grandmother's journal. The 20th of March 1958. I've found being benched most bothersome. McGregor still gets to inflict himself upon the people of the world, but the woman, must stay behind as a disciplinary measure. It is ridiculous. I've been cataloging old records to take up my time at the office, and I've found quite a few about F. He seems rather famous, or infamous I should say, among our past agents. He's been around for longer than I thought. I asked him about it the other day, and he didn't give me a straight answer about his age. I suppose I'll just hope that I'm not just another woman in a long string of dames. The young witch's eyes rose at that. She'd seen a reference to an F quite often throughout the pages she'd read previously. But she hadn't realized that the figure and her grandmother had been together. She gave her head a little shake and continued on. I've also been filing some of the transitions between our sect of the organization and the American one. Well, that was interesting. They've been researching a new exorcism where one can supposedly cure a demon. Personally, I have my doubts about it. Plus, I'm not entirely sure we should be attempting to cure demons in the first place. It seems like some sort of natural upset that may lead to karmic responses later down the line. Harry's alarm rang suddenly, prompting her to put down the journal. She sat up, stretching and yawning as she pulled herself out of bed. She looked around the apartment that Crowley had set her up in. It was completely muggle, with a spell warding away owls. Sure, there was an ancient magic imbued in carrier owls that, well, discouraged people from tracking them to a receiver, but you could never be too careful. She pulled on some jeans and a faded green jacket before crossing to the kitchenette. Harry grabbed an apple and snagged her keys, locking her door behind her. "Morning, Samantha." Harry turned around after hearing the snick of the lock in her door, smiling at Mrs. Baverstock. She was just heading back inside her apartment, having just finished the morning walk that Harry knew she took every day when the sun rose. She'd gotten suspicious of her elderly neighbor and where she went at such hours, only to find herself on a stakeout watching the lady shuffle through the park across from the apartment complex. "Morning, Mrs. B. Anyone special today?" The widow had been alone for 10 years now, with her only child living 2.5 hours away and visiting sparsely. That didn't discourage the woman, as Harry had discovered on her ill-fated stakeout. After watching the woman flirt for hours with Jim, the newsstand salesman stationed half a block from the apartment, Harry was as certain that there wasn't anything suspicious about Mrs. Baverstock. "Oh, no, I saw Samuel, but he's married to Martha Wainwright, a few floors up. Shame, that man can." "Mrs. B. Sorry, honey." Harry shook her head, a smile tugging at her mouth. "Bye, Mrs. B. Bye, sweetie." Harry waved goodbye as she headed towards the stairs. She jogged down them, a wave of brisk air hitting her as she exited the apartment complex. It was still a little chilly in Minnesota, even though it was the middle of July. Harry didn't mind so much. She hopped on a bus heading to the diner where she worked part-time. Crowley secured the apartment, but she had to pay for other expenses. Harry spent a 4-hour shift scrubbing tables and sweeping floors, not quite trusted enough to handle the food yet. Afterwards, he got back on a bus going towards the library. The witch entered the building, making a beeline for the quiet corner she had claimed as hers in the previous weeks. Slowing only to nod at Mr. Garrett, the librarian, Harry sat down at the desk she'd dragged into the corner, pulling some newspapers out of her satchel. Spread out on the table were copies of the London Times, the Daily Prophet, and a few other listings. The political climate in Europe was the same as ever, not helped by the misleading articles that the Prophet liked to put out daily. They were publishing libelous material, something she'd have to make sure to ask Crowley to fix the next time he came around to trade in a demon name to keep up her part of the arrangement. Harry grabbed a Muggle newspaper from the pile, flipping to the article she'd circled in red marker. It was a new case in Kansas. There'd been a murder of a girl that had reached the front page news, as the police had no idea who could have committed such a murder inside of a locked room of a house that wasn't hers. Harry had to wonder whether it was of monstrous origin or simply the beginning of the wizarding conflict. She spent a half-hour more researching at the desk, before throwing on her coat and her bag, filled with all her papers. She left the library, turning the corner and apparating away. The ground was hard and compact beneath her feet when she landed, and the temperature difference was staggering. The hot air pressed down on her as she straightened, turning to see the wall of what she assumed to be a hotel going by the grungy sign lit P. Arcing lot peering at her from the end of the alley. She turned, walking into the lot to see the endings of a strip mall surrounding the small motel. Harry waved her hand, transfiguring her features into those of someone old enough to rent a room. She moved carefully, off balance due to the several added inches from her spell, and managed to reach the counter with a disarming smile. 5 minutes later she was climbing the stairs outside to get to the second story and unlock room 213. Harry threw her stuff down on the couch, before reaching into her bag and drawing out the papers, sending them to stick against the wall with a flick of her wrist. She grabbed the rickety black desk chair from the corner of the room and swiveled it to rest in front of the murder wall, sitting down and staring. contemplatively at the facts of the case. Jennifer Foster, a 10-year-old girl from Arkansas City, Kansas, was found dead in a house in the suburbs with locked doors and windows. The police currently had no suspects, and information on the case was pretty limited to within the precinct and the family of the victim. Harry sighed, staring at the wall for a few more minutes before waving her hand again. 3 illustrations of a ghost, a vampire, and a wizard flew out of her bag under her suspects tab. She didn't have much to go on, so she settled for those 3 suspects for now. She hopped out of the uncomfy chair and into the slightly less uncomfy bed, closing her eyes and waiting for sleep to come. The witch got up at 6 the next morning, going through her routine quickly before she transfigured herself again and pulled on a pantsuit she'd purchased at a thrift shop a while back. Harry examined herself in the mirror, the wavy brown hair she now bore contrasting wildly with her actual black curls. Her face more oval-shaped than pointy, and her eyes a faded blue rather than a sharp bottle green. She also looked closer to 25 than the 15 years she really was. After a quick check of a town map, Harry apparated to an alley next to the police precinct. She straightened up, walking around the corner and through the doors. She headed to the front desk, lightly confounding the secretary into giving her a visitor press pass, before she cast a notice me not on herself and walked confidently to the back of the station where she assumed the records were. Harry glanced at a particularly cluttered desk and stopped, moving closer to see the open file of the case she was looking for. The witch duplicated the file discreetly, hiding a shrunken version in her inside jacket pocket, and turned to leave. Having accomplished her task, unfortunately, there was a group of policemen walking straight towards her, and her charm made her neither invisible nor intangible, so she walked across their path into the safety of what appeared to be a break room to avoid their notice. Harry leaned on the doorframe, her right shoulder peeking out from the opening, as she caught a rap of conversation geared towards her case. "Telling you, it has to be a ghost." Harry's eyebrows furrowed. "Scott, that's ridiculous. And unless you have any concrete theories, you can leave." "No, but listen, look at the facts. All the windows and doors were locked, there was no interruption of the arterial blood spatter, and it happened at the Allen house. Which, everyone knows, is haunted." He finished smugly. "So who am I supposed to arrest for that little girl's murder?" "Casper." The other one scoffed. "There is a normal explanation for this." The detective raised her hand, rubbing her temples. "Okay, Kelly, Jones. Go interview the family again, try and see if there was anything in Jennifer's schedule that we missed." "On it." "Scott, we're going to go check out the house again. Here has to be an entrance that we missed. We're going back to the haunted house." "Yep, well, at least it's daylight." Harry watched as the detectives grabbed their coats and left the station. She stepped out of the break room and followed after them, thinking maybe she could sit in on that interview with the family. Harry watched through the window of the house as the police interviewed the Fosters again. The witch had gone over her notes on the family and the situation while waiting for the police to arrive, and all the facts were fresh in her mind. Jenny had a mother and father who clearly loved their children, a sister in middle school, and an aunt and uncle that lived in the next neighborhood over. She'd also had a cousin, but Michael Morales had been a victim of a hit-and-run last year. Harry didn't know whether to be suspicious of the multiple deaths or just more sympathetic for the families. She charmed the window open an inch so she could hear their voices freely, and she heard didn't give her much to go on. Was there any reason why she would be near the house, Mrs. Foster? The woman from the station took point in the interview. A lost-looking woman who must have been Jennifer's mother sniffed softly before responding, her hands clutching her throw pillow. "No, Jenny had a set routine on the way to and from school. She walked the couple blocks to the elementary school with her sister, Maria." The girl next to her stiffened slightly. Then, the two would separate. "Maria is in the middle school up the street. Then, when the elementary school lets out, NNY would wait in the library until Maria picked her up when her middle school was over, and they would walk home together. Their route took them nowhere near the Allen house, and Jennifer was supposed to be at home when she was, well, she was asleep the last time I checked on her, and then in the morning I got a call from your department, and Mrs. Foster cut off, choked by a sob. I just don't understand how this happened. And you said they follow this exact routine. Yes. Well, sometimes they'll stop by James's office if I'm not home, and they'll do their homework there. The man sitting on the couch next to her acknowledged the detectives. Or they'll walk to the Silks aerobics gym. My brother owns it, he watches them sometimes. But they hadn't visited either place in a few weeks. All right. According to our timeline, she was killed. She passed sometime between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m., and she was found in the Allen house around 6 in the morning by a jogger, whose dog acted funny when they passed the building. It was the other detective this time. Are you sure she didn't sneak out or that someone couldn't have taken her from here? Yes, we have a security system. It would let us know if someone had broken in, Mr. Foster responded. Is there anything else that you can think of that might help our investigation? Any enemies of the two of you, or anyone who might be capable of this sort of thing? No. Okay. Is there anyone I can call for you too? I understand going over this must be difficult. There's my brother, Antonio. Harry snuck away from the window as the two detectives attempted to comfort the family. Sure that the interview had ended, and with little to show for it. Although, Harry glanced back through the window, watching as the other daughter sat tense, her jaw clenched and her knuckles white. Harry wasn't entirely desensitized to the way people processed grief, so she suspected the girl's reaction wasn't quite standard for a situation like this one. As the witch passed the gray minivan sitting in the driveway, she saw the sticker advertising the Prairie Star Panthers. After a little research back at her hotel, she had an address and a new lead. Maria Foster had taken a day off of school to aid in the processing of the death of her sister, but public schooling wasn't quite as generous to help her in catching up in schoolwork, much more beyond that. So she found herself sitting in 6th period English class, watching the board numbly as the teacher tried to explain why Charles Dickens put a period in that specific sentence, and why the door to his house was gray and not purple, and how it all tied back to his inner trauma as a child. At this, she regained focus long enough to give a bitter snort, before drifting off into dreamland again. 20 minutes later and she was rushing out the door so that Ms. Jers wouldn't stop her and offer her most sincere condolences on her sister's death. The first teacher was enough, not to mention on all the pitying looks she'd been getting all morning. She lagged behind her peers, stopping by the water fountain, holding the junkie tab down to release a stream of water. She watched as it splashed clumsily into her bottle, only for the clear liquid to turn red and thick. Maria stumbled back, watching the blood pour into the fountain. It looked just like Jenny's. She tripped as a student shoved her on his way to meet the late bell. And when she looked back, the bubbling had stopped, and there was no trace of anything but water trickling down the drain. She glanced down at her hands, finding no spot of scarlet. It must have just been a trick of the light, she justified. Her stomach roiled. Hello. Maria jumped, turning quickly to meet the sharp green eyes of the girl leaning against a set of lockers behind her. The hallway had emptied while she'd stared at her hands, and it was just her and the girl left. Hi. She hurried to screw her water bottle lid back on, walking away towards 3rd period. Maybe they'd let her in later without a tardy. Are you all right? The girl had caught up, and was keeping in step with Maria. Yes, fine. Why? Well, you just seemed very interested in the water fountain. Just checking. Maria stopped. Who are you? My name's Harry. Okay, Harry, why exactly are you following me? Shouldn't you be in class? Oh, I don't go here. Maria fumbled over her next words. What? Yep, I'm just here for some business. Tell me, do you know anyone named Jennifer? It was as if Maria had been doused in a bucket of icy water and sprayed by a flame at the same time. What? Jennifer Foster. Yay, hi. Sometimes goes by Jenny. Was murdered last night while her sister was standing next to her. Harry looked deathly serious now, and the glint in her eye promised something dangerous if Maria didn't start talking. You need to leave. What the hell is your problem? Maria was backing away now, hand held out in warning while the other arm clutched her water bottle to herself as a potential weapon. Come on, Maria, surely you know something. You were there that night, right? You watched as she died. And yet, I don't think the police has heard anything about that. Harry advanced, and Maria raised her bottle to swing, the heavy metal veering downwards to hit the chilling girl. Maria's eyes widened as Harry caught the water bottle mid-swing, pulling it downwards and out of the foster girl's hands, sending it clattering onto the ground. So, Maria, what was it like to murder your sister? This was it. Maria was standing, frightened under Harry's stare, and that harsh accusation unlocked everything she'd been bottling up. Harry watched in confusion as the girl she'd been questioning collapsed onto the ground, sobbing. I didn't mean to. Don't even know how I did it. I just wanted to scare her. She wasn't supposed to get hurt. She wasn't supposed to get hurt. You cut her throat, Harry accused, looming over the other girl. And no, I didn't mean to. I just turned off the house alarm, and we snuck out, and I took her to the H house and I told her a ghost story, but she got all whiny, 'cause she knew I was making it up, and I got mad that it wasn't working. And then the lights, they shut off, and I heard a thump, and they came back on and she was dead. Maria sobbed on the ground, holding her arms tight around each other. Harry, on the other hand, was confused. What? I killed her. I must have powers or something, because I just got so mad and then she was dead. She sniffled, rubbing at her nose. Harry looked at her for a second. The witch didn't think the girl in front of her was magical. She was old enough to have received her Ilvermorny letter if that was the case. And if she was from a squib family and they had residual magic, it wouldn't be anything strong enough to accomplish what Maria was describing. There was always the chance that she was lying, but a quick check of the girl's memory proved that was what she'd seen. Harry pulled out of the girl's mind before she could realize what she'd done. Maria, you said you brought your sister to the house. Why, yes. Was there anyone else there? No. She was fine 1 minute, then the next she was on the ground. No one else was in the room. The police said there wasn't anyone close to her when she died. There wasn't an interruption of the blood the blood. We were a couple yards from each other. Maria looked up. Why are you asking me all this? Just turn me in, she muttered miserably. I'm not sure how to tell you this, but I am pretty confident that you don't have any magical powers. But you didn't do it. There's another explanation. Harry paused for a second, glancing around to make sure her silencing and notice me not charms hadn't expired. The hall was still clear, so she looked back to begin her second round of questioning. Was it really cold right before it happened? I mean, it was a little chilly. Okay, well, did it smell like anything? What? Did it smell like rotten eggs? Sulfur? No. What does this have to do with Jenny? Just routine questions. Who even are you? How did you know that I was with her? Just luck. And I said my name was Harry. The witch was sensing that Maria's knowledge was coming to an end. She watched as the girl crawled forwards, bracing her arms on her knees so she could stand up. And Harry took her chance. Maria straightened, her mouth opening to ask another question of the stranger, but the hallway was empty. She turned, head tilting in confusion. Just then, a door opened down the hall. Hey, get back to class, she startled, squinting to make out the teacher. Sorry, Mr. Harrison. Maria walked to class, and the teacher let her in without asking for a pass, a sympathetic smile in tow. She sat in her seat at the back of the room, opening her textbook to a random page and letting her eyes trace mindlessly over the words as she thought about the girl in the hallway. One thing kept her occupied. If she hadn't killed Jenny, who had? Harry had come to the conclusion that nothing supernatural could have killed Jenny. After another visit to the Allen house, and not a single sign of anything unnatural, she was stumped. Harry kicked at the fireplace dejectedly, and found a new clue. She looked down to see a break in the dust settled on the ground, and straightened quickly. Her eyes traveling along the mantel. There, she crept closer to examine what looked like half a footprint, and some more disturbances in the dust layer. Harry looked up, biting her lip as the gears in her head turned. The witch grabbed the few trinkets scattered along the mantel, placing them on the ground, then braced herself on the wood frame, pushing up as she jumped. Harry twisted herself so that she was sitting on the fixture. She climbed carefully, ending up in a kneeling position on the mantel, allowing her to stand slowly. She pushed at the wood boards making up the ceiling, her fingers trailing along the curved grains. She reached the third outline, and something clicked. She smirked as the ceiling lifted up as if on a lever, shifting into place until it was held steady with about a 2-foot gap. Perfect for someone to lift themselves into. Well, once more unto the breach. Harry grabbed the edges of the ceiling, glad for the pull-ups routine Bobby had driven her to do every morning, and easily pulled herself into the ceiling space. Once inside the space, she stood, surprised she was able to remain upright and still have space. She was in what looked like a medium-sized attic, with some light drifting in through the rafters. Harry waved her hand, conjuring some light to brighten up the dark room. With the floor illuminated, she was able to find more disturbances in the dust, and found herself staring at what looked like one of many hatches that would lead to the room below her. She crouched down, picking up a knotted rope that was looped to a bar next to one of the hatches. Another minute of looking around showed her the fuse box set into the wall in front of her. She could imagine it now. The culprit would wait upstairs, holding onto her tied into the rope. The lights would be triggered by a simple flip of the switch, and they could swoop down and stab or cut anyone within the vicinity of the hatch, then pull themselves back up all within a minute. It was complicated, and a difficult way to kill someone, but she could see how it could have been possible. The killer would have to be strong, maybe with some gymnastics or cirque background. Or maybe they were an instructor at a silk aerobics studio. Harry hurried to leave the room, trying to replace the rope just so. She vanished the light and hopped out of the hatch, waving her hand to replace the trinkets as she exited the house. She left the hatch somewhat ajar. The witch turned as she exited the house, apparating to the Foster's house. She sped up running as she saw the new car in the driveway. She didn't think the uncle would come back to finish the job, as he'd done his best not to get caught, but Harry also didn't want to risk the Foster's lives on an analysis of a clearly off-balance mind. A quick look in the front window showed that she was right to take the precaution. Harry burst in through the front door, running to the immediate right and tackling Maria Foster's uncle. She was on the ground, cowering under the knife that Antonio was forced to release as Harry barreled into his side. He didn't hit the ground, only stumbling, and Harry rolled and stood quickly. He glared, his mouth twisting awfully as he lunged past her to get the knife. Harry jumped back, only to come forwards again and slam her left elbow onto his back, while her knee came up to catch his stomach at the same time. He let out a groan, and she turned to kick him in the soft part of his side. Antonio fell, and Harry took the opportunity to pick up the vase on the coffee table and slam it into his forehead. He passed out, in a haze of pain. Maria screamed as he slumped onto his back. Harry, what? Harry pulled a long zip tie out of her pocket as Maria tried to make sense of the situation. What just happened? My uncle. He tried to God, did he kill Jenny? Yes. Harry finished securing the ties around Antonio's wrists. Maria, call 911. Tell them that your uncle is here, and dangerous. What, you're not leaving, are you? No, I can stay, but it's probably best that the police don't talk to me. I was crowding in on their investigation. Well, what am I supposed to tell them? The truth. Now, listen closely. Harry spent the next 10 minutes before the police got there filling in Maria on the mechanics of the hidden room in the Allen house. She made sure that Maria would be able to explain to the police. In turn, Maria explained that her uncle hadn't been the same since her cousin died. He'd been colder to them, and Harry guessed that he'd tried to make his sister suffer like he was. Harry stood to leave right as she heard the sirens close in. Will I ever see you again? Probably not. Maria nodded, biting her lip. Well, thanks. Harry nodded. She took a deep breath and turned to leave, slipping through the back door as the cops pulled up to the front. She groaned as she took a misstep and her foot landed in a soggy compost pile starting to creep onto the sidewalk. Sighing, she took one last look at the house before twisting away and appearing back. Harry trudged up the stairs, her boots leaving mud stains on the concrete. She pushed open the heavy door of the stairwell, relief flooding through her when she saw that she only had a dozen feet or so to go until she reached her door. She pushed her key into the lock, turning it. A slight squeak sounded from behind her, and she froze. Harry lifted her head, turning to see what might have made the noise. There was nothing unusual about her floor, the rich blue carpeting the same as always. The squeak sounded again, only maybe it was more of a cry. She focused in on the door across from her, suspecting it to be the sound's origins. Harry reached down to her side, one hand palming the gun in her hidden thigh holster. The other posed, ready to flick and summon her dagger. She pushed open Mrs. Baverstock's door, her unsettled feeling growing stronger at its allowance. Once the door gave way, Harry's heart sank. In the middle of the room was Mrs. Baverstock, tied to a chair, looking scared and a bit battered. Behind her was a younger woman, perhaps mid-20s, with long blonde hair and a chilling smile. There was blood spattered across the front of her shirt. Well, hello, Harry. Finally decided to make an appearance, did you? Who are you? Ooh, cutting right to the chase are we? That's fine, I understand. I'm more of a small talk person myself, but we all have our preferences. Who are you? The woman sighed, bending her entire body as she did. Fine, you're no fun, are you? She breathed in, standing straight as if to deliver a speech. I'm a message from an old friend of yours. The Dark Lord says hi, by the way. What? Technically he wanted me to bring you to him, with a little torture first. Of course. See, he and I have similar motivations. I hate you, he hates you, really it's a win-win all around. Well, except for you of course. She gave a fake frown, quickly breaking character to giggle again. I was going to grab you from your apartment, but see, you wouldn't answer the door. So when Mrs. Baverstock here walked in and asked if I was friends with you, I had to play along. She's such a nice hostess, don't you think? Don't touch her, Harry threatened. Oh, I already have. Besides, your grandma friend here is already dying. Mrs. B's eyes widened, and she shook in her chair. Oops, she didn't know that. The demon rolled her eyes and gave a, what can you do, look to Harry. What do you want? Harry's eyes flickered in between the demon's face and the knife it had placed on Mrs. B's throat. You, silly, now, that might be a bit of a problem. You've already said you've killed your hostage, so I have no motivation to do what you want, do I? Oh, Harriet, I've given you plenty of motivation. See, she could die a fast, almost painless death. The demon raised her knife as if showing one side of the scale. Or, she could go slowly. Its knife moved quickly, slicing across the woman's shoulder. Harry moved forward as the old woman gave a cry of pain, but was held up by the warning of the demon. Can't have you jumping into any heroics here, can I, Harry? No, so here's what you're going to do. You're going to put down your wand, then that special knife you always seem to carry around. Then, you're going to put on those handcuffs to your left. Harry glanced in the direction the demon was pointing, seeing a pair of silver handcuffs with runes carved into them. She had a bad feeling about them, recalling Seymour carvings into the amulet that locked her magic at the graveyard. Harry slowly placed her wand on the table, the knife clinking as it dropped onto the counter next to it. Gently, she reached for the cuffs in front of her, only to shoot her hand up and push the demon back with a bombarda. Mrs. B jumped up as quickly as her old lady self allowed her to, and she hobbled out the door as the demon stood again, growling. Now you've done it. The demon stomped forwards, throwing out an arm and sending 2 wicker chairs from the kitchen flying through the air. Harry ducked, the legs barely ing her head as they crashed by into a wall. Exorcismus te, omnis immundus. Shut up. Harry tripped to the left as the demon surged forwards. Satanica potestas, Harry mumbled quickly. The demon was coming on as strong as ever, only hindered by the occasional glitches it made as the exorcism began to reject it. Harry upended the couch with another wave of her hand, watching as the demon was shoved backwards. Omnis legio, omnis con potestas, omnis incursio infernalis adversari. When I get my hands on you, I'm gonna beat you until you turn all the colors of the rainbow. The demon suddenly had a burst of energy, jumping forwards with her hands like claws. Harry granted as her nails cut into the younger woman's arms. Harry shoved her off, breathing heavily. They stared at each other. A dead man's land between them and only 2 words left to finish the battle. The demon harumphed, and aimed hate-filled eyes towards Harry. You may have won this round, I can admit that. But don't worry, I sent friends to Bobby's too. She smirked wickedly, and lunged forwards just as the witch finished the chant. Outie nose. Harry let out a grunt of discomfort as the smoke gushed out of the woman's mouth, blowing straight into her face in one last act of defiance. Then it was over, and the woman's body made a thump as it hit the ground, dead and likely that way for weeks. Harry reveled in the silence. And then she remembered. Mrs. B. Harry rushed out of the apartment, picking out the dark stain of blood against the blood carpet. It was heavy, and led down the hall to the door that led to the stairs. Harry opened it, pulling it back quickly as she realized the woman she was looking for was sitting right on the other side. Mrs. B. Are you all right? She crouched down, hands hove ring uselessly as she tried to find what was wrong. Mrs. B. She let out weakly. The old woman's eyes fluttered, and Harry felt the faint sting of hope. Harriet, she coughed. I don't think I like your friends so much. Harry let out a strangled laugh. You're okay, aren't you? You're a tough one. That I am. However, I do believe I need blood, like the rest of us, and that woman seems to have relieved me of much of it. No, you'll be fine. Here, I have some medicine. She turned to go grab the blood replenisher from her apartment, but a frail hand caught her arm and turned her back. It's too late, Harry. No, yes. Trust an old woman, she knows better than you. Her eyes sparkled slightly, looking quite similar to Dumbledore's for a moment. Maybe it was just an old person thing. I'm not long for this world. She pulled an arm up to her forehead, sighing, and Harry laughed wetly. So dramatic. I'm dying. I'm allowed to be, she scorned jokingly. Then, she sighed once more, her arm falling back to her side. I don't know what you've been messing around in, Harry. Just, be more careful, please. She almost got you. She did get you. Well, yes, but I let her right in. Foolish of me. This is all my fault. Whether or not that may be, don't blame yourself. Evil things find a way of messing up nice things. She coughed again, and Harry grabbed her hand. Don't blame yourself. Her eyes began fluttering shut. No, Mrs. B, come on, wake up. I'm tired, Harry, please. I'm sorry, Harry, I really am quite tired. She took another deep breath, and let it go. Goodbye, honey. No, but it was too late. She'd gone. Harry stood in shock, staring at her neighbor. She shouldn't have been a part of this. She was supposed to be safer here. Harry sniffed, swiping at her nose as she tried to pull herself together. She reached down to slide Mrs. B's eyes close, before turning and heading back to her own apartment. She dashed through her rooms, throwing everything she would need into a rucksack from under her bed. Harry darted back out into the kitchen, sending out cleaning spells as she went to get rid of any evidence that she'd lived in the apartment. Harry grabbed the phone from off the wall, dialing Crowley's number quickly. He didn't pick up, and she groaned before leaving a message. Crowley, something's happened. I don't need the apartment anymore. Turns out it's not so great when your next door neighbor gets killed. Anyways, Voldemort knows where I am. He sent a demon. Wait, shit. He sent a demon. Crowley, Voldemort knows about demons, and who knows what else. She started paced, sweeping her unoccupied hand through her tangled hair. Okay, this is bad, but I have to deal with it later. Somehow he found Bobby's address, and they're heading that way too. I have to go. I can't be late again. Actually, you might want to watch your back too, if he's coming after my allies. Harry paused for a moment longer, looking around her home of a month and a half. Be safe. She hung up with a fervor, snatching her bag off the counter before turning to apparate to Bobby's. She only hoped she could save someone this time. Bobby's front door was blasted inwards. Harry thumped up the front steps, shooting inside with her wand out, frantic. Bobby, she whisper called. The living room, once a place of organized chaos, was thrown into absolute disorder. The stacks of books were now tossed around the floor, the mantelpiece missing a chunk from it, and the devil's traps that usually painted the floor. Under the rug had been marked through a large gouge in the hardwood, disrupting their effect. And there, in the corner, was a splash of browning blood. Bobby, she yelled, jogging past the scene, further into the house. She noticed a few more puddles of crimson here and there, tracking them to the hall closet. The door had several deep scratch marks on the front, and a smear of blood covered the brass handle. Harry reached out, turning quickly and pulling the door in. Shit, a heavy body fell out, onto Harry. She crumpled somewhat under the weight, and landed on the floor in a controlled fall. She rolled the corpse off of her, Brea. thing in to replace the air that had been forced out of her. She turned to the side and shrieked again. Lying next to her was, well, her. Harry stared in horrified fascination as her own sightless eyes looked back at her. She pushed herself into a crouching position, not able to bring her eyes away from the grotesque face her visage was occupying. What? She breathed. She poked at the arm, watching it squish like a normal arm. Just then, there was a slamming noise from the other end of the house, and she jumped up, battle ready once more. Harry crept back to the front door, wand held in front of her, her jaw set. She whipped around the corner of the staircase, ready to blast whoever had come to attack Bobby, only to be met by the end of a shotgun. Whoa, 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 whoa. Stop. Bobby did not in fact stop. He cocked the gun, his finger dancing towards the trigger as Harry's eyes widened. She turned and sprinted around the corner, barely missing the spray of salt as he fired on her. Bobby, stop, she yelled as he chased her around the lower level. Listen here, you demon son of a bitch, you don't come here into my house and, Bobby, I'm not a demon. Bullshit. He ran around the corner, enraged and bull-like. Luckily, Harry managed to grab on to the barrel of the gun from her position pushed against the edge of the corner. Stop it, she screeched. She waved her hand, freezing Bobby in place. Could a demon do that? Yes, she tried to convince him. You secretly listen to Mariah Carey when you think I can't see you. Easily discovered. You only drink beer and whiskey around the boys, but I know you enjoy a sex on the beach more than that. Proves nothing. When you go out to work in the yard, far out, you take a roll of toilet paper with you because. Okay, all right, it's you. Harry gave a large sigh of relief, relaxing her hold on him. He immediately stomped forward and pulled her into a bear hug. Her arms came up on his back, eyes shut, grateful that he, at least, was all right. Her eyes burst open when cold water splashed down over her head. Bobby. He stepped back, screwing the cap back onto the flask of holy water she knew he kept in his jacket pocket. Just making sure, he justified. I'm glad you're okay, kid. I thought. He didn't have to explain exactly what he'd thought, with the dead body of whoever the demon had transformed to look like her rotting on the floor hallway away. What happened? He asked. Voldemort. Bless you, Singer. Sorry, he sent a demon after me. You too, and who knows who else. The Winchesters. I don't know, but I doubt it. The demon went after you because Voldemort knows I live with you. It was registered at the Ministry after the Dementor incident. All right then, we should probably call everyone anyway. Sounds good. But first, Bobby made to hug Harry again, but changed it at the last minute to a heavy swat to the head. Ow, you friggin' idiot. Do you know what I've been through? With you disappearin' like that and me not bein' able to find you. Shut up. I know you haven't exactly had all the freedom you've wanted, her kid, but you can't go running off like that. It's dangerous, and not just for you. I don't know what happened out there on your own, but at least one person was affected by it. Two people. My neighbor. She died. All the wind seemed to leave Bobby's sails. Oh, demon. Yeah, sorry, kid. Bobby gave Harry another one of those rare hugs, and she felt herself collapse into him. She hadn't cried in forever, but now felt like the right time. With another death on her hands, and the knowledge that Voldemort was at least tangentially aware of demons and the supernatural outside of the magical, and the Ministry still with a warrant out for her, she had more than enough reason to break down. Shish, it's all right. Bobby patted somewhat awkwardly at her hair, but managed to find a rhythm around her fifth heavy sob. I'm sorry for leaving, Bobby. I just didn't want to bring you into the Ministry madness and the wizarding world's troubles. But I can't run away from it, that only leads to bad things. Bad things happen, kid, you just have to learn to live with them. Bobby looked as though he was about to impart another piece of wisdom when a light yet purposeful knock sounded from the still ajar door. Both of them turned, instantly tense and ready for battle, only to discover an old man with twinkling eyes sitting in the doorway. Hello, my dear. Harry shoved Bobby back, her wand brandished in an instant and aimed at Dumbledore. Please, I think we can avoid such violence. I only wish to have a small discussion. Dumbledore held his hands up. If it should please you, I will leave my wand. Here. Harry stared at her headmaster. Mistrusting. Harry, Bobby asked, unsure if he should be getting ready to fight or not. I think that would be helpful, Headmaster. Bobby's eyes widened infinitesimal. Why, in recognition of the man Harry disparaged so often, before he schooled his expression into his regular neutrally gruff one. Harry watched the old man with narrowed eyes, tracking his hand as it slipped into his pocket. Dumbledore revealed his wand with a flourish and another one of those damned benevolent smiles, dramatically laying it on the wooden stand that rested against the edge of the darkened hallway. I trust you are properly assured. Hardly. She didn't lower her wand, still uncertain as to what his aim was here. I only mean to talk. Somehow I doubt that. Please, call me my dear one more time, old man. The spark in his eyes seemed to flicker somewhat, giving way slightly to an altogether different kind of stare. Harry, maybe. Shut it, Bobby. She focused her attention on Dumbledore. Fine. You want to talk. Talk. What do you want? Miss Potter, I'm sure you are aware of the status of your once assumed Muggle guardians. I'm aware that they were set upon by Dementors. A tragic happenstance. They deserved it. Surely you don't mean, if we're going to get anywhere in this conversation, we should be honest, Harry's eyes glinted with a touch of madness. She stared at Dumbledore straight in his piercing blue eyes, daring him for once to invade her mind and see what they'd done to her. You know what sort of people you abandoned me to all those years ago. Cruel, unforgiving people. Do you want to know what my loving relatives did to shelter and care for me? I was graciously given room to sleep in the cupboard under the stairs, my only companions, the damp and the spiders that made it their home. Instead of stuffing me with food and clothing and love, I was treated like little more than a servant, cooking and cleaning and scraping just for a bit of care or warmth. Dumbledore stood still, an austere pillar as he took in her words. Bobby's concerned frown had turned into a furious line, lips pressed together and his eyes heavy with sorrow. She continued, trying to find a single chink in the armor of the man before her, wanting to know why was she left there? Was it to make her simple and pliable, as she'd theorized so often before? Was it simply because it was the easiest option? Or did he just not care and her childhood was thrown away because of apathy on an old man's part? Harry found herself holding back furious tears. Her occlumency barriers somewhat frayed after the day's events, with years of repressed emotion surging forwards all at once. There was an odd tightness in her chest, and a burning in her throat that she choked down. Bitterness washing over her as she chose the best words to spew her hate. When I was 4 they had me start with the garden. Petunia did so love her roses. She had me pluck and prune at them for hours. Until even she couldn't ignore the blood trickling from the cuts on my hands. Thorns are tricky for a toddler to navigate around, after all. And that was before Dudley came, lumbering along and shoved my face into the bushes, curious to see if the blood on my face was the same as my hands. She clenched her jaw. When I was 5, I was given charge of breakfast. I kept burning my hands, which might have been fine on its own, but I tended to burn the bacon as well. Every piece that I singed meant a strike from Vernon's belt after they'd eaten their full. I couldn't eat the burnt food either. It was just thrown away, and if they caught me scrounging in the trash trying to find something that I could consume to stay alive, the lashes doubled. There. She saw something. Just a fleeting glimpse of uncertainty, splashing through Dumbledore's eyes, clamped down on almost immediately. She hungered for more. She burned for it. I think their kindest moment happened when I was 6. They took me camping. We hiked through a beautiful forest somewhere north. The trees were thick and the sunset light flickering through the foliage made me happy enough that I should have realized something was amiss. But I was content with my presence in the woods, even if I should have been alarmed. Because why would the Dursleys lower themselves to trudge through the woods, and even if they enjoyed it as a pastime? Why in the world would they bring me? When the sun set, and darkness settled over the forest, I found out. They kicked me to the ground, punched me, beat me, and then left me. I might have died there. If the creature hiding in the background hadn't grabbed me, dragged me to an old cabin, strung me up to the ceiling with other bodies. Made me afraid enough to trigger a burst of accidental magic. I escaped, and I vowed that no one would ever be able to have that sort of power over me again. She laughed bitterly. You know, I almost went back to them. Not to submit myself to their control again, but to finish them. I dreamed of slitting their throats, or roasting them slowly over a fire, watching as they bloated and burst like overstuffed sausages. Or nging them up like the Wendigo did to me, watching as their circulation stopped, and the hunger took them, or some other wild thing. But the Dementors did a better job than I ever could have at punishing them for their crimes. And now you're here, presumably to put me in new chains. That will not happen. There was silence, the three of them standing in a dark hallway, her words lingering in the air as each of them tried to decide how to proceed. Finally, Dumbledore spoke. "You do not trust me," Harry snorted. Shocker. Dumbledore stared, his eyes taking on a reproachful air, and he started again. "You do not trust me. Miss Potter, this I understand. My actions have caused significant harm to your well-being." Harry caught a glimpse of that flicker again, his eyes still shuttered, but broken just so by what she thought might be regret. "I admit that I knew the Dursleys were not the best of people when I left you in their care 9 years ago. I apologize that I failed to understand the depth of their hatred. That is my mistake." "You're damn right." Harry and Dumbledore both started, looking over to the man they seemed to have forgotten was observing their conversation. "You're a damn fool if you think for a minute there's any justification for what you've done. Mr. Singh, shut your goddamn mouth. You got nothing to say to her. You don't deserve to say anything to her. I've heard things about you. You two-faced shit-stained son of a bitch." Harry's chest warmed as she watched Bobby give her headmaster a dressing down. "Mr. Singh, I ain't finished." Bobby glared, boring holes into the wizard's eyes. Harry's mouth lifted at the corner as Bobby cursed and raged at Dumbledore for the next 3 minutes at least. She saw the older man try and stay stoic, but Bobby's creativity for insults could alarm even him, and the regretful glimmer in Dumbledore's eyes had changed slightly to a certain wariness. And as much as she wanted to watch Bobby yell at him all night, she knew that Dumbledore's presence brought with it a seriousness that they needed to address, and she didn't want any possible accomplices hidden along the property to burst in when they feared he'd taken too long. "And your mangy ass, Bobby." The man paused, looking around to Harry, having somehow found himself in front of her, posed to point an accusatory finger in the direction of Dumbledore's chest. Thank you, truly. But we do actually have to talk about this eventually, and I don't want it to last any longer than it has to." The man took a breath, before nodding and stepping backwards. But not before throwing one last hateful look at the old wizard. She leveled a determined look at Dumbledore. "So, what is it that you want to talk about?" she bit out. Dumbledore gathered himself in the time she'd talked to Bobby, and her stoic headmaster once again stood before her. He opened his mouth, his great beard rustling as he delivered what was possibly the worst news of the day. "As you know, with the incapacitation of your Muggle relatives, the Ministry has set out to find you a suitable magical guardianship. It's not an exaggeration to say that hundreds of families have applied. But they've narrowed it down to a few claims, mostly well-off families who hold significant pull with the Minister." Harry rolled her eyes. "Everyone wants to house the girl who lived. So, who made the cut?" "The Malfoys. That would seem respectable to Fudge. And it would deliver me straight into Voldemort's hands." Joy. Dumbledore seemed to hesitate slightly, his face dour. Quote, "The Malfoys have put forward an application, and it is one of the ones being considered currently, along with the Weasleys, the Diggorys, the Longbottoms, and a few others. However, there is one act in particular that I am worried about." Harry raised an eyebrow, unsure as to what could concern Dumbledore to such a point. "It seems that one head of household has come forward claiming to be a blood relative. With charm results to confirm. And with the Ministry's preference for blood, it seems quite likely that he will be chosen as your magical guardian." Harry let out a small breath as she felt a blow to her stomach. Was it hope? Maybe betrayal at the thought that there was someone else out there who could have come forwards and claimed her instead of the Dursleys. "I don't have any other blood relatives." "Do I?" "No, otherwise you might have been given to them when your parents died. However, there is a man who has ties with influential Ministry employees who can bend the rules how he might like. A man who has quite recently acquired your blood for his veins." Harry felt a chill go through her as certainty seized a hold, and she knew just who had placed the application. "A week?" "No," escaped her. I'm afraid it seems that Lord Riddle is winning in the gauntlet for your guardianship. And should he prevail, you would be delivered to him, and he would have absolute control over you when it comes to magical decisions. Your schooling, your shelter, your life. She hated Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes as he delivered this most horrible news to her. We must make a plan, and act quickly, or you will find yourself the ward of Lord Voldemort, and the Second War will be lost before it's begun.